Alright, good. Hello there everyone. My name is Kofi and I'm your host and your voice here to entertain you and may not have no idea what I'm doing. I can see 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. Alright there. How is everyone? I think I'm doing fine. I guess. I hope. I wish. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Who knows? But yeah. Anyway, good. Any time zone? For everyone. Hold on a little bit. I keep hearing myself for some reasons. And now is a good time.
Based on what I've learned, you would watch them slowly paint a car camo until like the last drop of paint was applied, and then it would disappear. He's talking to an orc.
Orcs. He's talking to
Isn't the orc
things like slaves, workers, ones go faster.
okay? This is why.
Hold on a little bit. I might have to turn on my air conditioners. I have way too many lights shining on me. Just for a bit, not very strongly. Better than nothing, right? And I do have to wear my drawing glove. Some people might think like, what the heck is with this like glove thing? Well, basically when you do drawing, you have to like digital pad like drawing. Sometimes your hands will get like a little bit like sweaty, but the things you draw are not paper, so they won't absorb the sweat that you emanate. So it just collect a lot of sweat on your screen, and when that happens, like your hand will start to be you know once you try to like glide your fingers on a wet surface, sometimes it just like smooth to the pass, but sometimes you can feel like vibration is happening with your gliding, right? So mainly it's trying to prevent that particular part happen when you do digital tablet drawing. Yeah. Well, for one thing, I think I drew her hand a little bit too long. That is one of the biggest issues I guess I have. So I'm going to try my best. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the Warhammer thingy.
My DMs don't like me
Because you ask a lot of questions.
because I'm like, how do I find the loophole?
Right. Well, unfortunately with orcs, there are no loopholes. There is just solid facts. Red ones go faster, yellow is the richest color,
Okay.
etc.
Right. All right.
So Badmans have the biggest DACA. They also have more Gretchen slaves than the other clans.
Gretchen slaves.
So Gretchens are like goblins.
Oh.
They're 40k
I thought it
goblins.
was just some poor lady, just Gretchen over there. Sorry.
Gretchen. Here's a fun fact about Gretchen. They always have better accuracy, like they shoot better than orcs in game,
Okay.
and they're typically smarter than orcs, but they're very fragile. They're like made of glass bones and paper skin.
No, my little guys.
Yeah, they're known as a lot of things like slaves, workers, emergency food rations, so on and so forth.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Yeah, if there's not enough food, they'll just start eating Gretchen.
Well, that's not good. Gretchen.
Yeah, poor Gretchen.
Poor Gretchen.
We feel bad for our Gretchen friends. They deserve so much.
Not to get eaten.
Yeah,
That's nice.
they deserve to be happy. They're
Aw.
so cute. I love Gretchen so much.
Oh,
He stole all the loot.
why do you do that?
Well, because he wants it.
Oh,
The other Gretchen's
who's he
tattling on
talking
him.
to? He's talking to
tattling
an
on
orc.
the orcs. He's talking to the
Isn't the orc gonna take the loot? And then they're not gonna get any loot?
Yeah, probably.
See, these are the kind of loopholes you gotta be watching out for.
Yeah. Our next orc faction are the Blood Axes.
Oh, okay.
Their color is camo because they sneaky
Oh,
for an orc.
snicker orcs.
They're the sneaky faction.
I feel like, based on what I've learned, you would watch them slowly paint a car camo until like the last drop of paint was applied, and then it would disappear.
I mean, you're not far off. You're not far off. It just turns invisible. Like, whoa, where'd it go? Interestingly, Blood Axes are mistrusted by the other orc clans because
Well, they
9
could
times
be
out of
anywhere
10,
at any moment.
well, no, it's because they stab you in the back so often.
Oh,
So-
Scar brand behavior. Just saying.
Yeah, pretty Scar Brandy behavior.
Ugh.
Orcs don't like that kind of thing. They
You're
don't
gonna
like
get
sneaking
heated
around.
for 8 days.
So they have a unique model for their faction called the Commando, which is orcs that like they wear beanies and like hats and stuff. They look like Black Ops orcs.
Okay,
They're really cool.
that's
Here's
fun.
another reason why Blood Axes are not very trusted.
Okay.
They trade with humans. And sometimes they work as mercenaries for them. And you know what? The other orc clans, they see that and they're like, you're not, that is downright un-orky. That's not okay.
That's not orky enough.
That's not orky enough.
I guess if everybody's saying it,
Mhm.
it must be true.
It must be true.
Uh-huh.
The thing is, they will work with humans, but they're probably going to stab them in the back.
Right. But it's like, if it benefits us, we'll work with you.
We'll work with you until we get what we want, and then we're going to take everything. Our next orc faction are the Death Skulls.
Oh,
They are typically painted blue
Oh,
because
okay.
blue is the luckiest color.
luck, not green?
No, because
Okay.
green is the best color.
Okay, sure, cool. I'm into it. I love green. Green's pretty.
Yeah, green's great. But blue is the luckiest. So this faction, they loot or steal most of their gear from
Mhm,
battlefields or
mhm.
other orcs or humans or so on. This faction, if you want to get into orcs, this one really encourages like, yeah, just take like a bunch of different bits from other things and just slap them together because that's what this faction's about.
Right.
They really like mechs.
Oh, me too.
It's just really cool because you can just take like a bunch of human guns or space marine guns and stuff, slap them onto an orc, and with Death Skulls, it's like, yeah, he just found them on a battlefield. So like
Give me two-
customization
I need two
is really
orc
encouraged with them.
names that would be in the Death Skulls.
2 orc names that would be Death Skull orcs.
Yeah.
You could just say like,
Like a lady one and a man one.
oh,
Are
I
there
have
lady
bad
orcs?
news.
Okay, well, like a
Grunt and Grug.
grunt.
Grunt and
Grunt, you have to get in the robot or Gretchen will have to go again.
Shinji, get in the fucking robot.
what a terrible father.
What a terrible dad. Oh, Gendo Akari. Our next orc faction are known as the Snake Bites.
Guys. Oh, noodle.
Interestingly, they don't really have a color associated with them. Usually it's browns and greens, like really earthy tones,
Okay.
because they're the more traditional orcs. They have a belief in the old ways. So
The old ways.
they don't really use technology unless it's like really, really old.
Ah, okay.
They're often described as the toughest orcs.
Not the strongest.
Not the strongest, they're the toughest.
Right. So they're tanks as opposed to like doing the most
Mhm.
damage. We're talking tank, not DPS.
Yeah. They're usually using melee weapons primarily, or as orcs call them, choppas.
Right.
So they use like choppas and spears.
Right.
And they're home to my favorite orc subfaction,
Oh.
the Beast Snaggers.
Bee snaggers.
So the Beast Snaggers are so cool because all they care about, you know how like most orcs are like
It's
crump
just
and
a
they want to
monster-
like loot and
it's
stuff?
just an
Not these
actual
guys.
monster
You know what they
hunters.
care about? They're like, we're monster hunters. We go to planets and we hunt for monsters.
Okay, wait.
To like take them home and take care of them and like check on them sometimes and like make sure their habitats are doing
Hold on a little
well.
bit.
So
I'm
it
trying to
depends.
look at
So a
the
lot of their
reference.
gear is like, you know, skinned alien monster
Right.
bits and they're
Yeah.
like wearing it. So it's like
Right.
Monster Hunter. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
the game.
Right.
Or sometimes they'll tame it and
Oh.
they'll use it to ride into battle, like kind of.
Yeah, I like what this guy's got. He is killing it. What a beautiful little guy.
So snake bites are also, they have the most squigs.
Squeak.
Squigs
They are
another.
non-magic people who are born of magical parents.
What are you?
That's a
referring
squib.
Oh, what is a squib from?
Harry Potter.
Oh, I don't remember.
No, it's okay.
I don't remember. I remember people yelling the word muggle at each other. And
For
that was about
instance,
it.
Professor Filch is a squib.
He had magical parents.
Oh.
That's why he's allowed to be at Hogwarts.
I see. Okay, that's cool.
Someone
Yeah.
got some
So anyway,
funky time.
squigs. Squigs are another. So Gretchen are also from mushrooms. They're also spore creatures.
Mhm.
Squigs are also spore creatures, and
Okay.
their DNA is really
They sport each other.
malleable.
Oh.
There are all sorts of squigs. Food squig, hair squig,
Ooh.
anvil squig. You know, like Clonk.
I
Clonk
love
is an
Clonk.
anvil
Guys,
squig. Clonk.
can we take a Clonk appreciation moment?
Can we appreciate
Look at
Clonk?
him.
Look at him.
Oh.
He's
Guys.
perfect.
Oh,
We
look
love
at him.
Clonk.
What a little guy. A body
a
we could
perfect
only
guy.
aspire.
It's really interesting how much squigs are like used. If you ever see orc with hair, yeah, that's not hair. That's a hair squig.
Hair squig?
That is like its mouth is like latched onto its scalp.
Oh no, it's like a lamprey.
It's like a lamprey.
Oh, I
It's
don't
really
like
gross.
lampreys.
Just
Look
don't
at
think
them.
about it
Oh,
when
don't
you
look at
see.
them.
Just don't think about it too much when you see an orc with hair.
Well, now I'm gonna.
Yeah, well.
Oh, this whole series wasn't worth it. Now I know that.
The dark truth
Wait,
of hair
ew.
orcs. There's also like targeting squigs,
What?
water
Oh,
skin.
it's like Tears of the Kingdom. You
squigs.
just throw on what you want.
Yeah, it's just whatever you want.
Yeah.
Right.
I gotta hit this thing in the eye, but I'm not good at this. So here's a eye.
And so snake bites usually are the ones with the most squigs. They like breed them, they take care of them. And so there's a lot of different squigs
Oh.
that they use.
So
Now
what
they
does this
even look like
remind me?
more of the
It's like
monster
those-
hunters
those,
because of
like-
the
what's those
streakers.
games where you like breed things and see what they turn into.
Oh, like
Like-
Monster Rancher?
Or like, I mean, I guess some Pokemon
Spore?
games. Or yeah, Spore I think is more
Ah,
what I'm
Monster
thinking
Ranches.
of. But I also
Yeah.
feel like I'm missing something. Like
Anyone remember Monster Ranchers? Or you're too young to remember to even know what Monster Rancher is. Monster Rancher was a game that is, I think it's like, it's not exactly predate Pokemon. It's like some things that try to become Digimon instead and try to replace Digimon. And you get monsters and then you train them and then take them to, basically it's just like you breed, train, and take them to like arena or like competitions to kind of like get more like prize money and then do more stuff, improve the training ground, this and that, yeah, that stuff kind of game. It's like a Digimon World Light the original one, but with more stuff that with more like monster interactions. And Monster Ranchers have this very funny gimmick that is, because back in the days we used CDs and like game cartridges, stuff like that to play at the game, but you can because of how the console work, it have a certain level of memories, so you can actually in mid game you go to a summoning circles to summon a monster, maybe get new monsters or get like some very special monsters. It lets you take out the disc, and while they're like loading up for the summons, they have enough data, so you just have to replace the disc, put it in, and then depends on what disc you put in, they will scan the data of the disc, and they will create different type of monsters. Depends on the CDs that you put in. The idea is so neat that I still nowadays I still remember how it kind of works. It's really, really funny. I have like this one disc. I keep getting like a Green Dragon one. I loved it. I forgot like what this is. I think it's like Crash Bandicoot. I think it's Crash Bandicoot. Yeah. So once you get the summon finished, and then you have to take out the disc, obviously replace it. You still have like places to go. It will still stay in that screen. The moment you're loading to other stuff, if you are not put back the disc, the game will like not functioning, or like it will tell you to, hey, put back your disc. We can't load if you haven't like put back the original disc, something like that. This is actually a very neat systems that I don't think anyone actually like realized like, how neat that particular thing is. Oh yeah, by the way, hold on. I think I'm a little bit too on the sideway for some reasons. Let me do some recalibrations. Yeah. I'm more centered. Anyway, yeah, let's continue. I just, the moment I heard Monster Ranches, I went a little bit geek out, obviously, because I love that game.
Feel like, you know that weird app that came out a while ago where like people were like, you can combine any Pokemon, and some of the most nightmare fuel
Yeah. It's kind of
crazy
like
stuff.
that. Yeah. I like the ones with funny names.
Gork, Wartortle, Donna.
Wartortle. Our final orc faction
All right.
are known as the Freebooters.
Oh.
They are orc pirates.
Ooh, I like pirate.
They wear funny little pirate hats and they sing
Aw.
she shanties, and
Sheesh.
they're often made up of other orcs from either broken war bands or they've been outcast.
They're the outcast
from their
orcs.
clans.
Aw, the orphan orcs, the orphans.
But sometimes
Oh.
orcs will willingly leave their clan. So like a goth
Oh,
orc
okay.
could just be like, I just want to be a freebooter, and then he'll go join the freebooters.
Just live your fucking life, man.
Yeah, just do your thing.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the reason why a lot of outcast orcs
Right.
come into here is because they've done something really messed up.
Kind of like the crows of Game of Thrones, what Jon enters. Like some people volunteer, some people are criminals, and it's like better than being beheaded. So
yeah, you could like imagine if the Wall was just pirates. It's kind of like that.
okay.
They're very similar to blood axes, where they actually go around and they make deals with humans, or as they say, Yumis.
Yumis.
And
Humans.
they also backstab
Humans.
everybody a lot.
Or stab him in the bum. Apparently, this is my orc voice. I found it.
Freebooters are so adorable, and I wish they had newer models because they have pretty old ones. But what a lot of people will do is they'll 3D print little orc pirate hats and just dress up all their orcs.
That's what I
It's
do to
so
Kita.
cute.
She's got
Oh.
a birthday hat and a Christmas hat.
She does.
She was supposed to
She's
have
got
a
her patch
Halloween
there.
hat, and I was supposed to make her into a
Oh.
dragon this year, but I didn't get to it.
We can do a Christmas dragon.
It's true. Look, Kita's
There's
gonna live
never a
like
bad
40 years.
time
so-
for a dragon.
No, it's true. Dragons are freaking aesthetic, boys.
It's time to talk about the Wah.
Okay, I've had questions about the wall.
The Great
Yeah, you've seen a
Wall.
lot of people in the comments screaming out Wah.
I have, and I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm down to party. I just
Yeah,
don't know
well-
what we're whining about.
So sometimes an orc will be asleep
Me too.
and they'll get a vision from Gork or maybe Mork or
Okay.
both even.
Oh,
And they'll wake up and they'll get really excited.
whoa.
And they have just this raw fighting energy. They have like this aura of hype around them.
Oh,
And that spreads to other orcs and they're like, yeah. And they start getting really
the hype
excited.
train.
And yes, they start a hype train.
The
That's actually
orcish
perfect.
hype train.
So orcs start this hype train, and it's so powerful, this fighting energy, that it unites the clans.
No.
And they get together to go crumpin'. And it typically is like,
I don't know why. Every single time I take a look at Orc, it feels like chat energy, you know? They basically like lots of times, like in streaming, there's lots of things like a chat energy stuff or like one brain cell moment. It's like every single time that I heard any explanation about like Warhammer 40k Orc, I felt like they behave like a very like chat like behavior from like you know, from those from streamer chats and stuff like that. Hold on a little bit. Man, take a few try. I keep changing my password. I kind of forgot. Yes, it's me. I don't know why. This is like a thing. That my OBS, my Google account has been kicking out all my OBS account lately. It's just keep doing it like every week, so I have to do like lots of like, like those kind of like loading this and that, yada yada stuff, remake a lot of things. Also, hi there, Savage. Wow, new name. Ah, what happened?
And they start getting really excited. And yes, they start a hype train. That's actually perfect.
Hype train.
So orcs start this hype train, and it's so powerful, this fighting energy, that it unites the clans.
Yeah, you should sleep.
And they get
Everyone should sleep. I'm the only abnormal one, especially if you're Malaysians. Here's the thing, especially if you're Malaysians, this is like normal sleeping time unless you are like studying or like have jobs that you have to wake up like ridiculously early. Yeah, right now it's a natural sleeping times. Normally people wake up at 9, okay? Unless you have jobs that you have to go at 9, so you woke up at 8, something like that. Or you have schools, you have to wake up like 6 or 5. Oh, I still remember my university times. I have to like wake up so freaking early. Like I need to wake up at 5, and then I need to wake up at 5, and like prepare my school stuff, my university stuff, and then I have to like prep up my bag, my this, my that, and then I have to drive to school, drive to universities. I was holy heck. Well, thankfully, I can't drive anymore due to my medical issues. Like, here's the thing. I think my family keep misunderstood that why I choose not to drive. It's not like I'm afraid of driving. I'm afraid the responsibility occur when I drive. Because like even the doctor told me not to drive. And with my medical conditions, I would have it's basically I'm already a forest. Have a certain level of forest. So they told me that you shouldn't be driving. Like, you can keep your license for, like, emergency, but your condition should not be driving in the first place. I am trying to be responsible. And my family always thought that I'm just lazy to drive or I'm just afraid to drive. I was like, no! Why would you guys think that? Like, here's the thing. When it comes to family site, how should I say? Everyone family, I guess everyone have these issues. Like, everyone family have like a version of you that in their brain. So if you ask them, what is your impression of me 5 years ago, and what is your impression of me 10 years ago, and what is your impression of me now, they have the same impressions. Sometimes it's so bad to the point that if you ask them what was I like when I was a kid, they can't remember. They have zero memory of me when I was a kid. Like, sometimes I felt like I'm a little bit too distant with my family to the point that I'm just like a stranger in the house. And I'm not even kidding about that. I'm not sure about other people's experience with their family. This is my experience with my family. It's like, it's not like they're a shitty family. It's like, they are like caring. They are actually a very considered a very good set of family everyone can ask for. But it's because like we are so distancing at like knowledge-wise, culture-wise, age-wise. We have like this like very huge gap between each other's. Like, I am not connecting with my brother and sister at all. Like, older brother and sisters. And I'm the youngest. And I can't even, obviously I can't even connect with my parents at all. Because even further, like, bigger gap of like generation gap. And for my older siblings, like my oldest brother is like 14 years older than me. And my second oldest brother is like 12 years older than me. It's already like an entire generation gap at that point. It's a big round circle. Zodiac has like refreshed at that point. And then I have a older sister, which is 7 years older than me. Even though it's not really that far of a gap, but it's still a big gap. You know, like brother sister bond is not really there. It's like we have a family bond, but we do not have a brother sister bond. They have, all those three have, aside from me, because we have a very big age gap to the point that we can't really understand each other. We are talking in different channel. They have like different belief. They have like different view of the world. So no matter what kind of situations, even I managed to reach adulthood, we still have a very big gap of like understanding, to the point that it's actually really, really difficult to understand each other's. So like I say again, my family is not shitty family. It's just that they do not have the ability to understand my point of view or my situation or, you know, any other things. So they just give in a style of like tough love, those kind of things, but not exactly in the same times, because they know it doesn't exactly work. So they give it in their own version of way to like deal with me, but it's just not exactly like the best one in the world. You know? It's like those kind of like, you would say like they love me as family, but they don't trust me as a younger brother. Those kind of things, you know? It's like I do not have a single responsibility to the point that I cannot take care of myself, or I cannot survive on my own, or I don't have like too great of social awareness. Maybe I am like this, but here's the thing: if you treat a person like a baby, they will become a baby. If you treat a person like a princess, they will become a princess. If you treat them like an adult, they become an adult. People really molded from like your environment impressions is a very important thing. And not even my family, even till now, because I spent quite some times. I actually spent quite some times outside living alone. When I was studying universities. So I notice I am a very different person when I'm out alone, and very different person when I'm in my house. It's a very different thing. It's like how I interact with my family and how I interact with like people outside. It's always very, very different. And most of my friends that came to my house to visit, or like when they heard me about like my story in my family, they noticed that that sounds like a complete different person from what they knew from me. Because here's the thing, like weirdly, in fact, I am like the reliable guy when I'm outside. You know, like people rely on me for some reasons, and then I'm the dependable one. And then I keep telling them I'm not the dependable one. You should do that. Not a single person in my family see me that way. So, and when I come back from my uni study, sometimes I felt so alienated, because again I just feel like I'm just a guy that lived with them for a long time only, not exactly like too close as a family. Like it's a guy that, you know, it's like, Greg, hi there, Greg, or something like that. Yeah. Do you read manga? I read a lot of manga. In fact, a little bit too much. That I don't watch anime anymore. Yeah, sometimes there's so many anime that'd be like, oh, finally they have an anime adaptation of this thing. I'd be like, I finished the manga 2 years ago. And then I would be like, I finished the manga 2 years ago. And then there would be like another guy that sit around the corner, be fool. And I'd be like, who's that? And then the light novel reader, too young, too easy. Yeah, I can't read like novel. My imagination, despite I'm an artist, I can say like I would rather read manga than read a light novel. I can see like the appeal of the light novel. I even wrote a light novel back in the days, but if you let me choose, if you'll ever let me choose, I would choose to look at pictures more than reading like a 50-page essay, okay? For just one chapters. Unless there's something like this. I used to be really deep dive into this into like one particular thing. If you guys didn't know, there's like interactive novel book. Interactive novel book is, if you guys didn't know what that thing is, there's a period amount of time I really love those kind of genre. It's basically someone decided to create a program that you can write a light novel that you can branch off in stories. So you can either read as that characters that you're reading, or you can play as a custom character in that story. So you are inside that story, they'll give you like, oh, you are in the dungeons, and then they give you a choice that you can do stuff, and then you can select the choice, and then you read the next page and what you did for that choice. Interactive novel is already a thing a long time ago. That is how games are made back in the days. It's basically same with like D&D. They have a big book that if you do this choice, you lead to this page. If you do that choice, it will lead to that page, something like that. So that's how you play games back in the days without like computers and stuff. But I seen that type of game have such an appeal that it makes me read stuff. And that is like the only time I become very invested in reading like light novel, because I am controlling the story, interacting enough on those type of things. And then if you don't know, it's called let me try to find it. I'll try to dig back a little bit on some of the stuff that I talk about. Yeah, the company is called Choice of Game. They create a software which is an open software. If you want to become a writer, this is like the first step you can try out, because you can make like a very interactive writing and reading. You can sort of like in the story, you can gain weapon, gain stat, and then it like, oh, you need 10 strength to actually like open this door, and then like you'll be like, oh shit, I don't have 10 strength, but wait a minute, I got this glove that I can do. And then if they know that you have that like item that can go past through it, you can select the item and then you can go past through that door, something like that. It's really interesting. And one of my most favorite one is Hero Rise. Hero Rise is still a thing. Good. It's like if you are into like Superman, like superhero, those kind of like story. This is like Hero Rise is Hero Rise have a trilogy setting. So you first play as a rookie hero. You just started to learn to become a hero and those kind of things, and get the gist of your hero power and stuff. And there's like and your first villain, your this and that, that stuff. But how the hero functions is much more. If you watch Tiger and Bunny, have you watched the anime Tiger and Bunny? If the entire world setting function like that, you need sponsors, you need this, you need that. Like is very Tiger and Bunny style, kind of like superhero setting. So if you want to have your first interactive novel style game, you can try Hero Rise. Hero Rise, again, best thing in the world. You can try it out. But yeah. Let's continue and draw the What's this in Japanese for brat again? I suddenly forgot. I know the words, just I forgot. What is it again? Kozo. No. They're just brat. You know what? I forgot the name. Next time, you guys let me know.
Like, they'll start on one planet and they'll just move in a single direction and they won't stop. So if you're in the way of an orc wah, bad news.
To be fair, statistically, in space, that's not hitting a lot.
Right, but an orc wah can last a long time because the only way a wah usually ends is if the main boss is killed, the war boss.
The wasp.
The wasp. So a lot of
it's like the little when you're running around in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and you see one of those big ass
boss bokoblin. You have to get rid of the when you get rid of the boss, they all disorganize and then
or you shoot the boss with the muddle bud.
This is the second episode you've talked about shooting something with a muddle bud. I think you have a problem.
I like chaos and I like loopholes.
I see. A lot of orc books where they're like the primary antagonist, a lot of it is either we either get away from the orc or we have to go find their war boss to end this.
Okay, right. Makes sense.
And considering they have such a presence in the galaxy, that's the majority of Warhammer books you're going to read.
So the boss, in this case, is the guy who had the dream.
Not always.
Okay.
It's typically just a regular orc, but the biggest orc will be in charge of the entire wall.
Yeah. As
and
the
there
wall
can even
grows,
be multiple
bigger.
Yeah, and there can be multiple walls going on simultaneously. Multiple walls. With that, it's time to talk about some notable orcs.
Let me wipe for you.
So we've been talking a lot about demons, right?
Oh.
Let's talk about one of my favorite orcs who has like one page of lore everywhere you look for him, Mr. Tuska Demon Killer.
Tuska Demon Killer?
Not killer,
Sorry,
killer.
I'm dyslexic.
Tuska was chilling on his ship called the Gorejaw. And then there were a bunch of demons that like started invading onto his big warship.
Rude. Get your own ship.
So he found like the big boss demon, right? Killed him. Tuska had so much fun fighting this demon that he got a bunch of weird boys, which are just magic orcs that can like cast fist.
Cast fist.
And he basically, that's what they do. They cast fist, and he got them all together.
Sometimes I cast get out of bed. It doesn't always work.
You failed this cast. Would you like to try again?
No, I don't. Let me go back.
So he took these weird boys and he used them to enter the Eye of Terror. So he went straight into hell. And this caught the attention of our favorite angry boy, Khorne. He like saw this orc and probably heard them screaming, even though they're like in a big warship. And he probably saw them and was like, what is that?
Well,
and
isn't the eye basically like...
It's a giant hole in space.
Yeah. But
and probably heard them screaming, even though they're like in a big warship. And he probably saw them and was like, what is that?
Well,
and
isn't the eye basically like...
It's a giant hole in space.
Yeah. But isn't it also like fast track to Slanesh's tummy?
No, it's just like a portal to the warp in general.
But if you are...
Like, if you're an Aldari in the warp, Slanesh just grabs you.
But
it doesn't matter where you are.
She doesn't, like, she's specific. She thinks orcs are, like, icky. Would she eat an orc?
I don't think orcs have souls.
Oh, you're saying mushrooms don't have souls? Have you ever had a conversation?
You ever talked to a mushroom?
Have you ever even tried?
So, Khorne observed Tuska and his boys fighting demons and was so entertained that once the orcs finally died, he just resurrected them. And so now Tuska and his horde fight Khorne's demons for all eternity. Every time they die, they just come right back the next day. And they could not be happier.
Oh, okay. I was going to say this
Tuska's
is like
having a blast.
Prometheus situation, but not so much. We're having a great time. It's more of a like, we're going to go fight forever in Valhalla.
He's basically Orc Doom guy, and he's awesome, and I love him. He's great.
Doom. What's Doom? Wait, Doom. Doom guy. I feel like I'm just blanking.
So there's a game called Doom.
Yeah.
There's a game franchise called Doom where you play as a guy called Doom Guy.
Is it like Judge Dredd?
No. He's like just a soldier guy fighting in hell.
Okay,
and that's
cool.
the entire
Technically,
thing.
Judge Dredd is based on
He
him.
just like caught a train.
Somewhat.
To hell. Caught a midnight train going into the webway.
What would you say, like, fully based on him is more like reference at him.
Guys, it's...
I know, there's a lot of W names, and they're all the same thing, but not the same thing.
Caught the midnight train going into the war. Don't stop walking.
They'll never stop. Our next character that we'll talk about is Captain Badrook of the Freebooters.
Badrook.
Badrook.
Badrook. It's like a bad truck. Bad truck.
Captain Badrook, the freebooter captain. So he's a captain in the freebooters. He was exiled from the Bad Moons clan for having too many teeth for his own good.
Rich.
He is described as unusually cunning. Like, he's weirdly smart for an orc.
Spoopy.
He's also a massive coward.
Oh, he's me.
He's Jack Sparrow.
No, you know who he's...
Yeah,
okay, that's fair. He reminds me of, and honestly, as I was thinking it, which is why I kind of laughed, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if this character was actually inspired by Jack Sparrow.
Probably.
Oh shit, his name just fell out of my head. Hanzo Oneka. I can't remember exactly how to pronounce it. Do you remember in Clone Wars, he's the guy who comes back every now and then. He's like a pirate gang guy. And he's got that kind of hair that looks...
He's got like the bandana too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
but then he's always fucking out of there the second the violence starts. He's like, okay, bye!
Yeah. Actually, that's very similar to Captain Badrook, actually.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, I get it. I knew it was worth it.
So Badrook usually leaves the moment a fight turns for the worst.
Right.
Using a custom and stolen teleporter. And because he uses this teleporter, other orcs are convinced that he's just magic.
That's fair. If I saw a guy just use return.
Just yeet. Gone.
And I was...
That guy's magic.
I didn't know how to do it. You know that first time when I started and you left me alone in the world for the first time and I died and I didn't know about return and I didn't see the pop-up and I was just sitting there in shout chat like, someone! I don't know what to do! And then I Googled it and I was like, oh.
Captain Badrook actually makes a significant appearance as an antagonist in the book Brutal Cunnin, which, if you like orcs, that's a good book.
Okay, are they written how orcs...
In orc? Yes. Yes, they are.
Oh, I might actually be able to read it.
It's
actually
really
probably
fun.
There is no way I could read it. I don't...
Our next orc is a relatively minor one, but his story is really fun, so I thought it'd be fun to talk about. His name was Grizguts. Grizguts is the orc who time traveled.
I like time travel.
Mm-hmm.
The orc who leapt through time.
Pretty much. So basically, he was an orc warlord who, so he was on his wa, went into the warp by accident. And because the warp is all timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff.
The Octa.
What? The Octa.
The Octa. I'm the Octa. Oh, ties are cool. Oh, dies.
An orc would unironically have a sonic screwdriver, and it would work just because he thinks that it does.
That one episode where he meets like
it works.
Oh, that one's really cute.
That was cute. That was like a heartwarming
That was really cute.
one.
That guy's an orc.
So they're in a fugue state.
No, they're just stupid.
Oh, me too.
So when Grizguts came out of the warp, they actually noticed that they were back in time. They were at the moment right before they went into the warp. And so Grizguts, being a bit of a kleptomaniac, went into his past self's ship and killed himself to get two of his favorite shooters.
So, whoa. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. So they went in the warp.
And when they came out, they were back in time right before they went in.
So is it like they could see themselves over there going into the... Okay. That's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
The confusion of this event spiraled his horde into disarray, and his wa ended.
Aww.
Yeah.
Don't rain on my...
Listen, even time paradoxes confuse orcs a bit too much. That's when they tap out. They're like, this ain't fun anymore, boss.
They certainly confuse movie directors. So this obviously would then confirm that there are multiple timelines.
Warhammer is a multiverse.
Okay, cool. So that means that Grizguts, right?
Grizguts, yes.
So that means that there is no longer a Grizguts in that original dimension.
It's described as he time traveled.
Yeah.
Time traveling is a thing in 40K.
Yeah.
Whether or not it means he jumped into another universe, who knows? The thing about Grizguts is his story is really fun because he went back in time to kill his previous self to get two of his favorite guns. But it's just... A lot of orcs are really fun because you can just like have a story like that and you're like, that's funny and silly and ridiculous.
They're not too worried about canon events.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Miguel O'Hara would hate orcs.
Okay, but he's pretty though.
No, he's
walking, he's pawing around.
He's
jumping
like
around.
Vampire face. Ooh.
Work on that tempter.
Bite me, daddy.
A little bit.
Our last orc we will talk about today. His name is Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka.
Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka.
Yes.
Oh.
Also known as Margaret Thatcher.
Because of
That's
the
not
hair.
No, his name is supposed to be a play on Margaret Thatcher.
I'm looking.
I don't know why.
Maguktacha. I get the last three words, yeah.
Yeah. Gazcool, I think, is just Gazcool. You could say Gazcool is like the main character of the orcs. He's sort of like the one that's got the most going on because he's 40K's biggest orc.
So he's the boss.
He's the boss. He's the current war boss of the Goths. That's why he's got like the checkerboard.
Okay. So he's got a lot going on.
It's true. Gazcool began his rise to war boss after a battle resulted in his head being decapitated.
Usually that's the end of the story.
But luckily, Gazcool is an orc. His body was slapped onto a mech body.
Oh, okay.
And he was just fine. And then
so it happened really fast. It's like that. Okay, what game was this that I saw a friend playing where like you get decapitated in first person, but it all happens so fast that you're like your friends like catch your head and like stick it on a thing that they're able to like save you. And then at another point, Hitler's running around and he's shooting people.
That's Wolfenstein.
Yeah, but I remember because like I was just like watching my friend play this game that was like kind of violent, and then it had this first-person cutscene where you get decapitated and then like quickly move, and I was like, that is actually like I was like traumatized. I was like, not okay. I was like, I did not need to see that.
This is interesting. You're familiar with Wolfenstein, but you're not familiar with Doom. They're actually very similar. Just replace Nazis with demons.
To say familiar, I think in your mind is to say have played. I haven't played Wolfenstein.
Well, I mean, like you're aware of Wolfenstein.
Well, I was aware of this cutscene I saw.
Right.
I know that Wolfenstein is like you're killing Nazis and shit, and I think that's great.
Right.
Like my brother plays Wolfenstein. My brother also plays Doom, but at some point I think I have been like, "What are you playing?" And he said Wolfenstein, and I've probably seen him play Doom and just not asked what it was.
Right, because as I said, they are very similar.
Yes.
So you probably saw Doom and was like, "Oh, that's Wolfenstein,"
or just any other game,
or just any shooting game.
Yeah, it's just that at some point I was told what Wolfenstein was, and a category box was made in my brain.
Sorry.
So I can hear Wolfenstein and go, oh, yeah, that's the thing with the Nazis. That hadn't happened for Doom yet.
So after
I was like very focused on drawing. Yeah, like I'm like, this is how the hell work. Is that how this hell work? And then my brain completely tuned out from the video too. It's like, this is very interesting. Yeah, either way, yeah, how was your day? Oh, do you know what? I might actually, depends on how the interview go, I might actually not going to stream in the futures. Might. Depends on how the shift and stuff go. Yeah, I try to get a job. Obviously, this thing is not earning me anything at all. You can see like right on top of here. I never have like any earning at all. So, and also I don't really get any like money from like drawing that much. So I have no choice. I have to still survive. So I had to get like a job, but I cannot travel far, so I can't do any of the job that I studies. It's like I can't get an engineering job. I can't get a 3D animation job. That my brain can't handle it. So can't handle the stress, I guess. So do you know what? I went to the closest place, like closest shop that I see, and then there's like a baby product shop. They are hiring sales advisors, technically just a retail worker. So I'll be like, it's living like just a few blocks from my place. So yeah, let's try it. So it's basically like the retail work. I'm not sure how it works because it's going to, if I manage to get in, it will be my first ever job in some sense. So I did do a lot of freelance remote work, but it's like very different from retail, obviously. So when I finished writing my resume, sending to them, is so ridiculously funny. Imagine this. I went for a baby shop. Hi there, Primer. I went there for a baby shop and then send them my resume. And then what my resume written in there is like, hey, I have the educations of a mechatronic engineer and 3D animators, and I've been working in remote work as a artist, as a illustration freelancers for like 5 years, and now I want to sell baby product. I'd be like, oh, is this the definition of old qualifications? No. It's like that. You can study all your stuff, but you never be able to like get the job that you want. Mainly it's because like my disabilities that I can't really like get the job I want, to be honest. I did bet on like being a voice actor and being an art commissioner. I can like earn enough for a living, but that is basically like a wishful thinking. I can't even earn enough from like streaming and all the three things combined together in the first place. So been wasting my time for like 3 years like this. So I decided to now get like a retail job. But as you guys know, retail job actually spend long ass time in there. So like unless I'm doing like if I'm doing like a full shift, it's going to be like go there like 8 a.m., prep up the shop, and then I have to stay there until like 9 or 10 p.m. close the shops, and then like just do all those things, and then yeah, I might not have the energy to stream anymore if that is the case. Maybe I can wake up early and stream in the like early morning, but it would just be like a 3-4 hour things, that won't be I won't be like streaming as much as I want, or I flat out unable to stream anymore. So it depends on how the schedule and how the like shift for my like for that particular job. It's going to be very hilarious. That is like I'm going for like a retail job for selling baby product. Yeah, like the salary is like 2,200, so I don't think it's like a full day shift. Because like it is like they open like 7 days, so definitely there's like shift for times, since the shop is opening from like 10 to 9. From what I see, it's 10 to 9. So I think they definitely have like 2 different like shift time, unless they're telling me that yeah, you working for 4, 5, or like 7 days, morning from 10. We will start our shop from morning from 10, and then you need to work until 9. Well, that is like for like 2,000 for like 2,200. I think it's a little bit too much. Like, is it possible? I don't think it's possible, right? Definitely it's like half shift, and like half shift and maybe work for like 6 days. Really depends. I have to go to interview at Saturday. They haven't sent me a message. They just asked me that, yeah, can you do an interview on Saturday? They didn't like send me any like specific time yet. I already say yes. So yeah, Saturday I'll be a little bit busy. Even if I don't get a job, I'll try my best to like go around places, because like here's the thing. A lot more people are going to shopping mall, those kind of places, like to get this kind of like retail job, right? Like selling clothes, just sit there in like some phone accessory store, stuff like that, right? And there is like a lot of like very important shop that they really are lacking on personnel to like people to just be like there. And basically also because it's Malaysia's, a lot more retail worker is on the Malay side. Because I can speak English, I think it would be much more possible that they want some variety of customer service, that someone that can speak English well to deal with some other customer that have hard time speaking Malay. So for my existence is going to be positive in any end. So I think I can just apply almost in any like retail shop, any like shop. It's like pet shop or like some baking shop or you know that those kind of shop that sell baking ingredients and stuff. They're basically ingredient shop or like some like you know, very basic stuff that still like require like some people that will just come in that need like English instructions or like communications. I can speak English, I can speak Chinese, I can speak Cantonese, so it's always a plus for customer service things, right? So I won't say I will be like the best choice to be selected. I am 30 years old that have no working experience in some sense, despite remote work stuff is there, but it's not really there in the same times, to be honest. Retail work is like human interactions, you know? I can't really list that I am a streamer as a job experience. So like if I didn't wrote those things in the resume, they would just think I'm just a shut-in that don't know how to interact with human. But yeah. I do have education stuff, education level. It's just that it's going to be weird that say like I'm an engineer. I want to work in retail. They'd be like, what the fuck? What do you eat today? I eat nothing because I have no money. I need money. So in the futures, I can use the money to hire people to do video editing instead of I'm doing everything. Okay? But yeah. I don't know, let's continue with the video and stuff while I'm like drawing.
Was decapitated and his body was slapped onto a mech, which made him very big.
Right.
He deemed himself the prophet of Dawa.
Kind of like a weird Briaria. Or like Mako, the prophet of the Wa.
Prophet of Dawa.
Oh, sorry, prophet of.
Oh, also they are very lovey-dovey most of the time, so don't get flashbang that much.
Dawa. I would say Ma Wa is law.
My Wa is law.
My Wa is law.
Actually, fun fact, he was actually saved by a little Gretchen that he keeps around.
Gretchen.
Named Makari.
No, Gretchen.
Makari is his banner waver, so he like holds up like Gazcool's icon and is like, this is Gazcool. Makari is known as the luckiest Gretchen because every time he dies, he gets resurrected with all of his memories intact.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't know why.
And everybody else who gets recommended. Hey guys, I really like this one orc. He's great. You should work with him. Here's his card. His was are fantastic, but make sure
oh my God.
you bring your own condoms.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Listen, there is a community
that's
out
in the
there
web
that
way.
finds 40k orcs quite attractive.
Oh, that's that. Oh, I can't remember. I came across like a hashtag later. I was like, what is that? And like clicked it, and it was like people who are attracted to monsters or non-human bodies. And I was like,
oh yeah.
what? I gotta go. Makari gets resurrected. So other people who gets resurrected, they lose their memory.
Typically, resurrections are not very common.
You would think that would be male, but usually the degenerate male, they don't even have that high level of like degeneracy when it comes to like monsters. Female are the one that have the most degeneracy on the monster body. You think all those like Rue 37 or like some very questionable like 3D videos that created are made by dudes? No, it's actually made by female. Yeah, like you know, like in Korean, they have like this like very famous for like aside from webtoon, they have like the 18+ webtoon. Do you know actually 80% of the author and artist is actually female? Yeah, Korean artists is a bunch of pervert. On the female side too.
In 40k.
Okay. So not only is it exceptional in the case of like, but like when they, I guess it messes with your head, you know?
Yeah.
And most of the most famous one is actually allegedly are female.
Yeah, that makes sense. You lose oxygen.
And they are hot too.
going in there for a while. It's gonna scramble stuff around.
It's very
Hi,
hot,
Jahi.
But Makari's great, and he and Gaz are like kind of friends.
I love friends.
He is not Gazkul's best friend. Gazkul's best friend is a human named Commissar Yarrick.
Okay.
Yarrick is a guy who lost his arm in a battle with an orc, and as a response, he calmly reacted by ripping off that orc's mechanical arm and replaced his own with it.
Harry, did you put your arm in the...
This event was seen as the coolest thing ever by every single orc. Whenever Gaz hears that Yarrick is on a world, it doesn't matter what he's doing, doesn't matter who he's fighting, he's gonna stop and immediately go wherever Yarrick is. Because, to Gazkul, Yarrick is the most fun to fight. Because Yarrick is the only human that understands how dangerous orcs are and like understands their tactics and how to fight them.
He just wants somebody to understand.
It should be noted that Yarrick does not reciprocate these feelings.
Oh.
He is horrified of the orcs.
Oh no.
And John has provided a passage.
Imagine every single time you'd be like like a yander just like come at you. It's basically him at this point. You'd be like, oh shit, it's him again, run! And oh, by the way, there's like one more tale that is like I remember it's like some like one of the orc like versus like human tale. It's like there's like a group of like normal soldiers fighting orc. Like everyone died. Almost everyone died because they ran out of bullets. So one guy decided to use his hand like a pew pew and then just say bang, 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 bang. And then the orc died. Like they legit died because they thought they got shot. If you understand how like 40k orc work, is because long as they believe it, it works. Especially a group of orc there, it will work even more effectively. So imagine like a horde of orc just hear the word bang, 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 and then they thought like they got not bang. I remember he say taka. Yes, he just keep saying taka, 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 and then like the orc just keep dying left and right, and they legit die. They did not like pretend to get shot. They legit died. They thought they got shot, and then they believed it so much they died from that.
Something to really illustrate how orcs can be terrifying.
Okay, let me get comfy. Guys, everybody get comfy. I was gonna read us a tale. Oh, I'm excited.
This is told from the perspective of Commissar Yarrick.
Okay.
Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka awaited me beside the ship's access ramp. I did not let my confusion or the sense that I had slipped into an endless waking nightmare slow my stride. I did not hesitate as I strode towards
That's
the
a
monster.
JoJo scene.
I stopped before him. I met his gaze with all the cold hatred of my soul. He radiated delight. He then leaned forward, a colossus of armor and bestial strength. Our faces were mere centimeters apart. My soul bears many scars from the days
I add a
and
lot of
months my
Kusogaki
defeat
like energy
and
into
captivity. It. But there is one memory that,
and this is
all
just like
others,
a very rough
haunts
drawing
me.
of the
By
bodies.
day, it is a goad to action. By night, it murders sleep.
Because I'm drawing a sticker set merchandise, I'm going to like share it to some people that's going to conventions and going to sell stuff. I'm going to send my art to them, and then they will like print out the stickers and sell it. They get a cut, I get a cut, something like that. Because I can't travel because of my disabilities, so I'm just going to like do it this way. Just cross my finger, hope they don't like cheat out on me. And this is the finger pointing series. So it's basically, since it's going to be a stickers, I want someone to use it, to able to actually use it. So I want them to use their fingers to point at some things. So it's like if you want, you can use the sticker as the markers to make them point at some things that are very important for you. It's like, you know, like a special day, or like in the calendars, or like some things that you wrote like a message and then you put the sticker on there so people can kind of like will look at where they are pointing. So I already have like a few one already on. You can see this is Fuamoko one. You can use them both or just use one of them, but I think people would just use them both, so yeah. And then this is a Shiori one. Everyone look at Shiori one, they'd be like, is this Kingdom Hearts characters? I said, no, this is not Kingdom Hearts characters. But yeah, like Shiori one actually, her design, like on the outfit design, is really Kingdom Hearts like. To be honest, everyone have a little bit Kingdom Hearts like design. Nerissa have one, Shiori have one, Fuwamoko have one, except Bibu. Yeah, to be honest, Bibu is like completely outside of the design of everyone. It's like everyone is just like having like a lot of like Final Fantasy like style kind of like design, having a lot of belt, despite being colorful, having a lot of belt, have like those kind of like very like sharp looking in there, and then BJ will be like, yeah, and then there's like a shining one out there. It's like a group of emo, and then there's like one guy that have like a very colorful, like glowing in the dark level.
It lives with me always, the proof that there could hardly be a more terrible threat to the Imperium than this orc. Thraka spoke to me. Not in Orcish, not even in Low Gothic, in High Gothic. A great fight, he said. He extended a huge, clawed finger and tapped me once on the chest. My best enemy. He stepped aside and gestured to the ramp. Go to Armageddon, he said. Make ready for the greatest fight.
Feeling
So,
is not
Gaskell's
mutual.
terrifying.
I mean, he's kind of just a Viking. Like, in the sense of...
You could say, yeah, you could draw a lot of parallels between Vikings and orcs.
Yeah, but also like a Goron. But Gorons are also kind of Viking-y. Well, not really. But like, I just mean like in the, I guess the brotherly bigness. Maybe I'm getting more of a like an English knight coming across a Viking and like not quite understanding like the pleasure that's taken in
seeing this fight,
and like in the activity itself, but also like in the glory or kind of the merit that you take away from winning or losing or being in that battle. I also, side note, I play this character in Red Wing. Glitch Silver, like this is their entire dynamic, is that Red Wing is like the hero and he's trying to do things, and my character just fucking...
Like it's in the, for Bibu, it's feel like the entire family is like, they would be like, Bibu, you're adopted. And she'd be like, what?
is like a crazy person who just loves fighting him.
Right. Well, also,
imagine they actually like the crime they all have, like the theme is like they are criminal, right? So the crime they have is like maybe they stole a gem, and the gem actually is Bibu.
think about it from Yarik's perspective, where like the average orc is they're just gonna grunt and scream and try to kill you.
Yeah.
But then you have the biggest one you've ever seen in like this giant colossal mech suit, and he's just like, let's go fight again. And he's like smiling and super happy about it. Like that is horrifying.
Well, I mean, think about that with if you were anything. Like, if you're fighting this demonic creature, the scariest moment is when it asks you what you're doing or something.
Yes.
When it looks at you and, like, is on your level. The hardest demon to beat in Zelda is Darklink.
Because he understands.
Yeah, well, it's he has everything you have. Mm-hmm. So how do you counter that?
Yeah.
You take out the Megaton hammer. Spoilers.
Oh, he doesn't. Why doesn't he have the hammer?
I don't know. That was just how I always did it. There are other ways to do it. You can also just be good at the game. But I was 4.
Yeah, that's fair. That's all I have for orcs for you today. Do you have any questions?
So it's not only that he retained his memories. It seems to be he's quite special because he is of like a human intelligence.
Not only is he the biggest orc, he is the smartest orc, and that's what makes him special.
So, but he is not the biggest because he grew the biggest. He's the biggest because he's in a mech. So that doesn't matter. They're not like prejudiced towards it being
just if they're big.
It's literally the one who takes up the most space has the most power.
There's a fun minor story with an orc war boss who there are like orc doctors. They're called pain boys.
Fair enough. Anesthesiologist is what I'd say, but I guess
Orcs would rather die than be under the scalpel of a pain boy.
Okay, so not
Because
anesthesiologists
oftentimes
at all.
they're just gonna poke you and prod you and experiment on you because that's what they find to be fun.
So it's like when you would have an operation in a theater.
A theater, yeah. So this war boss, every time he was like under operation, he would kind of notice that the pain boy that was working on him, his body would get a little bigger.
The pain boys would?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird.
Okay.
He would just get slightly bigger. And he was like, oh, I must be seeing things.
So is he
And
shrinking?
then no. So the idea is the pain boy, whenever this war boss would get big enough, the pain boy would kind of switch their heads.
Oh.
This is from what someone else told me.
Wait,
I did not do
what?
research on this. So this could be like totally wrong. But this is what I remember.
This is a black market.
Yeah.
You're dealing
pain boys are messed
full
up.
bodies?
Yeah, but
Wait,
yeah, orc.
what? I thought they were doing like orc growth hormone.
They're doing orc surgery. Who do you think
Holy-
put Gaskell in the mech?
Listen, a head
was just a head.
transplant is a little more than a surgery.
I mean, they're probably just switching heads.
A head transplant?
Yeah, get a Gretchen.
That's
to do it.
only
He'll do it.
happened once, and it
Hey.
didn't last long.
Yeah, but that was a puny you, me. It ain't me. Ain't me like a big orc.
It was a scientific marvel and pretty tragic for the family, but yeah, I'm kidding. I guess it's just blowing my mind that that's the easiest way to do it, but I suppose
I mean-
it's the most literal. If I want a bigger
Yeah.
body, you just put them on a bigger body. So
Just put him on a bigger body.
I guess.
So like on a battlefield, if an orc like gets shot and there's a pain boy behind them,
Yeah.
if the pain boy doesn't just take them into an infirmary, he might just like slap something on them, be like, you're good to go. And that orc will just get right back up, right as rain. He's good to go. Orc head comes off. Yeah, just slap it back on. You're good.
So could you like if one guy comes in, he doesn't have an
The
arm,
best
and then
doctor
another
to,
guy comes in, and then he doesn't have like a leg, and then like another guy comes, like you know
Switch
when
them
everybody
around.
thought like Shane Dawson convinced everyone that they were just reusing the pizza slices. Is it like that, or we're just putting people back to like Franken orcs?
Pretty much.
Okay, I guess what works works. That's
If it
great
works,
for
it
people
works.
making minis because like
Oh yeah, this is what I was saying. Like orcs, when it comes to like taking different things and combining them, excellent.
yeah, it's like literally like the Mad Max like fashion style of like
Just whatever
was
works.
around.
Yeah. They have a very strong junkyard aesthetic,
Yeah.
and it's quite good.
Yeah.
Who would you say your favorite orc clan is?
Oh, the snake bites. I think I like the snake bites.
Yeah, the snake bites are quite good.
Although,
they've got the
As we were talking
snaggers,
about Yarhar,
the
Frida de Boot. Yeah, I liked all those guys, but I think the snake bites. I think I'd be happy to live on a little orky ranch with my little orky genetic experiment, like my little squiggy boys,
Mhm.
and I'd be like making different big squigs and little squigs. Although I don't want to like I don't want to overbreed
hold
the
on.
population and then they can't find good squig owners.
They're just mouths
Hello?
with legs, pretty much. They eat anything.
Hello?
They're
The
good to
male
go.
fantasy. This is this is the body type expected of women.
Men, what's stopping you from looking like this?
Men, what if it was a squig? Think about it.
It.
Think about it. Think
Like
about it.
the
A
part?
lamprey is pretty appealing if you don't look at the teeth.
I don't want to think about this. I don't want to think about the spot
The
being
spot.
a squig.
I'm sorry.
You have a favorite orc character that we talked about today?
I mean, I like time travel guy, but
You like Grits Guts?
I do.
It's pretty funny what he did.
I mean, I would say it's not very smart. If I
Well-
travel in time, I'm not going to kill
Listen.
myself. I'm going to like work with
Hey,
myself, you know?
He wanted 2 of his favorite gun, and god damn it, he got it.
Right. Could he, he could have taken a lemon, believed it was the other gun.
No, it's not like that. That's not how it works. That's
Oh,
not
I'm
how it
sorry.
works. The belief thing only goes so far.
I mean, yeah,
can't
that's kind
take-
of belief. That's what faith
Right,
is.
But like one orc can't just believe I'm invincible
Yeah.
and then he can't die.
Right.
That's not how it works. It typically has to be like integrated within their society, sort of. You know what I mean?
uh-huh.
Like the red ones go
It's not
faster. Every orc agrees on this. It's just how it works.
right. Okay.
But I can't just like take this pencil and say this is a gun. If you could gaslight the orcs, you could solve so many problems.
This is what I'm saying. Just
wanna gaslight the
manipulate them.
orcs?
Fix it.
If you could trick an orc or convince an orc of something,
Right.
that would be universally accepted among their clans,
Right.
what would it be?
I'm the son of God.
Whoa. Whoa.
It feels like a 3 wishes scenario. Like if I can only convince them of one thing, I guess I'm going to convince them that everything else I say is right, right?
Sure.
There we go. Now I can just, oh no,
let
I'm
me tell
going
you
to have to
something.
like make schedule.
Let me tell you something. So Yarrick's got one of these like artificial eye things. It's like this big red,
yeah, I've seen those
like
before.
sight circle. This coined him the nickname Bale Eye, and they believed genuinely that he could shoot lasers from it.
And so,
I don't know if Yarrick
don't
ever
hold
found
out on
that
me,
he could
man. You're
shoot
gonna tell me
lasers
about laser eye. I gotta see this.
from his eyes.
X-Men has given me expectations.
There may have been a situation where Yarrick saw an orc and then a laser may have come out. I don't know. Listen, in 40K, anything is
It's
possible.
the death glare. It's like when you actually, it's the you're
Yes.
dead to me stare.
Mhm.
Oh, I wish I could do that.
So oftentimes, whenever they lose a fight or they need to retreat, they don't see it that
Oh.
way. They see it as, we don't want to fight you right now. We just want to fight you later.
That's me. That's ADHD. Anything that I don't do now, I do later,
They
but
don't-
later doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's the
They
fucking.
just go away. It's so good.
Oh.
Orcs never lose.
Fight you later.
Orcs is best.
I guess Corn likes them.
Korn does like the orcs quite a bit. They fit very nicely into his vibe.
Right. But like
They're actually,
are they more like I could see them also being more nurgly being
well, being green, yeah, but like they're overall, well, also being fungus.
yeah, exactly, being like a decomposer.
People have done a lot of really cool kit bashes where like they paint the orc skin to be like red and they give them like demon horns and stuff.
Yeah, it feels like
Yeah.
their ideology is more corny.
Fits very much. into
Whereas
the corn.
I don't know. I think it's my own idea of orcs that's influencing like like you know classic orcs.
Like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And, like generic
being all
fantasy
gross
orcs.
and like coming out of them
Yeah, they're
weird
not-
mucus holes.
Yeah, they're not really gross. They're more just kind of violent.
They're like barbaric.
Yeah, they're children. They're children with no adult supervision.
They're children.
They're gonna run
now.
around and break things. They're children now, and Gazcool is like a teenager essentially,
Okay. So yeah, that makes sense.
which makes sense because he's so smart that he actually has depression.
Me too.
Poor
poor
Gazcool. I gotta read his book. I've heard it's very.
Maybe he would get along with Necron. They would have a lot of common. Is his head aging?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if orcs age.
I don't. Yeah, I guess mushroom types, depending. Like
think
they
they
kind of just keep growing.
Yeah, I think they just keep getting bigger. So orcs have like their own lingo. Would you like to know of what they call certain things?
Yeah.
So we've gone through a couple
Love
things
vocab.
like guns are daka.
Daka.
We always need more daka.
Yeah.
Swords are choppas.
Choppas.
Space Marines, they used to be called beaky gits because they had
You
very beaky
beaky
helmets.
Yeah, I see it.
Chaos Space Marines are spiky boys.
Apt.
I think Necrons are tin heads or tinnies.
And I never had a heart.
I don't know if they have a name for the Eldari. They might just call them like pointy ears or something.
Right. So which clan is Shrek in?
If I
Where's
remember, they
Dom?
call them knife ears, isn't it?
Any updates on Heroes of Eorzea? It's sort of on the back burner right now.
I said I'd help and then I had a mental breakdown. I'm sorry.
What is your favorite tabletop game or favorite video game currently?
I sometimes have trouble with tabletop games because I have trouble with reading, and so that kind of thing can be really intimidating to me. Hence, things like this and having a partner who.
Ooh, this one I want to listen
General
to.
Bryce here just needs to confirm.
Vulcan! Actually, I really like Vulcan. Now, from what I heard, Vulcan is like the honorable warrior. And man, they are for me, the only like reasonable guy is actually the Salamanders. Here's the thing, the only reasonable guy in the entire order of like chapters is just Salamanders. Even like the blue one, I suddenly forgot. Ultramarine, yes. The Ultramarine, like, even Ultramarine, I feel like they are so strict to a point that they don't give a shit about a lot of things. Salamander is like the only one that cares, that will feel to care, like, have the enough morality to care about stuff.
The state of your health and welfare.
I am fine, General Bryce.
Holy shit! Did they find Did they find Optimus Prime to voice him? Oh.
How are you?
I'm well, soldier.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another amazing episode of Explaining Warhammer to My Girlfriend. My name is Ava, and joining me, as always, is my lovely significant other, Carrie. Welcome.
Yes,
I'm flubbing all my words today.
We survived the winter, guys.
We survived the winter.
We literally nearly didn't.
It's our first recording of the new year. Can you tell? Can you tell how out of practice we are? Hooray!
Guys.
So we took a bit of a holiday,
Which was meant to be a working
together.
holiday.
Yeah, and then I got incredibly sick.
Yeah.
Well, Carrie was sick.
I was
and
sick.
then she was like, I'm getting better. And then I got there, and Carrie and Alex, and we were like, oh, yay. And then Carrie and I got horribly sick. I must have caught something on the plane.
It was
so that
horrible.
just kind of.
We were
and,
sick
and then
for
it was
weeks.
Christmas, and we visited family.
That was nice. We went over,
was nice,
visited
but, like,
my family. Granny met Ava, asked who
Granny
the hell
met
they
Ava.
were and why they were here.
Carrie told Granny, like, oh yeah, Ava's my other partner. And Granny looked at Carrie, looked at me, looked back to Carrie and went, you can't be serious.
Listen.
Granny's incredibly British, by the way. You can't be serious.
She's from a different time. She remembers the Blitz, okay? Like,
Oh, but no, it was great. And this is all just to say,
catching up.
this is all to say, hey gang, it's been a minute. Sorry for all the
guys.
wait. We're gonna try to make content much better, much faster this time around. This year, we're planning big things. We want more videos to come out, and we hope that you guys will enjoy.
Yeah.
Thanks for being so patient, gang.
Yeah, we're gonna try to make.
It's still very funny. Like the dynamic of like having like a bi, like if your partner is like bi, imagine like if I have a girlfriend and then my girlfriend have a girlfriend and then all three person live together in the same house. I'll be like, oh, hi there, Sheila. Hi there. I'll be like, that's like very hilarious if that is like the dynamic.
Make it worth it.
So we're starting off the year on a good note, talking about
The nice
Vulcan.
guys.
Vulcan, Primarch
Vulcan.
of the Salamanders.
It's true.
My love, what do you know about Vulcan?
I know a couple things about Vulcan.
Yeah.
Vulcan was my first Primarch in so much as you had found like a test online that was like, what faction would you be in?
Yeah.
And then I did
what
the
chapter
test.
would you be?
And it said I was a salamander. And you said that makes a lot of sense. And I
Yeah.
said, so who's my Primarch? And you said Vulcan. And I
Yep.
said, why? What are they like known for? And
They
you
are
said
green.
they're nice.
They are big, they are green, and they love burning things.
Yeah,
It's their
And they've
favorite
got
activity.
very scaly armor. and
They
stuff.
like scale armor.
Fire.
They have a very
My
strong
only
dragon or
weakness.
salamander.
Fire is
motif.
everyone's weakness.
And they have dark charcoal skin with glowing red eyes.
Yeah. And I always thought it would be cool to try to like if I ever wanted to paint these guys.
But here's the thing, like lots of people mistaken all salamander are just black dude. No, they just have like ashen skin due to like the area. Like if I'm like a very Asian looking guy, right? I can go to take like basking like in outdoor, doing a lot of outdoor. If I'm a farmer, I would look like I would actually almost like burn dark with just the sun. So they are in the for Vulcan, he is actually in that kind of environment that he become like his skin become like super ashen looking. So anyone in salamanders will have an ashen looking skin. They're not all black dude. Definitely there's a black dude in there's black dude in there too. Is that like they're not 100% every single one is a black dude. You can see like ashen skin Asian people there. You can see an ashen skin like Caucasian person there. Sometimes some people got so confused. They see like a ashen skin like Caucasian and they'll be like, "Hey, it's doing the blackface." Like the moment I heard someone like say that in the internet, I'll be like, "Oh, my sweet child, you have no idea what a salamander is."
I thought it'd be cool to try to incorporate some of Kita's skin
Oh yeah, as like a cape
as like
or something.
the
That'd be so cool.
scales Let's see if I could make something like that work. Because also, like,
Yeah.
that's kind of the nice thing about having like a snake is that you do get these like little keepsakes
Mhm.
from them.
Alex and I have talked a lot about how you've always we've talked about Warhammer in our free time
Mm.
because
Weird.
Alex and I are big fans of it. You're a fan of it. We're all just talking about it, and Vulcan has come up quite a bit.
Yeah.
We've often talked about how you will like Vulcan.
Yes. Other than that one thing, I
That
always
one
get a
thing that we
warning
will-
of there's one. It'll be fine.
Every single person is like, I can't wait to talk about Vulcan and the child incident.
Yeah, everybody is like, man, Carrie's gonna. I'm always like, I hear Vulcan's great, and they're like,
He murdered the child.
and I'm
Yeah.
like, what?
Well, we'll talk about that. So
it feels like it's gonna be. I don't know how to say this without the spoiling. A turning moment for Guts, but for Vulcan.
oh, do you mean when?
I mean, in the castle,
Yeah,
up the top
I
of
need
the
a favor.
stairs.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. Suddenly the door opens and yep. So interesting observation. We'll talk more about that when that occurs. Couple other things. We've mentioned that Vulcan
Again, my favorite is Salamander, not Vulcan. Okay.
is a perpetual.
He is a perpetual. I know that
Yeah.
at one point he seemingly would go bye-bye were he anyone else, but it's like he not bye-bye actually.
So
But also
About
he does
that.
it in the coolest way ever. So
about that,
yeah.
perpetuals all.
They have like a
per-
spawn point.
Well, hold on. No.
Yeah.
Perpetuals all are, they can be humans, they can be whatever. Perpetuals all seem to have like one special thing. They've got like one ultimate limit break that they can use at whatever point they need. Vulcans is a respawn timer.
Okay.
He could get completely obliterated down to the atom and he'll just come back.
Like Deadpool style.
Yeah, he'll just manifest again and be like, "What up? It me."
So, okay, wait. Is it in the style of like magically he regrows like Deadpool
depends
where
how
he
he
has to
went
like
out.
regrow his like gross child feet or
Vulcan with little baby legs. This is extra funny because he's the biggest Primarch.
Oh no. Or
well,
wait.
he's one of the biggest.
Yeah, I've seen the like height charts. Or
Yeah.
is it like the Iron Giant where there's like one set and it all like slowly creeps back? These little like flesh
Oh
blobs
no.
going around.
I think it depends how he went out because sometimes he just kind of gets like got, and what I mean by that is he's like, you know, a spear goes through his chest and my heart,
Yeah.
and then he goes
The one
out.
I know about it sounds like it would be pretty. He gets
Is the one
immolated.
you're thinking? Okay, so
Is that the correct term?
he
If you fall
basically
into a volcano. Is that immolation?
So Vulcan in current day 40K we're jumping around a
Yeah.
little bit. We'll get into his backstory
sorry.
in just a second. I'm just kind of setting the stage to talk about what you know about Vulcan. Vulcan in current day 40K is not considered dead. He's considered missing.
Right.
We don't know where he is, and we don't know if he's like currently respawning or he's hiding somewhere.
Right.
His sons are collecting a bunch of artifacts, and they're hoping that if they collect all of them, that he'll show up again. But that's like pure,
the Dragon
like,
Balls or like Osiris?
yes, like the Dragon
Yes.
Balls.
Fair enough.
They think the Dragon Balls will bring back Vulcan.
That would work with the aesthetic. Dragon Ball themed salamanders would be rad if they're all after what's his name?
Shenron.
Shenron.
That would be cool.
That'd be
that would
so
be
cool,
really
guys.
cool. That would be really cool. It's the same exact
Copyright.
color palette. Copyright
No
Carrie Lynn
steal.
Davies.
Wait, that's cool. Okay.
Shenron salamanders. Okay. I see the vision. They all got the stars to like signify the squad or the rank or something. She's pogging.
Wait.
Oh no, it's happening.
I'm gonna write this down. My notes so far
You-
say Vulcan, and now it's gonna say
Imagine like an orc was coming and like a bunch of orcs are just like, you know,
It's
they're
just
doing their thing, they're
Piccolo.
crumping. No, they're doing their thing, they're crumping, and then they just hear in the distance, dragon, rock the dragon.
no,
Dragon Ball.
no, it's the Canadian one.
No, that one sucks.
No, it doesn't. It's so good. Dragon Ball.
No,
Dragon Ball Z.
nothing's gonna top
Dragon Ball Z.
Alternatively-
it hurts to sing. It has to hurt.
Alternatively, they're coming over the hill. Chala. I can't remember it. I like that one too. Anyway, hey, yo, Vulcan. Vulcan's cool. I think you're gonna like Vulcan. Let's put a pin in that for later. We're gonna see if my prediction is correct. If everybody's been hyping up Vulcan, because the worst thing that could happen, Carrie, is we get to the end of this and you go, I hate him.
No, I'm supposed
That would
to like
suck.
this one.
Yeah.
Are you
You've had a lot of
expecting
good
me to like this
experience.
guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you're gonna like him. You've had a lot of good experiences with salamanders in the media that we've seen. We watched the Hell's Reach animation, and when the salamanders show up to talk to Grimaldus, you were like, oh, I like them. And then we watched Pariah Nexus, and then the episode of the Ties where he shows up, and you really, really, really like Sakan.
Mm-hmm. I do.
Yeah, I particularly like the scene where he's talking to the kids.
I liked how he talked to the kids and just explained things, and it made it less scary.
You have 2 hearts and 3 lungs.
I'm dying anyway.
I've died. Please help me. Oh, man. No, I think this episode's going to be really fun. So, hey.
Hi.
Off in the distant galaxy we go. Our focus is on a little world called Nocturne.
Oh, no.
Nocturne is a death world.
Oh, no.
It is a planet of fire and volcanoes and earthquakes, and has a time of year just called the time of trial, where all of these things are just going off all the time. Buildings.
I thought you were going to say a time of year called time of year.
The time of year. So yeah, the planet's just constant. It's just a big molten rock. Tectonic plates are always shifting. The volcanoes are always going off. Mordor. Think of Mordor.
It's, everybody's having a bad time.
Everybody's having a bad time. There's giant monsters everywhere.
There are men weeping in each other's arms about the meaning of life.
Mm-hmm. There are eagles.
I'm crying on the couch with my glass of wine, and
I'm a little goblino guy.
Popcorn.
I love my little ring.
Ugh.
I'm having great time. I'm having a bath.
Oh,
in some lava.
immolation.
Ooh. The most famous beast of Nocturne is, can you guess what it is? What do you think the most popular beast on this planet is going to be? It's a big salamander.
Oh.
Big salamander, they breathe fire.
Oh, talented.
Yeah. It's a callback. We're going to call back to this in a bit. The people of Nocturne are often nomadic because, earthquakes, not really great for structures. However, there are certain places on the planet where the earthquakes aren't really that bad, and they're far away enough from volcanoes that the smoke really doesn't affect them, and there's no lava, obviously, and the animals stay far enough away.
There are habitable areas.
More habitable areas that are called the 7 sanctuary cities. So mostly nomadic tribes, but you got these 7 cities across the planet.
7 cities. And they're spread out. Would you have to travel across dangerous places, or are they kind of clustered?
I would imagine getting from one sanctuary city to another would be an ordeal, a journey.
Okay.
It would be a problem, probably.
Yeah.
But that's our stage.
I don't know why. I
Are you
drew
ready for the
people was a
story?
little bit too grown up.
Cities.
Is it because of
It's
Booba?
the 7 sanctuary cities.
Sanctuary.
Yes.
My sanctuary.
Can we not? Fuck it. You know what? I don't want a Space Marine 3. I want the next Kingdom Hearts game to be Titus. But it's just...
Wait.
He's hanging out with Donald and Goofy. We have to uphold the Codex Astarte.
Okay, no, that is literally what Berserk feels like.
Guts is a Space Marine and he's hanging out with
just deal with this bitch who he's responsible for, but also cares about enough that he's doing this. And then there's the fairies that are arguing, and the one kid who's decided he's now a dependent.
Yeah.
We had Syphilis Chan for a little bit.
You can't just call her that.
I mean, that's her whole character.
You can't just call somebody that.
And now we've got
Syphilis Chan.
Haircut and
This is my
hard to
favorite
say.
character, Gonorrhea Coon.
I mean, to her, she was describing the symptoms of syphilis.
Yes,
I don't know
I
what,
know, but
and I don't remember her name. This is all I've got.
Carrie,
cult
I'm not
lady who
laughing at your
pushes a
name.
guy off a cliff? What is
No, Carrie, I'm not laughing at your name that you've given to this character. It's the fact that I also don't remember her name.
And
But I
you
know
knew exactly who I was
exactly-
talking about. I could call her the girl in the barrel.
Oh, shit. Okay, the stage is set. We're on Nocturne. Nocturne, volcano planet, it sucks. Once upon a time, during the time of trial, as volcanoes erupted and the earth shook, one brilliantly blazing comet, shining through the dark clouds of Nocturne, crashed into the black crust of the planet. Nabel, a blacksmith from a tiny village community, left his home to investigate the strange comet and found a baby boy, skin as dark as obsidian and eyes like fire. Nabel took this child to raise him as his own, knowing that this child was special. He named him after the mythical king of the salamanders, Vulcan.
So he shows up and he's got dark skin.
Yes.
Do the people of the planet already also have dark skin?
Space Marines have a bunch of crazy organs inside of them, and the Primarchs are just like preloaded with them.
Yeah.
The radiation on Nocturne combined with one of the organs inside of a Space Marine causes their skin to become obsidian.
Right.
And
so
their
the
eyes
regular
become red.
people who are native to Nocturne, they don't look like that.
I would
Like-
assume not.
It's interesting
don't-
to me because I feel like I've heard people talk about like the phenotypes of the I almost called them princes, the Primarchs.
They're basically
Princess.
princes.
Yeah, as resulting
technically
from
are.
the environments in which they grew up. But
Oh, fun fact. If you don't know, there's one point Primarch was to design to be girls. It's not like a very widespread thing, or like there might be a lot of people know, or like maybe it's just a meme, like a toaster stuff. But from what I learned so far, it might be real that Primarch was originally designed as intentionally was try to design as girl first, but well, the king of humanity say, be like, why girls? Because like the original idea was like them being the mothers of the chapters, not the fathers of the chapters. But at the end, they make them all dudes. They make them all dudes.
it sounds to me like it was already that way. Like he was already basically like designed to.
I think just the
to
radiation
thrive.
just like kicked in real fast.
That could also be an explanation, but I also wonder, like, if a random space marine goes to this planet, do they turn black? Like, it's just,
So-
I'm just trying to understand.
Typically, when a Space Marine of the Salamanders, they only recruit from their homeworlds, as you know.
Right.
If their homeworld is still around. When they get the space magines inside of them, they get all the organs and stuff. They sort of over time get the skin and the red eyes.
Mhm.
But if they're not from Nocturne, so like a successor chapter of the Salamanders, such as the Black Dragons,
Mhm.
their skin color would probably be different.
I just realized the answer to my question is in the planet's name.
Nocturne.
Turn dark.
Yeah.
I guess I was just curious, like, what percentage of the planet is of Space Marine and of native?
Depends on the tithe.
Yeah. I
All
don't know.
salamanders are from Nocturne.
Yeah.
So they're all eventually going to have the red eyes and the obsidian skin.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. It makes sense. No, my
Yeah.
brain is just coming up with more questions. Okay. Go ahead.
For the next few years, Vulcan grew to an immense size. In only 3 years, he had become
Actually, from what I learned about salamanders, actually there is people that is not from Nocturne. Is it? Isn't it? I remember that there's like, if you are warrior enough, you can be like invite to the salamander rank as the normal soldiers at first, and then you have to go through like multiple trial to become a actual salamanders. Yeah, like you literally have to slay a dragons, like not dragon, you know, like that big ass lizard in Vulcan to be accepted as being a salamander, and then you have to go through the process of implanting the seed into the bodies, and then afterward, finally, you can become salamanders. But that process, almost no one survived. And it's not because they only like only like recruit from Nocturne only. It's just that nobody survived the process, like the warrior process of salamanders. Like there is a few. I remember there is actually a few guy that has survived and they are salamanders and they become salamanders that way. But I'm not really sure that are they like from Nocturne or like from just a random soldiers.
Become the largest and strongest man in all Hesiod. His father had stopped teaching him his work because, in truth, there was nothing left to teach. Vulcan had learned all his father knew for blacksmithing as easily as breathing and even surpassed him. He created new ways to smith, previously thought impossible by the people of Nocturne, bringing about a time of prosperity and wonder. However, in the 4th year, ships came down from the dark skies, curved and sharp. Raiders. Drukhari raiders.
Oh, no.
You remember the Halloween episode we did?
Yeah.
You remember when we talked about the Drukhari and how I said, if your planet is raided by the Drukhari, you're better off just...
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's a bad time. They're pirates but like super pirates.
They're pirates and torturers. And
Yeah.
what did I say in the Halloween? I said, like, the best part about being a fan of the Drukhari is that they are just unambiguously fucking evil.
Yeah, I compared them to Reavers in Firefly, which you don't totally understand the reference.
I don't understand the reference, but
people who are familiar with the property will, yeah.
Vulcan's father explained to him that this was common. The raiders would come, pillage, murder, abduct their children, and leave as quickly as they came. Their attacks were random and horribly violent. This angered Vulcan. The people of Hesiod began to hide as the raiders descended, all but one. In the middle of the city, Vulcan stood alone, his blacksmithing hammers resting on his shoulders. He would not move, he would not falter, and he would protect his home, his people, his family, even if it killed him. The sight of this giant standing alone against their attacker sent a wave.
Yeah, like this is why like most all salamander is the honorable one. It's like because Vulcan genes is in there.
Of hope across the people in the village, and they rose to stand with him. Together, they drove back the Drukhari raiders. Vulcan killed 100 single-handedly. The people rejoiced, and the legend of Vulcan spread throughout the entire planet. The leaders of the other sanctuary cities traveled miles to meet the savior of Hesiod, and all agreed that Vulcan would become the king of their people, and they would hide from these raiders no longer. Celebrations were to be had.
Mm-hmm.
A tournament was organized that would last days and days and days. And during the festivities, a stranger arrived.
Oh my god.
Your fucking eyes rolled. You're just like, ugh.
There's a lot of patterns.
Here
There's a
he
lot of
comes.
echoes here.
His clothes were old and unkempt. His voice was soft and meek. So when he asked to join the competition against Vulcan, everyone laughed. No one could beat the savior of Nocturne. It was impossible. Vulcan politely smiled and agreed to the challenge. The terms were this: whomever lost the competition would forever serve the victor. Big stakes. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, your eyes just...
You're gonna be my bitch.
You're gonna be my bitch for the rest. I imagine if Vulcan won, he would be like, whatever. You know, like,
This
go
is the
live
kind
your
of
life.
vow girls make. Like when they're going into a round of like truth or dare or something.
Oh no. For the next 8 days, Vulcan and the Stranger competed in various contests of might, intellect, and craftsmanship. One of the contests was simply holding an anvil over your head for as long as possible.
Wait, this literally sounds like, what is it called? The Highland Games.
The Highland Games.
Yeah, so there's this thing every year. I have a friend who used to compete.
Highland Games.
Where it's like a
is this
Scottish
like log
tradition,
throwing?
and they do all these like crazy sports, but like some of them are like log throwing.
Yeah.
They're like axe cutting like a log into like certain numbers.
It's very much
of things.
that vibe.
Yeah, it's just like really fucking manly shit.
So every challenge ended in a draw. And then the time came for the final contest. Both would have a single day to craft a weapon and hunt down and slay the largest salamander that they could find and return with its body.
Right.
You have 1 day to do this.
Right.
Both Vulcan and the Stranger effortlessly crafted a weapon and sent out to Mount Deathfire, the tallest volcano on the planet.
It's like when you start up a new Zelda game and you're like, and there's Death Mountain. I mean, that's how you orient yourself for the first little bit.
Eventually, Vulcan found a large salamander and slayed it easily. Upon returning to town, the volcano shook and the ground beneath him crumbled, causing him to hang off the edge of the cliff with one hand and the other clutching the salamander and the lava bubbling beneath him. He would not give up his prize. And so he just hung there for a few hours, just casually.
Damn.
Just when his strength was fading and he was considering dropping the beast to save himself, the Stranger appeared. He had a salamander over his shoulders that was even larger than Vulcan's. But upon seeing him hanging, he threw the beast's body aside and grabbed onto Vulcan, helping him to his feet. During this rescue, the Stranger's prize had slipped and fallen into the lava below, but the Stranger made no comment. It was as if he didn't even notice. And when they returned, the people cheered, for Vulcan had won. But the cheering stopped when their king bent his knee to the Stranger. He thanked him for saving his life and told him that he would gladly serve any man who would value life over pride. The Stranger then cast off all illusions.
What?
And the Emperor of Mankind stood tall, a smile across his face. He then extended a hand to his son
so many times.
and offered to take him to the stars.
I am surprised.
I am aghast.
I cannot believe this.
How could this be?
I thought it was just a guy.
I thought it was just a meek man.
I thought
just
it was just
guy.
some guy in dirty clothes. So I guess Erida never taught him how to use the washing machine before she left. He's like,
MP does strike me as the type of guy to have just a mountain of laundry.
he
and
does
it's
it.
like,
Sometimes he washes it, like if it's like soiled, but like also he never leaves the washer open, so it gets moldy.
he's
and
too busy
Malcador
working
is
on
like-
his spreadsheets.
Yeah.
He's tired. Before they left, Vulcan was like kind of hesitant.
Fair
He didn't
enough.
want to leave his people undefended.
This is what I was saying when we were talking about
Ferris.
well, and even before that when we were talking about
Lehman.
Lehman, thank you.
Yes.
There's
Um,
a
No, the Emperor
Lehman.
assured him that they would be safe because now they were under the protection of the Imperium.
Right. Yeah.
And only then was Vulcan like, yeah,
he's
okay.
been
I'll leave.
colonized, bitch.
Vulcan only left because he was given like God's word
Right.
that it would be fine. So here's where things get a little different because usually what would happen is MP takes his son, puts him in front of the Legion and is like, look guys, it's your dad. And they're like, woo! That didn't happen with Vulcan.
Okay.
He did not go to his Legion right after he was picked up. He actually spent a couple years learning and fighting beside the Emperor as a sort of a mentor student kind of thing. It's similar to how Horus was brought on.
Okay.
But what's interesting about this is that Vulcan didn't see the Emperor as a father because he already has a dad back on home. Back home, he's that's my dad.
Oh no! Oh
He's
no!
my dad. You're my dad. You know? What? Oh no! What?
What did you just start singing?
Oh, this is a different. This is my generation.
My dad. I was thinking, oh no, is this one gonna have like
independent thoughts?
Well, like a healthy attachment type style, and
Perhaps.
like the ability to like not form like overly dependent relationships. Is he gonna be adjusted?
Well, hold on. It caused a bit of a weird interaction between some of his brothers because they're like, "Oh, have you talked to father?" And he's like, "You mean the emperor?"
It's like when you like meet somebody and they just have like really good boundaries, and you're like, "Holy shit, you're everything I want to be, but I'm a little scared of you." Like,
you know what? We're also going to see this in Gilliman.
Yeah. No,
Gilliman has a he had a dad,
like
but he also has a mom.
He has his boundaries, but also he really needs to sleep in.
It's true.
And like if you catch him when he's tired, I'm assuming it's like
I need to find the excerpt of his mom waking him up because he slept in, and she's like, "You have like an empire to run," and he's like,
"My mom used to literally
please,
wake
Mom."
me up singing in the morning."
Oh my god.
She'd be like, "The sun has arrived, and now you will go about your day," and I would be like, ugh.
It causes a bit of a weird separation between Vulcan and his brothers because some of them are, as I said, like they're like, "Oh yeah, father this, father that," and he's like, "My father's on my home world. He's like a blacksmith. He's cool.
Yeah.
That's not my dad. That's like my boss.
Yeah.
Why you calling your boss dad?" So it caused like some of his brothers were kind of like, some of his brothers were kind of jealous that he had like a parent.
I could also see not just jealousy, but like potential like animosity.
Oh,
like you don't respect dad kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The 18th Legion, the Salamanders, would eventually be battling 19,000 of their own versus a horde of millions of orcs. 19,000.
Oh.
Couple million.
I'm not loving those odds.
Typically, salamanders would actually be behind like the main crusade that was running forward because they were the ones who, you know, they love fire. So they're kind of like the cleanup crew.
I love fire. Right.
I love fire. I love war. Their defense allowed 3 planets to evacuate safely while they held the orcs at bay, but they were losing their own quickly. When all seemed lost, suddenly they were joined by their Primarch. With 3,000 new salamanders behind him, new ships, new weapons crafted by Vulcan himself,
and
they fell upon the orcs like a thunderbolt. The defending salamanders rallied, and together they defeated the greenskins, burning through their numbers and sending them running.
He's Gandalf showing up.
It's very much that.
Shadowfax and the boys.
So after the battle, when the two halves of the Legion met, the surviving defenders knelt before their Primarch, and Vulcan told them to rise, saying that all his sons were equals. He was no petty king needing shows of obedience. Instead, it was he who knelt in the honor of the lives that they had saved and the price that they had paid. He made a pact with his legion then and there that they would fight for him and he would fight for them in turn. And thus, the salamanders were reunited with their Primarch. She's dancing. She's having a great time.
So he was standing there after everything, right? And he's got his girlfriend beside him in her really pretty green dress, and she's got this cool like crown thingy, and everybody's and then he turns to the hobbits and he's like, "You bow to no man," and then
shit,
and then the music and they look and everybody and it's wow, tears.
Vulcan is unfathomably based.
Yeah, so far
You're big on Vulcan?
So far. I mean, he's not done anything wrong yet. He's like, listen, he's not being weirdly parasocial with this guy he just met. Which, to be fair, is not on the kids.
No.
It is on E, and E also knows he's doing this and is like creepy.
It's really easy to form a parasocial relationship when you're like, man, I wish I had a dad. And then suddenly a guy shows up and is like, I'll be your dad. And you're like, really?
I know, that's what happened to me.
Oh, no. So Vulcan so far?
No, I again,
Thumbs up.
so far, thumbs up. Love that he's like thinking about other people and like uplifting them and like showing people. Honestly, I don't think we've really heard so far of a Primarch who on their home world yet was like cruel. Some have been a bit like aloof or but like
yeah, we haven't met any Primarch who was just like straight up like fuck everyone and everything.
yeah, generally they've all like assimilated into their society in like a positive angle.
Yeah.
Positive to neutral
Yeah.
so far. But like I feel like Vulcan is quite positive
Oh yes.
in this example. So
And he
Vulcan's
very
a
much
super
cares
positive.
he cares about all life
yeah.
as long as that life is human.
Okay. This is whenever I reach like maybe I could understand the Emperor, never mind.
Yep. Yep.
I often run off that cliff.
Humans number one. Humans number one. So
I can't even stomach animal testing. So.
yeah. So the salamanders. They are the 18th Legion. They have green armor with black like shoulder pauldrons.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have gold or bronze like as trim, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just green.
Yeah.
And yellow markings.
Right.
In 40K, we would see more green with gold trim and some black here in other spots, like a knee pad, maybe a black
Right.
helmet, so on and so forth. People get real creative with salamanders. Also, like lots of flame motifs on like the legs or like the chest or something. They love fire motifs and hammers. They love hammers.
Right. Yeah.
Big
yeah.
hammer fans and scales.
And
Yeah.
like bolts.
This is just what the armor looked like back then.
Right.
They love the bolts.
This make me want to
Yeah.
play Space
They're
Marine
like
2.
steampunk Ghost
I feel like I
Rider.
want to replay my Space
Green.
Marine 2 now. They had a
Get
big
green.
update lately, so
What if it was green?
But like
Uh,
army green. Like when I painted a salamander, I chose to go for like a little bit more of a bright green.
So in 30K, it was much more of a desaturated, like army green. In 40K, it is very much like a warm, almost going like the highlights of a lot of salamander is like a very yellow green.
Yeah, it
Like
gives
it's
me
much
like
brighter in 40K.
it gives me like in a woodsy witch's cottage and she has all copper like cookware,
Mm-hmm.
which is possibly the most feminine way I could have described that. But like every bitch who knows what I mean knows what I mean.
Fair.
And they're like,
Fair.
"Oh my god."
So we talked about how their gene seed mixed with the radiation on Nocturne, it causes their skin to become obsidian black with red eyes.
Mhm.
So they look like their Primarch. They kind of look scary. Like imagine
Yeah,
being
they're intimidating.
they're big, giant space marines, and when they don't have their helmets on, they just have glowing red eyes, like in
Yeah.
the darkness. So to the average Imperial citizen, they're like, "Oh." The irony is that they are
Good.
nice.
And red eye often mean
They're
that.
the
very
nicest
kind.
of them all
or
too.
mischievous.
Another unique thing about them is that they often just forge their own armor or their own gear or
Makes
enhance it.
sense.
I mean, Vulcan was a blacksmith, right? So
Mm-hmm.
he probably teaches, or like, they teach how to do blacksmithing. They're like, you
Again,
should be
like I
able to
say,
take care
they
of your
they
own
have to do
guns
it
and
on
your
their own as like
armor.
an
It's in the
initiation rite.
family. It's like a.
Exactly. If you're a
In order to
salamander,
even
you know
get
how to
the
smith.
gene
If you're a
seed.
salamander,
If you were a salamander and you didn't know how to smith, people would be like, "What the fuck?"
people would be like, that guy's not a salamander, get him.
Yeah.
So, Vulcan, obviously, was one of, if not, the nicest Primarch. If you're a human. I have
mean,
to keep...
be fair, like none of them are good to not humans. So
Well, this is what I'm saying.
to even make that specification is kind of benign.
I'm just making the specification because people generalize like, oh, he's like the salamanders are so nice, and they sometimes forget that it is purely to humans.
You know that because you're talking to me and I have expressed empathy for non-human species, that I am probably going to have a caveat where other people might not.
Oh, yes. But also, you know, I just see online people talking about salamanders and they're like, yeah, they're like the nicest. And it's like, yes, they're the nicest if, you know, you're not suspected of heresy, because then a salamander might just burn you alive.
Right. It's like
No
that.
questions asked.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can be the least painful.
They don't even
punch,
question
but you're
you. They
still a
just
punch.
start the
what I'm trying to
flamethrower.
emphasize is that compared to the rest of like the Imperium in general, I would want to hang out with a salamander probably,
Right.
you know? And
Yeah.
because of this, if you were to come out as trans in front of Vulcan, he would give you a big smile and an even bigger hug.
Aww.
Vulcan is the biggest and possibly the strongest Primarch, but it depends on some art. Like sometimes people go like, well, Magnus is the biggest, but also Magnus can like psychically enhance how big he is. He's like the Emperor. He can just kind of like appear to be larger than he is. So that one's kind of like, eh. And sometimes Ferris is described as like the strongest physically Primarch, and it gets kind of like,
it comes down to like, what are we
wibbly-wobbly.
defining strongest as?
Exactly.
Corey was strongest. Corey was stronger.
In sparring matches, Vulcan would actually hold back his punches.
Oh my god,
because he
like
didn't want to hurt them.
Spider-Man! He's pulling his punches. Peter.
And obviously, at the beginning of the episode, we mentioned that he's a perpetual, which means that if his perpetualness allows him to, when he dies, he is on a respawn timer.
Could you give me an example of other perpetuals and what their like quirk is?
Erda.
What is her quirk?
Is a minor spoiler. Erda at one point, not only is she like incredibly smart and like can't die, and I mean like from natural causes,
whatever Erebus
in combat, she can split herself between 3 people.
Oh yeah, she is.
She can become
she's the maid, the like.
She splits herself into 3 beings: a little girl, a strong warrior woman, and an old crone.
Yeah. She's the Fates.
Yes, the Emperor is a perpetual.
Such. Yes.
That.
He's glowing. That's like Edward in Twilight.
Edward?
He does glow.
God,
well,
fucking
he glitters.
God. Everything goes back to Twilight.
You said it, not me.
We'll talk more about how his perpetual respawn stuff works more in when we talk about the actual heresy and the events that happen there, because Vulcan goes through a lot.
I think where I'm confused as to this being his quirk isn't that just how perpetuals work?
No.
So like what would happen? Cause like, okay, wait, who's the little guy that is the one that's like an orc? Makari. Doesn't he like do that a little bit?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. So I thought that this was just how perpetuals work. I thought it was kind of, they just have a spawn point.
I think it used to be that, but now it's kind of more nuanced in that it's just you have a special magic thing about you.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. It also, I need to stress this, it very much depends on the author. So all that's important is that Vulcan can die and respawn.
Yeah.
That's the important takeaway here. Also, characterization of Vulcan, his entire body is covered in brands.
Oh no.
So he, his skin is like ink black. It's obsidian black, so you can't like tattoo it. So he just has his sons, whenever he does an awesome deed, he'll just fucking like make a symbol and then they'll like brand it onto his skin. So his like body is tattooed with these scars that like tell his deeds. It's fucking metal. It's so awesome.
I read about cases like this when I was studying therapy.
He doesn't really feel
That's
it.
not good. No,
No, he
I
doesn't
know.
feel it. He's
I've just,
fine.
like, in a fantasy book about superheroes, it's like, holy crap, that's metal. But like, if
That's
your
so
friend told you
metal.
they were doing that, like, go, like, call
Seek help.
help. You know,
Seek help now.
that they need to talk to a doctor yesterday, kind of thing.
Yes.
But
It's so
okay,
fucking
kind of like
cool.
Maui. How Maui has all of his stories.
Yeah, all the
and stuff.
tattoos talking about like all of his great deeds. But instead of tattoos, it's just scars.
Yeah, there's
That's
a book
so cool.
that I love, a book series that I love, that I kind of just fell out of because I was waiting for a book and I need to get back into it. But it was like my favorite book series for a while. It was called Throne of Glass. But
Okay.
in it, there's a character that's immortal. He's like an elf, and it in this particular example, it's pretty similar to like Lord of the Rings elves, where they're like immortal unless they get killed.
Yeah.
Right. So he's like the warrior.
You're
like, he's not-
immortal, not invincible.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but like because they're immortal, their bodies are very important to them. Like if you like lose a finger, you've now lost that finger for eternity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like damage or like permanent marks or something are a very serious thing. And this particular guy, he's like like a general or something. And so one of his like traits is that like every soldier he loses, he tattoos them on his body. Like
That's
their name.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's so
He's
cool.
a super rad character. I really like him. It's that whole kind of like, oh, this is permanent, but like because you're immortal, it's like
Yeah,
even more.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What if he runs out?
Well,
Ninja
his
runs
whole
out of
thing is,
space.
like, he hopes
Oh,
like
10,000 soldiers have
he
died!
shouldn't.
Oh,
like,
shit.
He wants to end the war. and
Looking
stuff
at like
before
the
that happens.
remaining
That's
spot
his
that he
goal.
have. Oh,
But
shit!
it's kind of like this impossible task, right? Because
Yeah.
the
I
storyline
understand.
needs to continue. But yeah, that always stood out to me as being like, this sounds kind of harmful, but metal is fuck, bro. Like,
No, it's
holy
metal.
crap.
It's so fucking metal.
Yeah.
So, Vulcan and his brothers.
Yeah.
He got along with a lot of them pretty well. He liked Ferris. They both
Mhm.
liked foraging. They got along with that. They
Oh.
had like a really good time debating and bonding over it.
My brain heard foraging, and I just saw them out in the woods, like getting some mushrooms.
Ferris, have you found anything good? I found these nuts. Oh,
Look, brother. Look, these only grow in the spring, brother. They're quite delicious.
the grapes are very ripe this year.
Be careful, brother. That one's poisonous.
Oh, be careful, brother. These strawberries are delicious.
Oh, those are nightlock, Peter. You'd be dead in a minute.
Stop. Hey, fun fact.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Iron Hands? What they say in battle?
The flesh is weak.
That's right. That
at me.
comes from something Vulcan told Ferris. Ferris was joking about during a battle, his arms were getting tired from killing so many orcs. And
Okay.
Vulcan replied, "The flesh is weak, but the deeds endure."
Yeah. No,
So-
that's super cool.
It's just one of those things where it's interesting seeing like that quote get turned into this almost twisted, like we're gonna knock off the second half of that and we're only gonna focus on the flesh is weak and we're gonna take that literally.
This one, if anyone didn't aware of this thing, there is like this one thing that like unreasonable customers or like Karen will always say, customers is always right. Actually, that is like the first half of the quote. There's a second half of the quote in the matter of taste. It's not customer always right, it's customer always right in the matter of taste. But people have already twisted that phrase for the front part only and just being unreasonable because of that quote exists. If you guys didn't really know the phrase of customer is always right in the matter of taste, it's like a quote that you would tell that supervisor would tell to the retail workers. Why? Is because you will never it's like advice that you never judge a customer taste. It's like a guy suddenly want to buy like a 5 like Hawaiian shirt. out of nowhere in the winters, you cannot judge that taste. They want to buy, they are the customer. So you don't mind, just sell the clothes. Or like they have like very horrible fashions and color combinations of, you can see like some like leather clothes and then just like some tight purple jeans for no reasons. Or maybe like, oh, this is red color clothes that you should match up with like some other like innerwear, but they choose the most worst matchup in the world. And then you cannot complain about their own taste. They are customers. They are going to buy shit from you. So just let them buy. That is why the customers always right in the matter of taste. But it doesn't give like the customer excuse to be a horrible person in the being like horrible customers. Gonna get that right. You can become a customer once you pay. But if you're trying to be unreasonable and then don't want to pay, you are not a customer. So the customer also right stuff was never really a thing. The phrase is only for people who bought stuff. They bought your stuff, you felt the fashion sense of that person is so questionable, but you cannot say anything. Stay shut. Because customer is always right in the matter of taste. That is the quote for that. And people keep using the customer's always right just to be horrible. Horrible. Just treat like retail workers like super horrible because of that phrase. Yeah, it's like a very well used phrase, but it's also like very misused phrase.
But it's also just like a completely aside. What a good mantra.
The flesh is weak, but the deeds endure.
Because like, I have depression, and I think everybody's had those moments of like, what does it matter? I'm gonna die anyway. But then if you think to yourself, the flesh is weak, but the deeds endure, and then you go do the thing, and then you like
You're
make
like,
the world a
yo.
little brighter.
Yeah.
Then the deeds endure.
So while both Ferris and Vulcan had very different approaches to battle, both had a great respect for one another. And at one point, Vulcan crafted a sword for Ferris that he carried into battle.
Aww.
Vulcan's
that's very
love
nice.
language was entirely like, I made you this thing.
Oh, it's gifts and acts of service.
It's this gift that I made, and I know that it's like perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe you're at like a war meeting and like you're like, oh man, I really wish I had like a hammer for all these like orcs. Wow, their armor's like really strong or something. He would come to you the next day and be like, I made you a hammer.
It's like how part of my love language is cooking for people.
Yes.
Which like love languages, that whole thing, it's an outdated, it's not nearly nuanced enough to actually be like considered factual, but it's a good like base to kind of find self-discovery and exploring categories with.
Yes. Oh, right. I forgot. One time he wanted to make a hammer for Horus as a congratulations for becoming the War Master.
For the heresy, the hammer.
Well, hold on. I zip your lips really quick. You're jumping ahead. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. So one of the things that starts to kick off what would become the heresy is Big E leaving, and he promotes Horus to become the War Master, basically the Master-in-Chief, the leader of the military. And so Vulcan was like, "Ooh, I should make a gift for Horus as like a big congratulations. Wow, holy moly." And so he makes the hammer Dawnbringer. And he brings it over to Horus, and he's like, something's off. Your vibe is whack. I'm going to keep this hammer for a while. And so he uses Dawnbringer. I unzip your lips.
Thank you. Was this after Horus had started to fall?
I believe so. It was like he had started to do a couple things, because the Primarchs aren't like always hanging out. They're like on...
They're going different. They've got quests.
Yeah, they're all on their own quests, and like they rarely see each other.
They're all Warriors of Light, but
Mhm.
they are at different expansions.
Yes. So those are pretty much all the brothers he liked. He liked Sanguinius, and he liked Ferris, and he liked Fulgrim. There was one brother he didn't like. There was one brother that he probably, you could just say, straight up hated. Conrad Kurz.
Oh no!
Conrad
this makes sense.
Kurz, Primarch of the 8th Legion, the Night Lords.
The emo guys.
Yeah, they featured in our Halloween episode talking about the Screaming Gallery with all the
Crawling
flesh
in
walls.
my armor.
Yep.
It would
Crawling
probably
in my
help
crawl.
if I bathed some time.
Yeah.
But I have Axe body spray.
Ew.
So I don't need
Ew.
to.
Vulcan did not agree with Conrad's methods of war and openly critiqued his decisions and his general lack of humanity.
Yeah,
Conrad found Vulcan's moral superiority infuriating.
they always
He wanted
do.
to prove that Vulcan would become just as horrible as he was if he was pushed far enough. And so
That's problematic.
Conrad devised a plan.
If you ever find yourself doing something that could be called a scheme, and it's not like a surprise birthday party or something, check in with yourself real quick.
Bro is
Be like, why am
rubbing
I
his
actually
hands
scheming
together
right now?
He's like,
If this goes right, would it be appropriate for me to post that clip of Smithers or what's his name, Mr. Burns going excellent? Like,
Yeah, something like that.
just check in with yourself real quick and be like,
I'd
am
more
I the
equate it-
person I want to be?
I'd more equate it to the Joker going down some shit. Like, it just takes one bad day. That kind of
I was
shit.
gonna say that this depends highly on
Jonkler.
which Joker,
Just one
because some of
bad
those are
day.
funny and some of those people die.
So it's time to talk about Karatan.
Karaton.
Karatan was a world that
Okay.
had a human population that came to worship a group of Eldari that ruled over them.
My brain is going, that's a red flag. Okay.
The Salamanders and the Night Lords were deployed to bring the planet's population under Imperium rule.
Okay.
The Salamanders began the assault by preparing to siege the city of Kartan. Calculations were all made to reduce the amount of civilian casualties,
Wait.
damage to the city, that sort of thing. And meanwhile, Vulcan was getting along with a remembrancer named Seraph, who had taken a great interest in the Primarch. She would follow him even to his forge to ask him about his childhood and to get to know him more. So a remembrancer is basically a scribe that follows around a Primarch. They usually have a group
Right.
of them.
Right. Yeah.
And they just write down like deeds.
How
and
to make
shit.
a narcissist.
Not exactly. It's more like
It's like the guy from Name of the Wind who writes down like
chronicler.
yeah.
But it's also A, these are essentially demigods walking around. B, it's a good way to keep track of like what the fuck are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're so spread out, right?
Right.
And C, you know, when this is all said and done, you will be legends forever.
Yeah.
Your history, we will have like a perfect record of
It's
what
almost-
exactly went down.
And I could be totally wrong in this interpretation, but it to me, like, this was always an aspect of my understanding of the disciples of Christ. Is
It's very
like
similar.
part of it was they were recording or
Yes,
like
it's very,
being
very,
witness
very
to
similar.
the acts that he was
Yes.
doing. So yeah, sounds like a similar kind of role.
Are you
I
ready for a
understand the
story
vibe.
time?
I am okay, guys. Let's get cut. I got some crocheting to do. Let's get cozy.
The air was hot, stifling. Seraph was wearing a rebreather and put questions to the Primarch through voxcoder attached to her belt. It made her otherwise mellifluous voice tinny and marred with static. "And so you were raised a blacksmith's son?" she asked, wiping away another bead of sweat from her brow, dark patches showing under the arms of her robes and down her back. The remembrancer took a moment to sip from a flask she wore at her hip. Without it, dehydration and acute heat stroke would have occurred in minutes. She wanted longer with the Lord of Drakes, and if this was the only way, then so be it.
Is that so hard to believe?
Vulcan answered as the sound and smell of burning flesh, his flesh, filled the chamber.
And he was a black smiter and a metal shaper, a craftsman of consummate skill, that I greatly admired.
Noted, said Seraph, scratching with her stylus on the data slate in her other hand. It just seems like a humble origin for a Lord of Space Marines. The Remembrancer was sweltering now, having endured a full 21 minutes in the Primarch's chambers, a feat none before her had matched without expiring from the heat.
Should I have had a more regal upbringing then?
No, I didn't mean that, said Seraph. It's just I assumed all the Primarchs came from warlike, vaunted beginnings, either that or born as orphans on Death Worlds.
Nocturne is a death world, and hardly civilized, but our origins were all very different. I wonder sometimes how we all came back to our father's service as warriors and generals, but here we stand at the forefront of a great crusade doing just that. Sarah frowned, then wiped her brow with the sleeve of her robe.
What else could you have been?
Tyrants, murderers, architects. It was only fate that made us leaders, and I am still unsure as to how our genetic heritage predisposed us to that calling.
And which would you have been then? Vulcan smiled, though it did little to warm his diabolic voice.
A farmer, I think.
You would take your black smiter's anvil and turn a sword into a plowshare, is that it?
Overly poetic, but yes, that's it.
Seraph paused. Either she was gasping in the heat or drawing some conclusions. You don't seem like the others.
And you know my brothers, do you, Remembrancer Seraph?
There was a mild reproach in Vulcan's tone, just enough to intimidate. It flustered the Remembrancer, and she looked on the verge of collapse. No, of course not. I just heard...
A wise chronicler does not believe all she hears, Seraph.
For the first time since the interview began, Vulcan raised his head.
Tell me,
he said, his voice deepening.
What do you see in my eyes?
They blazed like the calderas of a volcano. Fire. At last, she wilted. Vulcan rushed forwards and caught her so that she did not fall.
Okay, so this is happening at his forge?
He's in the middle of like getting one of those brands.
Or okay, so is this like his chambers at the palace, or are we on this?
We're on a ship.
We're on a ship. Like
we're on a ship.
Space Marine ship going somewhere.
Because like their ships are like the size of continents. They're enormous.
Yeah. So he's just got the heat all the way up.
Oh yeah, bro's got it cranked to like 120 all the fucking time. And he's like, yeah, it's kind of chilly in here.
This is how, if you asked my dad, this is what he would say I did with the thermostat.
God. I do not like your father.
Like 2 degrees. Like I was cold.
But it's like when, do you remember being in the car as a kid and you would be like, ooh, I dropped something. Let me turn on the overhead light. And you would do that. And then your parent would be like, turn that off, we're gonna die. They would act like they were actively going to like swerve into oncoming traffic. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
That's what it feels like.
I mean, don't turn on the light. It's best not to. But
it's gonna be on for like 2 seconds while I find the thing on the floor.
He could have this conversation with this woman not in this room.
The idea is that they are very busy. Primarchs like barely ever have any free time.
But he can survive in not super heated environments.
Yeah, but he had enough time in his schedule to get a brand, and he's in his room. And I need to stress this. Seraph is like Vulcan fan number 1. She's in there. She's like, I fucking love this guy. I want to know everything about him. She's the dedicated reporter.
Okay.
So she's like, I will follow you literally into like a furnace if I can get like another interview. Absolutely. And Vulcan's like, that's cute.
Right.
He's very gentle with her. As you saw, she fainted from the heat and he caught her and was like, okay. And he like brought her back to like a place where they would like cool down and possibly be taken care of.
At the waterfall.
Yeah, he like, she falls off a cliff.
and he catches, her, and then they're crying, but then suddenly they're kissing, and
and then the armor comes. Oh
no!
no!
Then he has a panic attack, and he remembers his past trauma.
He's like, I killed my dad, and he's
I
like,
almost killed you.
Oh man,
Sorry
well, I've never done this before.
And then Skull Knight shows up.
And Skull Knight shows up. Is Skull Knight Conrad Curse?
Unless
in this
you're
scenario?
watching the 1997 anime in which they just
Where he just
skip
doesn't
over
exist.
that.
He just doesn't exist. Skull Knight doesn't exist.
Right.
As the salamanders prepared to assault the city, Vulcan armored himself and stood before his sons. And right before he's given a speech, going over the game plan, he looks to one of his sons and he says,
Skatarvar,
said Vulcan.
how is Seraph?
The Remembrancer? He asked, initially wrong-footed by the request. She lives?
Good.
Oh.
Said Vulcan. He addressed them all.
You are my finest drakes, my most trusted advisors. Our father fashioned us as crusaders to bring fire and light to the darkest reaches of the galaxy. Our task is to protect mankind, shield humanity. It's important that the Remembrancer Order sees this. Our appearance is
monstrous, my lord, ventured Leodrak, eyes blazing through his helm lenses. Vulcan nodded.
We come to Karataan as liberators, not conquerors. We cannot forge civilizations out of rubble, out of sundered flesh and bone.
And our cousins, will they hold to that also? A voice asked from the shadows. All eyes turned to Agaiatron, whose gaze was fixed on the Primarch.
If they do not,
Vulcan promised,
my brother and I will have words.
Dude, salamander names are awesome.
Gaiatron?
Agaiatron.
A
It
guy in a
sounds
Tron.
like
A guy named Tron.
Somebody
My legs are like
panicked
shaking. I'm so like excited. I love
and
salamanders
had to
so
come
much.
up with like a brand new Autobot, and they were like some guy,
Leodrak.
a Tron.
God, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love
Okay,
salamanders.
so
They're
first
so
of
fucking
all-
cool.
Him and Seraph are in love, and I love it. This is great.
Can a Primarch and a human truly find love on the battlefield?
They can find love anywhere,
Oh, damn!
especially when you know how to heat things up. You know what I'm talking about?
You know how like people produce heat,
I do.
and you know how
Kita
like
is amazed every time I do it.
Kita's amazed. You know how like I'm pretty warm, so Kita likes me a lot.
It's the hierarchy of
If
who
Vulcan
Kita
was
goes
in our-
to.
If Vulcan was in our lives,
Mhm.
Kita would never see us again. She
So you
would
know-
always be on him.
So you know
He's
how
the
Guts-
warmest boy.
Yeah, Guts has to like go to like sit on the hill because he's so warm.
He's so
all the
warm.
time.
He likes
Vulcan
to be up high
would
and
need
cold.
to be like sitting on the moon.
I'm real warm.
He'd be he's
Oh, that would be such a problem if he likes. You know how like nobody likes a warm pillow.
oh no.
Oh,
But when it's
no.
cold, you really want to. No, okay, so this happens in Twilight because at one point,
Twilight.
No. At one point, at one point, okay, the best thing. The vampires, like, they're not just like corpses. They're like made of stone.
Oh my
That's why they're
God.
cold, right?
Uh-huh.
But that also like because they don't produce heat. So at one point, Bella nearly drowns. And she's
Okay.
cold because it was like in the
Okay,
ocean.
She's real cold.
And Edward saves her.
Uh-huh.
And everybody's like, oh my God. But she's so cold. And she's
Yeah.
like, they have to warm her up, right? But Edward can't warm her up. He's not warm. So Jacob has to cuddle her. And Jacob sits there cuddling her and like warming her up. And she's like, oh, you're so warm. And Edward just stares at them like all night because he doesn't sleep. 'cause it's
Jesus
so cold.
Christ. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
I'm so upset that everything comes back to Twilight.
Everything comes back to
So
Twilight.
upset.
It's not my fault. I was just there.
So, the salamanders go to the city.
Yeah.
They've got all their plans out. They're like, all right, casualties. We've got a plan. Casualties to a minimum. Deaths minimum. Building damage minimum. We're here to liberate, not to conquer.
Right. This is great.
The city was completely dead.
Wait.
Corpses amongst rubble, piled high in horrifying displays of gore. not just soldiers, but civilians. There was no doubt that the Night Lords were responsible, and the salamanders were disgusted and enraged by what they had done. Vulcan ordered the city to be burned.
Okay, fair.
Back up on the escarpment, Vulcan was alone, but for the distant roar of the flames below. Karton burned. It burned with the fire of 1,000 flame gauntlets. Vulcan having set his pyroclast to the task of burning the city to ash. He wanted no such monument to slaughter to stand any longer than was strictly necessary. Its very existence had disturbed the army cohorts especially, and even the legionaries treated it warily. Vulcan waited patiently, listening to the Vox channel he had just opened. It took several seconds of a softly crackling static before Vulcan got an answer. When he did, it sounded like the person on the other end of the link was smiling.
Brother.
Despite himself, Vulcan couldn't disguise his anger.
What have you done, Kurz?
Freed you from dirtying your hands. We arrived early while you were still marshaling your tanks and titans.
My orders were to take the city as bloodlessly as possible.
I don't follow your orders, brother. Besides, it's better this way.
Better for whom? You've slaughtered an entire city. Men, women, children, all dead. It is a butchery worthy of Angron's legion in there.
Do not confuse me with a hot-headed sibling. Though I believe you would run him close at this precise moment. Are you angry with me?
Vulcan clenched his fists, biting back a retort.
You and I know this was never going to be a bloodless compliance. 1546 is a war world, and no warrior I have ever fought has given up without first shedding a little blood.
A little. You practically exsanguinated the entire populace.
And what do you think that would do to their fighting spirit? Vulcan turned sharply at the sound of Kurz's voice, not through the Vox anymore. He was there. The Night Haunter was a few paces behind him, standing in the shadows at the edge of the flickering firelight.
You are either bold or foolish meeting me out here like this,
Vulcan warned. Why? What are you going to do? Kurz stepped out of the shadows. He went without a helmet, the light hitting his features in such a way that where the darkness pooled, it made him appear gaunt, almost skeletal. Vulcan kept his voice level, neutral.
Are you trying to goad me, Kurz? Do you want this to escalate?
That sounded like a threat. Kurz smiled thinly. Was that a threat, brother? Am I a rough blade to be tempered at your righteous anvil? Do you also think yourself my better and my teacher then? Vulcan ignored him, instead gesturing at the inferno that had been Karton City.
Look at what your deeds have wrought.
What my deeds have wrought? Vulcan, you sound like a poet, and a poor one at that. Kurz grew serious. I have broken this world for you, brother. By culling the city you are now putting to the torch, I have spared us a wealth of blood. What do you think this world's rebels will do when they see and hear of what we have done to one of their major cities? Defying Vulcan's palpable anger, Kurz took a step closer with every emphasized word. They will cower and shrink and weep. When the two were face to face, he snarled at the last part through a barricade of teeth, begging for mercy. He stepped back, opening his arms. And you can give it to them. That is my gift. Vulcan shook his head.
Terror is your gift. They were women and children, Kurz. Innocents.
Kurz sneered bitterly. No one is innocent.
You came from the gutters, brother, but our father has raised you up. Stop acting like a murderous swine you inherited on Nostromo.
Raised me, did he? Brought me up from the darkness and into the light. We are killers, Vulcan, all of us. Don't try to convince me we are noble men, for we are not. My eyes have just opened before yours, that's all. Kurz turned and walked away, back down the ridge.
Fear, Vulcan, he called, disappearing into the shadows. That's the only thing they understand. You all need to learn that. Vulcan did not reply. His body was trembling. Looking down, he saw his forge hammer gripped in both hands. He hadn't even realized he'd picked it up. He gasped, exhaling to relieve the tension, and fought his body. When he was calm again, he turned towards the inferno. The flames were rising now, touching the sky with tendrils of coiling black smoke. It reminded him of Isbin and the jungles that he had set ablaze there. How many worlds must burn before this is over? He stood in silence, just watching, and stayed like that for several minutes, until a quiet voice from behind the Primarch disturbed his reverie. Lord Vulcan? It was the Remembrancer, Seraph.
Oh.
Your equerry said you'd be up here.
Did he also tell you I did not wish to be disturbed?
Seraph bowed her head slightly. He, was too preoccupied to stop me. Vulcan turned his back on her.
I am not in the mood for further questions now.
Sincere apologies, my lord. I had hoped to continue our... Vulcan's head snapped around savagely.
I said not now!
She shrank back, her eyes alive with fear. Kurz's last words came back to him, almost mocking, but Vulcan was powerless. He glared, eyes burning with hot fury. This was the monster. This was the image he was trying so hard to conceal from the Remembrancers. His heart pulsed, and his chest heaved up and down like giant bellows. Kurz was right. He was a killer. That was the purpose in which he had been bred. His anger at what his brother had done, the memory of those bodies, the children. It was overwhelming, so consuming that Vulcan hissed his next command and filled the air with the smell of ash and cinder.
Leave me alone.
Seraph fled down the ridge. Vulcan didn't bother watching her go. Instead, he watched the burning ruins of Kartan.
It will all end in fire when the galaxy burns,
He said, a heavy melancholy settling upon him.
and all of us will light the torch.
They're having a squabble.
So, okay, Conrad's just crazy.
Oh, he's insane.
It's
He's
not like
nuts.
he's delusional. He's off the fucking rocker.
He is past, like, I'm telling myself I'm doing this for a noble cause, and just like, but if we kill everyone, then there won't be anyone to hurt, right?
He's not just Joffrey crazy, where it's like obviously something's fucking wrong there.
He's the
like
Jonkler.
Renly crazy,
Oh, yeah.
where
Yeah.
it's like there has been no.
Bro puts the Boltons to shame.
Yeah, like it's like comedically bad how
Yes.
like fucked up he is.
It is absurd that he is like considered a loyalist. You know what I mean?
Right. Put him in a different genre and he would have a curly mustache and be like,
Oh, I'm crazy.
yeah. I feel like this happens in The Boys at one point. A similar
Okay.
conversation between two characters where one character kind of solves a problem the easy way,
Right.
but the easy way is letting many people die, including
Dude, I can't
children.
wait. I cannot wait to do a deep dive when we talk about Conrad, because his entire I almost said vibe, but his entire delusion is
The
that
vibe is off.
the vibe is off. The vibe is
The
atrocious.
vibe is rancid.
he very much believes that he's broken. He is just straight up like broken. He's a terrible person, and he's like, you know,
It is
He's
a
horrible.
trauma cause.
and his logic is everyone is just like me, but they're lying. So I will show that everyone is bullshit.
There was in Berserk,
Mm-hmm.
the show,
Yeah.
the one that I'm currently
You're on the
watching.
conviction arc.
So as I expected, for some reason I had a feeling of this, but I knew there was a good possibility I was going to be wrong, but it seems to be going along with what I thought. Farinese is by far like the most interesting character to me. at
Oh,
the
she's
moment.
incredibly interesting.
I love her. I have in my head thought to myself several times, a man wrote this character, and I don't mean that as an insult.
You're impressed.
I'm like, yeah, several times I've been like, here it is. Here's like the Mura everyone has talked to me about.
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
The peak fiction.
But she had a particular line in like one of her like, we're now on the road, so one or two characters get a flashback episode to explain why they are the way they are.
Yeah.
She has this moment where, for context, she's basically this little girl who's grown up in this like rich aristocratic family for no want for anything, but her parents are absent because they're out working or whatever. So, and like none of the house staff have ever like stood up to her. So basically she's grown up incredibly spoiled, and she's like horrid. She is terrible. Nobody likes her. She's mean to everyone. Mm-hmm. She just causes trouble, and she's just like a little bitch, and she knows she's a bitch, and everybody knows she's a bitch, and everybody's kind of like she's a lost cause, like she's like spoiled. But at one point I had this moment while watching where she is laying in bed and she's scared of the thunder outside. So she's with her Serpico, who is like her bodyguard.
Yeah.
And he's like holding her hand, and she's telling him she wants him to stop the storm because she's scared. And he's confused, and he's like, I can't do that. That's not possible. Like, I'd do anything for you, but that's not something I can do. And she kind of snaps, and she ends up running outside and dancing around in the rain. And she says, if I know what I have to do, I have to be a storm too. That's the way to keep me safe, is to be as dangerous, to be as loud.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching this, and I was like,
peak.
Well, it made me, it clicked something in my head that I feel like I've never understood about people who lash out when they're scared.
Yes.
That's something that I have experienced in my life with people. It's something that I've had it happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not how I react. I go inward when I'm scared or when I feel threatened. I'm more of a freeze, fawn response.
You're a turtle.
Yeah. And not in a judgmental way, but just like I've never understood the opposite, because to me, anytime I've
you've never had that
back,
perspective.
It was never the safe way to protect myself. And growing into adulthood, it's always been a frustrating thing because I don't feel like it is very productive, and sometimes it can be difficult to communicate with people who that is their response to something. Sometimes it results in harm, unfortunately. But yeah, watching that and hearing that line, it gave me a little, like I was empathetic already, because if you're going through something scary, of course you're going to respond. But like that helped me understand it a little bit more.
Yes.
And
Conrad Kurz is very much, he comes from a planet that is arguably one of, if not the worst one, that the Primarchs end up on.
Okay.
And so he decides, very similar to Farnese. I read it. I never listened.
Choosing different
switching?
Ways to say it.
Okay.
I say it Farnese, but they keep going like Farnese. And I'm assuming in Japanese it's like Fanasuri.
I don't know. I've only read it. I don't know how to actually say it. But anyway, that character, it's very similar to where
180-chan.
I have to become a storm. Conrad goes, I must become the Night Haunter.
Yeah.
I need to fix
most powerful
everything.
Ghost type Pokemon.
I need to become something that is so horrible that everyone will be scared to do anything wrong, and thus everything will become a utopia. I will carry this burden.
I'll scare the crap out of you, so you don't do crime
he
anymore.
takes that with him wherever he goes.
If
I can't wait to talk about Conrad.
No one can hurt me.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I love, and I can't wait. I keep saying I can't wait to talk about Conrad because it's true. I'm gonna put so many excerpts of him talking to his captain Savitar, where I'll give you a little glimpse of basically they're Savitar. Again, it's another one of those names that I've only read.
Okay.
He's basically talking to his captain, and he's having a meltdown. And he's talking and like crying and saying like, I did everything for the right reasons. I'm justified. I am righteous. I did it. It was necessary. Everything I did was necessary. And his captain looks at him and he goes, no, you took the easy way.
Yeah, deal with it. That's the reality you made.
He basically explains to Conrad, well, he doesn't explain to him, but he points out like, Conrad basically goes on this whole thing of like, no, you don't understand. Like the other legions, the other traitor legions, they're just as bad as me. Like it's crazy. And Savitar's like, bro, you taught us how to do this. You didn't teach us like how to use diplomacy.
Right.
You taught us to skin like women and children. You taught us to be scary. You did this.
Those little moments Cersei saw the monster in Joffrey.
Yes.
And was like,
I love Savitar.
I'll be fine.
Anyway, so yeah, I can't wait to talk about him. But he is very much like the direct opposite of Vulcan, where Vulcan is like, I want to keep everything minimum. Like I have to do this because, you know, it's my job, but I don't want to hurt more people than I have to. And ideally I don't hurt anybody, but you know, we're going to have to take this city. They're not going to go without some fights. So let's like just try to keep the destruction on a down low. And meanwhile, Conrad is like, I'm going to fucking make a meat altar.
We'll take this city with blood and gore. No!
Yep. Stop that.
We're supposed to talk to them.
Yeah. So Vulcan hates Conrad for that reason, but Conrad hates Vulcan because he's like, you're pretending to be nice. Like you're just like me. You're just like me. I'll show you that you're just like me.
One of the things that this kind of conversation reminds me about is a lot of like very dramatic conversations in Full Metal Alchemist.
If you guys didn't know, actually,
Where, like,
40k
Edward
have
will be
a
like-
very, very nice story for everything. It's been like a literature for like some people might think 40k is just is just like some things that nerd do's and like, you know, or like people just want to play games like that, board game, this and that, yeah, that, paint figuring. But no, actually, 40k is like a very, ironically, it's like the irony of peak fictions. There's so much symbolisms and some like very deep like storyline, character building, all those kind of things is in there. If you really want to say like any things that have like very, very deep and good writing, Warhammer 40k is in there. Like there's so many things that related to it. It's actually like really, really overwhelming. And you could say like there's so many like nice fictions, like it's kind of like based on like the Greek mythologies, like Percy Jackson stuff, this and that, yeah, this stuff, or like some like ancient like mythology things, or like story of that. I can definitely say Warhammer is one of the things that is, if you look at them like a mythology standpoint, like stories about like Zeus, those kind of things, like it's a very even more deeply like written story. To the point that you can see like a lot of things is actually in that. Like is a very, very interesting piece of literature. And you can literally say that it's not just a story of a game. It's not a story of a board game. All the things that written in there is like very deeply like written, thought about kind of story, but while at the same time the surrounding theme is basically it's just satire of like the ancient Britain and like a satire of like government or ancient Britain in the most like overly like, it's like they try to like make it as ridiculous as possible, but somehow it's like, you know, like you put so much negative into it, it become like a neutral, those kind of things. For Warhammer, it's literally they put irony in there so much to a point it become like a piece of actual literature, and people sees that and they add more like intricate stuff in there to the point that it's just more and more like layers of stories, that rich stories and rich character buildings, lots of things more and more built up on the way. But originally, they literally are a story of satire just for fun, to make like a lot of like, what if? Like those kind of things. And then they go all the way out with the what if. So this is how people in like Warhammer series, they're able to write so many nice pieces of literatures, because they literally, in every single aspect of the story, they went overboard with everything. It's like, sometimes we have like stuff like, in some sense, comedy sometimes become the best when the guy that doing the comedy becomes super unhinged. In a lot of stories, when you go super unhinged, sometimes it becomes the best story, because it shows the raw side of the story instead of just trying to hold back like a freaking HR standing right beside you. This is why like gaming story nowadays is like really garbage, because the way they wrote it, the DEI stuff, this and that, yada stuff, like being inclusive, this and that, yada, they have limitations in there. It's like a limitation, like even you won't be like the HR like standing beside you while you do the writing. You felt like there's something that holding back the stories. And people read a lot. People who watch a lot of movie, read a lot of stuff, or like just experience story or game enough, they can see the things that something is holding it back. And how a lot of things is right now, what they normally call it the quote unquote millennial writing, is that because I'm also a millennial, obviously. I'm 30 years old. We are in a state that we understand there's so many outrage in the internet. We become self-aware when we write stuff, and that self-awareness has been hampering the writing process so much to the point that story become stupid. It's just literally stupid. There's plot hole, this and that, other stuff. We are so aware of critic that every millennial that do writing become their own worst enemy. That is like the sad part about like a lot of like story stuff.
But you didn't have to like kill so many people. And then like some evil person will be like,
But it was fun.
It was really fun.
And look at my fun little piece of jewelry now.
The next part of the scheme occurred. Conrad's methods proved effective, and most of the other cities on Karatan surrendered or barely resisted. In the final days of the campaign, the population was divided. Eldar psychers were forced to wear collars that would prevent them from using their powers, and humans were loaded up onto transports to be relocated and re-educated back into the Imperium. The population was forced into camps awaiting transport. A long line. On one side, the salamanders, the other, the Night Lords. The Night Lords would purposely stand in the path of the people to force them to wince and stumble back into the line, or cause them to flinch with sudden movements, and they fed off of this fear. Vulcan was preoccupied with his duties, planning the next phase of the campaign. Conrad was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was awaiting transport off-world.
okay, not a comment on the actor. I think the actor is a very nice person, but the trends of the characters he plays, I feel like Tom Felton would play a Night Lord.
I don't know who Tom Felton is. I'm gonna look it up right now. Tom Felton. Tom Felton. Oh, Draco Malfoy.
Because he's also, remember, he plays the guy in the first Planet of the Apes. The guy who's just like, for some reason, torturing the monkeys.
And then you watch the behind the scenes where they don't have the CGI on Andy Serkis, and you're just like, how are people taking, like, these are great actors, because holy shit, I'd be laughing my ass off anytime he just like crawled up to the glass and like, I'd lose my shit every time. I like those movies quite a bit.
They're interesting. We should watch the originals.
Like, here's the thing, like, especially when it comes to comedy actors, it's the hardest thing in the world because, like, you understand comedy. So sometimes some people don't want to hire the actor that understand comedy really well. They want to hire like serious actor to do comedy stand-up. They don't want people who laughing at their own jokes or laughing at the jokes they're reading. Because a lot of people who passionate about comedy and then they try to like do become comedy actors, usually they can't really be that well, because like one part of a comedy actor they do have to understand is like they cannot laugh at funny jokes. So it become like one of the unspoken rule is to, if you want to become a comedy actor, you have to lose the comedic side of you. It's like a very like hard double-edged sword that you have to like learn to become one. It's kind of sad sometimes too. It's like, oh, I love drawing, but in order to like imagine this. You love drawing, you want to become animators, you went into a jobs and become one of the animators that do like, some of the animation stuff, this and that, stuff. You have to abandon all your own ego in order to work as a team as an animator, because that's someone calling a shot. So you can't be the one who be like, I am a very creative person, I'm going to add my own shit into it. Like, you can't do things like that. This is a group work and you are not calling a shot. No matter how passionate are you in art or animations or being creative, that is not your job. You are not the actors. You are not you are animators. You are not the artist. You are not the directors. You can't add your own shit into it. You have to become an monotone artist. See what you see. Copy what they do. You are a printer. You are going to become, you have to turn into a printer when you actually do a job that you're passionate about. That is some things that you, like the professionalism you have to add into it. It's a weird double-edged sword when you have something that you're passionate about and then you have to work a job for it. If you're not the head honcho of all those things, don't, like, especially when you work in creative work, sometimes the head honcho lets you because they've been through that path before. But in reality, that the professionalism of being working in the creative field is to don't have an ego. That you went overly passionate and then want to do your own thing in a group work. It's not going to work. Not just not going to work, you're going to ruin the entire things. It's a very difficult stuff when it comes to all this kind of things. Anyone working in animation, they will agree. Anyone working in comedy is the when I talk about it, they will also agree with that thing. Also, hi there, Hilly. Yes, Saturday I'm going to go for a interview with them, with the shop that I applied to become a retail worker of. Funny thing is like they literally the shop have a name is called not a name, like the job that I apply have a name called sales advisor. I was like, holy shit, this sounds awesome, the name. And then I thought at first I might not be able to apply for the job because it sounds so awesome. And a guy with like no job experience try to apply for this kind of things, I might not be qualified for it. And then I go and search the internet what is sales advisor does, and then you're just a retail worker. You are a retail worker. You sit in the counters, or sometimes you go to restock the things, arrange stuff, mop the ground, clean some stuff. Any customer come in, "Irashai!" and then just pestering them, standing right beside them. "Hey, do you want to buy this? Hey, do you want to buy this stroller? Hey, do you want to buy this baby bottle? Is a really hot thing in the world right now. Oh, your kids have like milk allergy. Oh, this one is soy based, so you can have it." Like those kind of things. And yes, I'm actually applying to become a retail like job on, like shop cook, retail job for a baby product shop. So I'm going to need to learn quite a lot of stuff, to be honest. And yeah, like if you guys have any like things like advice you want to give to me to work on this type of stuff, you guys can let me know. I'll try my best to learn from it too. And yeah. Aside from that, yeah, I live great. Look at the Bibu, the Kusogaki that I draw. As you guys already know, I have been having a pattern that I don't draw their leg. I only draw half of their bodies. If they have a dress, I'll draw a dress. Generally, I'll just cut off half of their bodies because I want to minimize the size as much as possible. People have a very long dress. I originally want to cut off this thing, but she have a very long hair. So I decided to have her hair like being very flowy, blocking part of her bodies. So only show like the second layer of her dress instead of like the full dress. It's going to be a lot more difficult, I guess, because like her hand positions. This hand position is kind of like wrong. Kind of like the... Is it too long? No, it's not too long. It's just too straight. I want it to be like this. By the way, hi there everyone! Hello. My name is Kirivaku and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may not have no idea what I'm doing. So anyway, just join in here and I want to have a little bit conversations about any other thing I am talking about or the things I'm watching about. Have fun together. Alright?
They're fun to watch. I want to see the originals very badly.
They're really fun to watch.
All I know is the Simpsons bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got 2 lines.
Okay.
One of Eldar. There's a couple Eldar and one of humans. And they're all waiting to be, wherever the Eldar are going. We know the humans are going off-world, but yep, you got one side's Night Lords, one side's Salamanders, and they're all just like patrolling, making sure everything's great.
Right.
Warp lightning struck.
Uh-oh.
Once,
oh no.
Twice. And then bolter rounds followed. The Night Lords stalked towards the commotion like predators. The Salamanders, confused, tried to find out what was happening. The Eldar somehow got loose and were attempting to escape.
Uh-oh.
Chaos ensued. Humans attempted to flee from the Space Marines. The Night Lords turned their bolters to them and fired into the crowd.
Okay. We've seen this before.
Salamanders don't know what's going on. They try to stop everybody from panicking. They call Vulcan. Call Dad, it's bad.
Yeah.
They ordered the Night Lords to stop, but nothing was going right. They didn't listen. They didn't give a shit. Eventually...
Salamanders would try to input gun control, and the Night Lords would be like, arm the teachers.
I love arming the teachers. Everyone should have a gun. And a gun should have a knife. Eventually, Vulcan gets there. And he's just towering over everybody. And he marched to the center of the panic. And there's just a field of bodies.
Right.
And at its center, several Eldar witches dead on the ground.
Okay.
But one was still alive. A child.
Got it.
She stood, knife in hand, swinging wildly like a cornered animal. Vulcan stood speechless at the scene. Behind the child, the Night Lords walked forward like hyenas about to pounce on their prey. There was a scream, and Vulcan turned his head. The remembrancers were crowded around something. Someone. Seraph. She had been grazed by a bolter in the commotion. There was so much blood. It was certain that she was already gone.
Oh, no. My boy's about to go fucking Baba Yaga on everyone's ass.
Vulcan saw her last of all. The shock of this discovery turning to anger on his noble face. His eyes blazed, embers flickered into infernos. The Eldar child raised her hands higher, defiance turning into fear upon her alien features. Numion held the others back, warning them with a look not to intervene, glaring down at her. Vulcan raised his fist, and the air turned to fire. The Night Lords waited for the screams to end, then turned to return to their duties. Vulcan went to stand above Seraph's body. An elderly man with rheumy eyes and wizened features gazed up at the Lord of Drakes. "We'll see her back to the ships," he said. Vulcan opened his mouth to say something, but he could find no words to express his feelings. Instead, he nodded before replacing his helmet, but found it could not hide his shame as well as it could his face. Turning, he became aware of his warriors gathering next to him. "The Legion awaits you, my lord," said Varen humbly, and gave a slight bow of his head. About to respond, Vulcan stopped short when he felt someone watching him from afar. Looking around, he caught the sight of a dark and distant shadow out on the dunes. A second later, his helmet vox crackled to life.
"See, brother,
Oh my God.
I knew you had it in you. A cold-hearted killer, just like me."
Vulcan replied.
I am nothing like you.
And severed the link. Yet the stench of burning alien flesh remained. So
He's a
that's the
jigsaw.
context behind
He's
the
out there on a
Eldar
little
child.
tricycle being.
Vulcan. Vulcan, did you know that you're just as fucked up as I am? I'm just a little quirky Vulcan. Vulcan!
He's got the little
He's just a
circles
little
on his
quirky.
cheeks.
Meanwhile,
I'm just a
he's
little quirky
fucking-
Vulcan.
what's his name from Quest for Camelot?
Ruber.
Yeah.
Vulcan, I have a plan. It includes you.
Oh, jeez.
So that's the context behind the kid thing.
So the kid didn't actually do anything.
No,
This isn't.
but
this
the kid
isn't-
started the riot.
This child did not engage in violence
Perhaps
purposefully.
she just wanted to run away.
That's what I mean. He's committed a war crime.
Yes, Vulcan has committed a war crime.
So why did he kill the child?
Vulcan's greatest weakness, like you see it with Seraph when they're on the hill. Like when he's emotional, he lashes out. He when he feels like he yelled at Seraph and that like scared her. And he was
Right.
like, I shouldn't have done that, but whatever.
Yeah.
And in
can't-
this moment,
Right.
he loses his shit.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I feel this pain inside me. Where do I put it?
Right.
And then your brain is looking for an association.
Yeah.
Child, alien, caused this. Yes, war crime.
Yeah.
He does not feel good that he did this.
It's a supercharged situation.
Yes.
This is going to be his dark passenger.
This is his guts moment. And you know
this
what I
is-
mean when I say that.
Yeah. This happens a lot in
Yes.
stories where a character like does something and then it's a breaking point for them because they never thought they'd go that far.
Yes. You fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got to get humbled.
You gotta get humbled.
You're not quite what you thought you were, and you got to stop resting on your laurels and keep learning.
Vulcan's greatest fault is his anger.
Yeah.
It's not good. And you know what's great? We're not through with this yet.
Okay, cool. Also, I can't believe they fridged my girl.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well, the moment you were like, oh, they're in love, I was like, she's not gonna fucking like where this is going.
Of course I'm not going to like where this is going. It's Warhammer. That's the genre. It's getting worse. That's the genre.
Yeah. The riot during the settling of the Kartor citizenry had resulted in many deaths. And though he suspected his brother's Night Lords had been partially responsible for that, he could not absolve himself of all blame. Seraph lay before him within her casket. It was plain, unadorned, a simple metallic tube with a cryo engine built in to retard putrefaction and to ensure that the deceased reached their place of final rest unspoiled. The medicae had cleaned up her wounds, but the blood stain on her robes remained. Were it not for that, and the grim pallor of her skin, then Vulcan might have believed that she was merely sleeping. He wanted to tell her that he was sorry she was dead, that he wished that he had heeded her during the burning of Kartan and acceded to her request for an interview. His story should be told, he had decided, and Seraph would be the one to do it. But not anymore. A corpse could tell no stories. He bowed his head by way of a mute apology. "Why this one?" a voice asked softly from the shadows. Vulcan didn't turn, but he raised his head.
"What are you still doing here?"
he asked, suddenly stern. "I came looking for you, brother," said Kurz, coming to stand alongside Vulcan.
"You have found me."
"I sense a little choler in you." Kurz almost sounded wounded by it. "Aren't you pleased to see me?" Now Vulcan looked at him. His eyes were brimming with undisguised vitriol.
"Say what it is you came to say, and leave me."
Kurz sniffed, as if amused by it all. "You didn't answer my question. Of all the mortals who died to make this world compliant for our Imperium, why does this one matter so much?" Vulcan turned his gaze forwards again.
"I preserve life. I am a protector of humanity."
"Of course you are, brother. But how you threw yourself in harm's way for her, it was inspiring." Kurz smiled. Then the smile became a grin, and unable to maintain the pretense, he began to laugh. "No, I'm sorry." He stopped laughing and grew serious. "I am baffled by it. Yours is a bleeding heart, Vulcan. I know how you care for these weaklings, but what made this one so special that you would mourn her passing so?" Vulcan turned and was about to answer when the Vox bead in his ear crackled. Neither Primarch was wearing his battle helm, but they were still connected to the battle group. So they had just received that every single person brought from the planet was found dead.
Okay.
In the transport ships.
Great.
As one Primarch's eyes widened, the others narrowed, and Vulcan knew that Kurz was hearing the self-same message. Vulcan reached out for his brother, seizing him by his gorget and dragging him close. Kurz smiled and did not resist.
"Did you do this?"
Vulcan asked.
"Did you do this?"
He bellowed when Kurz didn't answer straight away. The smile thinned and became a dark line of Kurz's pale lips. "Yes," he hissed, cold eyes staring. Vulcan let him go, thrusting him back from his sight as he turned away.
"You killed all of them."
Kurz feigned confusion. "They were our enemies, brother. They took up arms against us. They tried to kill us." Vulcan faced him again, enraged, almost pleading, abhorred by what Kurz had done.
"Not all, Conrad. You murdered the innocent, the weak. How does that serve anything but a sadistic desire for bloodshed?"
Kurz seemed genuinely to muse on that. He frowned. "I am not sure it does, brother. But how is that any different to what you did to that Xenos? She was only a child, no threat to you. The rebels of Karatan were afforded a quick death. At least, I didn't burn them alive." Vulcan had no answer. He had killed the child in anger, out of grief for Seraph and retribution for the damage the rampaging Xenos had caused. Perhaps it was also because he hated them, the Eldar, for their raiding and the pain they had inflicted on Nocturne. Kurz saw his brother's doubt. "See," he said quietly, coming in close to a whisper. "Our humors are similar enough, are they not, brother?" Vulcan roared and seized the other Primarch, throwing him across the hold. Kurz slid, his armor shrieking as it scored the metal deck beneath. He was already on his feet when Vulcan came out him, and succeeding in blocking a wild punch aimed at his face, he jabbed, catching Vulcan in the chest and jarring his ribs even through his armor. Vulcan grunted, pain and grabbed Kurz' head and thrust it down on his rising knee. Kurz rocked back, bloody spittle expelled from his mouth. Vulcan tackled him around the waist, giving his brother no time to recover, and brought him down on his back. A savage punch turned Kurz' head and cut open his cheek. He was laughing through the blood-rimmed teeth. Vulcan hit him again, shuddering his jaw. Kurz only laughed louder and choked a little on his windpipe being crushed. Vulcan clamped his hands, his iron-hardened black smiter's hands, around his brother's throat.
I knew you were no different.
Kurz hissed, trying to laugh.
A killer. We're all killers, Vulcan.
Vulcan released him. He sat back, still straddling Kurz, and gasped for air, for sanity. He would have killed him if he hadn't stopped. He would have murdered his brother. A little unsteady still, Vulcan rose to his feet and stepped across Kurz's supine body.
Stay away from me,
he warned, out of breath, and strode from the hold where his transport was waiting. Kurz stayed down, but turned his head to watch Vulcan go, knowing it was far from over between them.
Bro
so
is
Vulcan
obsessed.
gets a... Bro has problems.
Bro's a little menace.
He's a little guy. Honestly.
The camel's back is obliterated.
The camel's back is obliterated. Next time I see you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I swear to God.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Sweet.
Kurz sucks.
We knew that one.
Yeah.
Kurz sucks. I know. Killed all our hostages of war. Now,
prisoners of war. You mean bodies? I love bodies.
Now I smack him onto the floor. I thought from the description of like what was physically happening during that fight for just a second, a beautiful moment of hope. I thought he was gonna spank him.
No.
I thought he was gonna just
You've been a bad
put him over
boy,
his knee and
Kurz.
just like
The most humiliating thing you could possibly do to him.
imagine.
This is not the last time Vulcan is gonna beat the fucking shit out of Kurz.
Right. Good.
So get hype.
Okay.
Get hype.
Punch a Nazi.
Yeah.
Do it. It's fun.
It's morally correct.
It's the American thing to do, really.
It's true. Our story with Vulcan is not yet over, though. He would later go to Caldera with Ferris and Mortarion, who we have not talked about yet. And they'd be on a campaign where the human population of Caldera were worshiping these Eldari Exodites as savior gods.
Okay.
The humans were actually discovered to be descendants of Nocturne that were taken by the Drukhari in their raids.
Oh.
And then they were freed by these Exodites. So they were like, I'll do anything for you. You're my god. Yeah, you're like an angel. Absolutely. I'll do, you want grapes? I'll fucking get you grapes, bro. I'm down. The three Primarchs were actually lured to Caldera by the Eldar to psychically contact Ferris.
Oh, we love what your sons are doing to their hands.
No. So the Eldar
shit is great.
they were luring Ferris there, and they were like, hey, we know we're like aliens and shit, but you gotta listen to us real quick. Shit's about to get bad. One of your brothers is going to betray you.
And then it's like when your friend is playing the game and it's like, you have no idea what is going to happen this expansion. I'm so excited. I can't say anything, but like.
So they're telling Ferris Manus, like, yo, one of your dudes is going to betray you. And he's like, nah, and just doesn't listen.
It's going to be fine. These are my bros. What are you talking about?
That's the Imperium way. The entire time while they were on this campaign, there was this weird remembrancer who was guiding Vulcan all the way to a webway portal, where they then witnessed the humans preparing to sacrifice a Drukhari woman to ward her people away from the planet. And Vulcan, in that moment, he's talking to this remembrancer. Oh yeah, it's a weird situation.
Like, how would that, like, on, like, they're gonna send a video, or like they work like wasps, where when they die, they like release a chemical, and then the other ones know that.
They've developed a religion to this idea that if we sacrifice this Drukhari, then
it's got a purpose.
They think it has a purpose.
Okay, I understand.
So while they're talking and they're witnessing this, Vulcan is looking over at this remembrancer and he's like, Biggie? He's like, yeah, what up? I was guiding you here to show you that these people would never accept our rule again. They're too far gone. You know what you
Okay.
should do, Vulcan? You remember that Eldar child?
Oh my god, don't bring that up!
you know what you should do, Vulcan? So Vulcan reluctantly purged the world in fire. He was disgusted by his actions and vowed that Caldera would never face destruction like this again.
Oh boy.
Vulcan would go on to have many successful battles, many that would be sad because at his core, he cares so much, not only for humanity, but for his sons and for the Imperium as a whole. And
Yeah, this is why he
whenever
disappeared. He just
something of
tired.
That nature is lost. Even if it's a Xenos, if it's an innocent life, if it's lost, he feels this deep pain.
Mm-hmm.
And Conrad Kurz would continue to abuse this fact up until and through the Horus Heresy. But that is a tale for another time.
Remember how my theory about names is that like an
Names have
aspect
power.
of the name that a person is given like bleeds into like their being and like their role amongst other people in the universe
Yes.
in a way that is like maybe coincidental or maybe somewhat aligned with like the idea that magic has to do with like intention, or you know, if somebody calls you something so many times, maybe it starts to become real. So if you have a name like Speedy and like magic is slowly, every time somebody calls you Speedy, you get a little bit fat. It's like when you put the B movie, but like every time he says B, it like
Stop.
speeds up a little bit.
No. Yes.
It's interesting that the guy who potentially has explosive anger deep within him and is warm is basically named Volcano.
Yes.
And that the guy who pisses him off all the time is literally a Conrad curse.
Yeah. She's getting it.
He's just
They're not subtle.
annoying. Like, that's
Yeah.
why he's there. He's there to piss off the volcano.
Yes.
He's there to poke the bear.
I cannot wait to read an excerpt when we talk about the Horus Heresy of my favorite Conrad ass kicking from Vulcan.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
It's so. I'm not going to spoil it. And
They're like Pokemon rivals. They're like, they always run into each other at important points.
I'm so excited and I'm not going to spoil it. And I swear to God, if somebody spoils you, I'm going to be so upset.
I had to stop reading a comment the other day because somebody just started like revealing every character death. I was I was upset.
So
Anyway.
that's pretty much Vulcan. How do you feel about Vulcan, Primarch of the 18th Legion, the Salamanders?
I feel like I have really only been given examples of him at his worst.
Welcome to what exists.
Right. And it's gonna get worse.
Vulcan doesn't have a lot.
Warhammer is that meme of like Bart being like, "This is the worst day of my life," and then Homer
Worst
being like,
day of your life so
far.
far. Vulcan, I feel, is carried by the fact he is so kind when he's not
Yes.
obviously like flying off the handle. He is very kind, and he teaches Legion to be kind. In a sense, despite these not really being humans, they have the most humanity.
Yeah.
And they value that.
Yeah.
So that for the 18th Legion, that carries a lot. Also,
He's like,
green's a great color. Also, dragons are cool. Also, hammers are cool.
personality wise, maybe not, but core values wise and like struggle wise, he's kind of a lot like Thomas in the Dresden Files.
Oh God, you thank God you said what series it was, because I'm like, Thomas. How many? Which one?
The tank engine. He's still thinking about that one guy they bricked in. His corpse
What?
is still in there.
What?
The episode where they brick one of the engines into like a wall and they never get him out. They just kill a guy.
Dude, I had a weird thing when I was a kid where Thomas the Tank Engine would come on and I would get so fucking mad.
Oh, that was your Conrad curse.
I hated Thomas.
Okay, from now on, like you can call it your Dark Passenger, but you can also call it your Conrad curse. I'm sorry to anybody named Conrad.
I, as like a little baby, was like, this show is boring, and I've decided it's shit, and I hate it.
That's fair.
I remember it like it was yesterday. Like it would come on, and I'd be like, not this shit again.
I do remember I was never, and like I appreciate it now, but when I was a kid I didn't really like claymation style stuff very much. I liked Wallace and Gromit, but like that was it.
I liked Wallace and Gromit.
I didn't like the like Christmas movies with like Rudolph and those
the Rankin Bass. Yes,
and like I feel like Thomas the Tank Engine didn't quite make me that uncomfortable, but it was like heading into that spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
That said, Jenny, my sister,
she big in
loved
Thomas.
Thomas.
Gotcha.
Everything was Thomas.
I gotcha.
So I inherited a lot of Thomas stuff. So I was familiar. But it just wasn't like my obsession.
So you have Vulcan.
Yeah.
Hey.
What a guy.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest problem with Salamanders as a Space Marine chapter as a whole is the fact that you don't have a lot of reading material.
Yeah, that's kind of poopy.
The thing that sucks is that the books that they have, from all the reviews I've read, they're like, at best, they're fine.
Right.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's poopy. Hopefully they get more cool stuff. I mean, as we said at the beginning, I have very much been enjoying the salamanders that have been showing up in the various shows.
Yeah, they're a fan favorite for a reason.
I think, were there salamanders in the Astartes 2 trailer?
No.
Okay, I'm just making that up in my brain. But as
she loves
a person,
salamanders so much.
But as a person who is learning and all of the different factions,
Salamander
and
is cool.
Who is kind of trying to find
maybe
ones
not
that
all
I like
salamanders,
for various
like
reasons.
Vulcan.
Like
Vulcan is
were
actually
the
cool,
first
but it's just that
build I did with Space Marine.
yeah, his positions that he have
because
to
I had
hate
to pick
all the
one.
hate
You have
all
to go
the
down. You have
alien
to
thingy.
pick a legion.
It's
As
always
opposed to
like
picking the individual like colors or stamps.
Salamander
You
is
have to, like,
good
actually
guy.
pick, like, I want to go
Like
down
you
the
will always say
salamander
like
route, or I
Salamander is
wanna go
always
down
the good guy
Oh, to
ultra-
unlock.
until
Yeah, and like it wasn't a question
that you
for me.
realize
I
that
was
you
just
are
like, oh, yeah, I'll do
alien.
salamanders
Then you're
Has
fucked.
your opinion on salamanders changed all that much?
No, however, but I feel like I'm realizing that there are a lot in the fan base, a lot of like memes or just like the way people talk about salamanders are perhaps using very, what's the word?
Broad generalizations.
Yeah, generalized language,
Yes.
which makes a lot of sense to me.
So I wanted to pass by a theory that some people subscribe
yeah.
to, and I haven't decided if I do necessarily, but I think it's interesting to talk about. The theory is every Primarch, when created, seemed to have a purpose.
Yeah.
Horus pretty much assumed, like, he's supposed to be like the perfect politician, which is ultimately why Big E chooses him to be like the war master.
It feels like Amps had like a to-do / things I need list. And he was like, how am I going to solve these? And he was like, offspring.
Yes.
And
I'll
then
create
he like
little clones of me.
He like assigned each one of them their job. And then he was like, and then the part that's like maybe morally gray, I'll make her do it. Maybe.
So with the idea that every Primarch had some sort of purpose,
yeah,
I saw a theory, and forgive me, I can't remember exactly where I saw it, basically describing the idea that Vulcan was there to replace the Emperor. When all is said and done,
in the long run.
Yeah, when all is said and done and the Great Crusade is over, Vulcan will take my place.
Right.
As like the kind, humanity first ruler.
The Jesus figure.
Yeah, you will be the kind one. You'll be the one who takes it over. Yeah, sure. And Big E will go off and disappear or something.
Install himself in a seat.
Sure.
I mean, that wasn't his plan, but
no. I think it's an interesting idea.
Yeah. I mean, again, due to the fact that time happens, it is the eventual only outcome.
Sure.
If, like, in the sense of, like, there always has to be a Stark and Winterfell. If, like, one of this family always needs to lead the galaxy, then eventually, if only one of them is immortal, that's the one that's going to be left doing it.
And also, didn't immediately go to his legion, and he's, like, being taught personally by the Emperor, like, that's a big deal.
Yeah, he's the heir. In
Yeah,
a way.
you're like the heir.
Yeah.
It's
He's
very
being,
interesting.
The word is groomed, but it sounds so bad. But like he
It has a
is
negative
being
connotation.
prepped
Yeah, he's being prepped
for taking this role.
Yeah. So currently in 40K, Vulcan is classified as missing. He's either on his respawn timer or he is just hiding somewhere.
What if he shows up like the 10th Doctor after like procrastinating, like dealing with the bad shit for 200 years, and he's got like a tie around his head and like a banana?
So another interesting theory.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the Primarchs that have been coming back, the Loyalist ones specifically, have
Right.
had really interesting associations. For
Okay.
example, Gilman has a lot of associations with the Eldar, with the Yanid specifically, Yvrain and all that shit.
Yeah.
The Lion came back and got like a direct vision from Biggie himself.
Okay.
There are a lot of this is theory territory, so do not take this like as this is like what's going to happen. Some people are assuming that Lehman Russ may be going into Nurgle's garden to save Aisha, the goddess of life.
That's nice.
Vulcan, when he went out last, was
Okay.
dealing with the biggest orc we've ever fucking seen.
Gazgul Thraka?
No, bigger.
Okay. Oh,
The beast.
okay.
So he went out in a glorious fashion. He basically exploded real big. The War of the Beast was weird. Now, the idea is all of these loyalist Primarchs coming back are almost like the champions of some sort of god.
Okay.
So Gilliman's like the champion of Yanid. Lion is up there with Biggie. Russ would be Aisha. And Vulcan would be Gork and Mork.
Okay, so it's almost like how like some humans end up like finding favor with Athena.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
like
think Primarch champions of like other gods is such a cool idea.
yeah, put them in an arena
Fuck it.
or a fighting game.
He's already green. He's already green, and that's the best color.
It's not easy being green.
No, I'm sure there's gonna be people in the comments going like, "Dude, that sounds really dumb. I don't like that." Blah blah blah. Like, yeah, I understand. I'm coming from I love fantasy, like
No,
Warhammer
that's cool as
fantasy.
fuck.
I
I
love
like
Age
it.
of Sigmar. I love that kind of shit. Give me, if the fucking Chaos gods can have their champions, why cannot the gods of Order have
There we
theirs?
go.
You know what I mean?
I'm into it. Like, give
I
me
think it's
more-
fucking cool.
Do you think the laughing god has like Conrad? Would that make sense?
The laughing god might be associated with Jagatai Khan.
Oh, it's because he's a con artist
No,
who does like
That's
tricks
his
like magic,
title.
like a comedian.
that's his title. He's the Khan.
And he probably has a tie, but it's like
No,
weird.
he
So it's like jagged tie. He wore a
No.
crooked tie.
He's in the webway killing a bunch of Drukari. He's having the best time of his life.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Jagatai laughs while he's
got
like,
an Ariana Grande hairstyle. Oh, that. So he's like the laughing god. Okay, I see it. I see it.
well, he laughs while he fights
I thought you were
and
actually
encourages
fuck.
his sons to do so, to like intimidate the enemy.
Okay, are we talking like
We're talking All Might.
you're dumb?
Like,
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking like light.
it might be. Light
Just, like,
Yagami
crazy.
just going crazy. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. He just encourages his dudes to laugh.
Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, it's
Rejoice in
good
the
for
glory of
you.
combat.
Yeah.
Jagatai could also be associated with Cain, but I doubt it.
No, I think that's a cool theory. I'm into it.
Yeah, the
I would
returning
read
Primarchs being champions of
content.
gods of order is such a cool idea in my head.
Yeah. It also, I feel like it kind of goes along with like what you're doing
my
in
head, in my
Total
opinion.
War, if that makes sense.
Kind of.
That you're like kind of trying to get everybody, you're communing with various gods or like beings at times. Being like, please, can I get your favorite? Please, can I?
So it would be interesting because perhaps that would mean Vulcan comes back and he's like even bigger. Maybe.
I mean, we know people can get planet-sized.
Maybe he comes back and there's like a weird power vacuum because Gazkul is like, I'm the biggest greed, blessed by Gork and Morg. And then Vulcan shows up and is like, nuh-uh, you know?
Nuh-uh.
That'd be crazy.
Damn. That'd be crazy.
But yeah. Hey, you got any questions about Vulcan or his salamanders?
Are there any offshoot factions, you know, how like that are fallen of the salamanders?
Oh, you mean like gene seed salamanders that have like fallen to chaos?
Yeah, or something like that.
Not at the top of my head.
I'm just curious if they fell, what they'd be like.
Well, I can show you one loyalist successor chapter. These are the Black Dragons.
Right.
I mentioned them earlier.
We've talked about them before. Yeah.
Yeah, look at them.
Yeah, they're a lot.
So those are their actual bones.
Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't like that. Guy full on, that's like not just a dragon on his shoulder. That's Maleficent.
Yeah, pretty
Like,
much.
That's cool.
They're like crazy.
Fair.
This goes back to salamanders don't get a lot of attention by Games Workshop. They don't have a ton of successor chapters.
Right.
Most successor chapters, it's like if it's not an Ultramarine successor chapter, it's an Imperial Fist successor chapter. It's one of those deals.
Okay.
Salamanders, not that many.
Right.
But that should not discourage you from using them on tabletop or making your own successor chapter of the salamanders and just doing whatever you want.
Right.
Go for it. Though if you are going to play salamanders on the tabletop, you are encouraged to use as many flamethrowers as possible. They love fire. They love thunder hammers. They love being big and heavy.
Play Vulcan
Okay.
and he goes down. Can you just like bring him back?
A lot of the demon primarchs have this kind of mechanic. So does
Right.
Gilliman. Gilliman has like a second wind. Like basically his armor is like,
He just gets.
I'm back.
He locks in.
Yeah, he locks
When
in
he holds
for a
his
second.
breath for 45 minutes
Jesus.
just because he's so mad.
Oh, you're talking. You're not supposed to know about that yet.
No, I'm not, but I do.
It's funny. So I could definitely imagine Vulcan having some sort of, if he goes down, I don't know, roll 2d6, and if it's a 4-up on both dice, then he gets to come back.
Crazy.
No, Vulcan's cool. He's so
Yeah.
fucking awesome. Hey, where would you rate Vulcan in terms of your favorites? Because we've talked about Horus, Lehman, Ferris, Fulgrim. Now we're at
Yeah.
Vulcan.
I feel like number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah, I'm just like,
not numero uno.
I'm just really attached to my boys right now.
Oh, you're.
Well, they're still fucking alive.
We gotta
and
look at the
okay.
list and add like a little like asterisk at the bottom. It says subject to change.
Like for me, they're still sitting on like it's that autumn day where they're sitting out on the stairs. It's good right now. It's good.
You just want them to be happy.
I just want them to be okay.
I think you're gonna feel that when we talk more about what happens to Vulcan and the heresy.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a slight hint.
Right.
Conrad basically gets he figures out that Vulcan has a respawn timer.
Right.
And well,
Decides to off him.
he decides to experiment a bit.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Our boy
ominous.
is gonna go through some bad shit.
Wait. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
The Conrad curse.
The Conrad curse.
It's bad, guys.
Where would you rate Conrad? Because we talked a bit about Conrad this time. Where do you rate Conrad on like the tier
Shoot
list?
him into the sun.
I would.
Get him out of here. I want him flung into the star.
Can we
I want
skip
him,
him?
gone. Oh, yeah,
Listen,
that's about
I don't want
right.
to take anything away from anybody. So, like, can we just give them all to Bricky and he just doesn't take them outside?
Give all the Night Lords to Bricky. Yeah.
Like,
I
I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but that's acid rain, and I have very sensitive skin.
again, a lot of people who play Night Lords are of the vibe of, yeah, I'm fucking evil.
I really hope that when they
Duh.
play, they role play a Transylvanian accent.
I am very evil. Number 3, huh? Okay.
Imagine all Night Lord had Transylvania accent. Bah, hi there. I'm here to suck your butt. Like imagine you change all like the like they have like a part that just like you know which part?
Own.
Sarah fled down the ridge. Vulcan didn't bother
Oh, okay.
up.
Or foolish meeting me out here like this.
Like here's the
Vulcan
thing.
warned.
This is part how they voiced it.
Why? What are you going to do? Kurt.
Like hey, imagine like this part, this particular part.
Without first shedding a little blood.
They go for like those kind of like you know like very soft and like evil like scheming evil vibe for the voice actors, and then I'll be like, what if you use a Transylvania voice on this? Let me try to do that.
You practically exsanguinated the entire populace.
And what do you think that would do to their fighting spirit?
And what do you think did a fighting spirit? And what do you think about the fighting spirit?
Vulcan turned sharply at the sound of Kurz's voice, not through the Vox anymore. He was there. The Night Haunter was a few paces behind him,
Let me do one more.
standing in the shadows at the edge of the flickering firelight.
You are either bold or foolish meeting me out here like this.
Vulcan warned. Why? What are you going to do? Kurz stepped out of the shadows.
Okay. This part. Okay, what he said again?
Why? What are you going to do? Kurz stepped.
Okay. Bye. What are you going to do? Imagine every single line. every single line he does have a Transylvania voice. That would be hilariously funny. Bye. I need them.
Please, can I get your favorite? Please, can I?
So it would be interesting because perhaps that would mean Vulcan comes back and he's like even bigger. Right, Conrad on like the tier
Shoot
list.
him into the sun.
Get him out of here. I want him flung into the star.
Can we
I want
skip him?
gone. Oh, yeah,
Listen,
that's about
I don't want
right.
to take anything away from anybody. So, like, can we just give them all to Bricky and he just doesn't take them outside?
Give all the Night Lords to Bricky. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but that's acid rain, and I have very sensitive skin.
Again, a lot of people who play Night Lords are of the vibe of, yeah, I'm fucking evil.
I really hope that when they role play a Transylvanian accent.
I am very evil. Number 3, huh? Okay. It makes sense. It makes sense.
It's not like if I was gonna have lunch with anyone, I'd probably choose Vulcan.
Oh, Vulcan. Vulcan, absolutely.
I feel like I'm the most likely to come out of things.
My boy can work a grill.
Or Canoe. But I also just feel like I'd have things to talk about with Canoe. Like we bond over like organizing things.
I'm so excited for Canoe, for Gilliman. Gilliman's
gonna be like a 4-hour episode.
4-hour episode, 2 hours of which you're just like, I like him. He's
It's gonna
so
be like
good.
when after 2 seasons, suddenly your anime gets a movie, you know, and you're like, oh my God. But like in terms of like the stories I have enjoyed learning so far, I want there to be more of him.
Yeah.
But I currently haven't like latched on.
You're exactly where I'm at, where when I was doing this episode, I was like, how far do I go? Because I don't want to encroach upon anything that's like during the heresy, because I want to save that for like big, like this is the Horus Heresy videos, you know?
It's like, my feeling is like, obviously I like him.
Yeah, obviously I like him, but I just want more.
Yeah.
And now you're with every Salamander fan out there. I just want more. I just want more Sallys.
They're cool.
Sallys are great. They're cool. They're also like not that hard to paint.
Yeah.
They're a pretty warm green. Just paint the pauldrons black, maybe add some gold if you want. You don't know what this means yet, but they are not codex compliant, which means that they basically don't have like a standardized, like, you put this marking here. So it encourages
Leandros is freaking out.
yeah, it's not breaking lore or anything, if that matters to you, to like have them fully customize their armor or use non-conventional weapons, or you know, it's basically kit bash, paint however you want. I see a lot of people to denote sergeants on salamanders. They'll typically paint the helmets black.
Okay.
Which I love that look. Oh, they also have black backpacks. I forgot to mention that. In 40K, they have black backpacks. In 30K, they don't, I think they don't. Let me check. Horus, Heresy, Salamanders. Let's find out. They do not. They have green backpack. So after the Fulgrim video, we had a bit of a discussion where you were like,
does
I
mean
kind
you
of
want to
want to
play
make an
like
Emperor's Children
Warhammer
Force
Space Marine 2?
where it's like based off Band of the Hawk. And there will be a Guts mini and a Griffith mini, and that'll be like Fulgrim, and then he'll have like the demon mode and all that stuff. Would you consider collecting and painting salamanders?
I already have.
Fuck.
I've got one right here.
Fuck, she's right.
Yeah.
Damn.
Again, I like defaulted to them because I was like, I know these guys are good. Like,
at the beginning, I was like, I wonder if your opinion will change, and like I knew like your opinion's not gonna change. You're still gonna like salamanders.
It's not great that he killed the child.
Well, of course not. But like, you know, sometimes good. Sometimes
if you ever find yourself about to kill a child, stop. Ask yourself, is this who I want to be? My poor, very warm boy. He's very
He is a very warm boy. He's very warm.
Someone get him a pool.
Do you think he is like a reptile in that maybe he's actually very cold all the time, and so he prefers being in warm places?
I look at him and the Goron village music starts playing.
He is quite Goron-ish, isn't he?
Dun, 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 dun.
He's very big.
He's very good.
I really do love Vulcan, and we'll see this trend with a lot of the loyalist Primarchs. Spoiler, Vulcan is going to be one of the loyal ones. But there's this interesting conversation that a lot of them have sort of internally where they see everything that they're doing and they agree with the Emperor's end goal. The goal of, humanity will be all unified and it'll be great and there will be peace and prosperity throughout the galaxy.
Sure.
But the means to get there are bad.
Okay, so yeah, we've described in that encapsulation most good stories.
Yes.
But
I just I love the mentality of the Primarchs because they were literally made to do this job, right? But they still have enough free will to look at these awful things they're doing. Vulcan is looking at the xenocide, the alien genocide, the genocide of other humans who just said no to the Emperor. And he's just like, I don't feel good about this. I've been doing a lot of, I've been playing D&D on Saturdays. It's my first time playing D&D. I've done some Pathfinder in the past, but I haven't really just sat down and done like a long-term D&D campaign outside of like maybe a one-shot like 5-6 years ago. Anyway, I've been doing a lot of reading on different creatures. It's one of those things that I never really got into. I was like, Dungeons and Dragons, it's that thing. And every so often I'd see like Art of a Monster and go, oh, that's cool. I've been doing a lot of reading on, well, the dragons.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the title. I'm going to look at what the hell is the lore of these dragons. I love dragons. Dragons are great. The Primarchs, especially Vulcan,
oh no, I'm losing audience.
Remind me of the dragons, specifically the metallic ones. Now, the metallic ones, they're considered.
I mean, look at his hammer.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. But the metallic dragons, there's a difference between the difference between metallic and chromatic, and there's a bunch of other variations of dragons. Basically, chromatics are generally considered aligned with evil. Metallics are generally considered aligned with good, whether that be chaotic, neutral, whatever.
Metallics, evil.
No, metallics, good.
Sorry.
Chromatics.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand the difference.
Chromatics are like red, green, blue. Metallics are like bronze, gold, silver.
Okay, I understand the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy going. But the idea is that despite them being aligned with that, so you could have like let's take a bronze dragon. Now, bronze dragons, they're particularly involved with a lot of humanoid wars, and they have a very strong sense of justice. And so what often happens is these warring nations will approach a bronze dragon and they will appeal to the dragon going like, our cause is the morally correct or the more justified thing. And the dragon will determine what it personally determines is like the correct side and fight for that side.
If it was a different mythological creature, it might determine what was Phoenix right.
Damn. So the interesting thing is, despite them being good, using big air quotes there, they're still fucking dragons.
Well, I
and
mean,
if you
like,
piss off a dragon, it's going to kill you.
I think one of the lessons of life is that like you can never understand other perspectives. You can never account for every perspective. You know, like people are having a very different experience from you all the time.
Yes.
And you're not aware of it. Even if you're the good guy in war,
you're still at war.
You're still going into war.
Yeah, and this is the exact thing with Vulcan, right?
Yeah. It's like there's obviously tragedy in it, and I think that it's often like portrayed in media with like some kind of a loss of innocence. I think Warhammer is very much about how everything is kind of gray.
Yes. The
color is kind of gone.
Yeah, the common thing to say to people when they're first getting into it is, who are the good guys? Well, there are no good guys. I think the main appeal for a lot of people getting into salamanders is the fact that most of them are generally kind. They are good people in a galaxy that does not care.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of factions like that. Even in the most shitty Space Marine faction or Imperium or whatever the fuck, there are still good people.
Yeah.
And it is interesting seeing their perspective in this setting.
Would you argue technically Space Marines are human?
No, they are transhuman.
Yeah. But like technically.
Yeah. They are of human origin.
So Space Marines around them, they like understand their perspective. So like you could say that they consider them people because
depends on the Space Marine.
Yeah. But like I feel like in that example, salamanders consider humans people.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Salamander consider the peak of humanity.
And not just because like, oh, you're like more bodies or whatever. It's because no, this is the point.
Yeah, it's just like how you wouldn't want to see a person get hurt.
Yeah.
Because whether or not you know them or they're your prerogative or whatever, it's hard. Like, oh no, my fellow, a thinking, breathing, having an experienced person like me. What a terrible thing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like, could I prevent it?
And this is sort of the tragedy of Vulcan is that I don't think he can. No matter how hard these people try, and this is a recurring theme with a lot of the Primarchs, is that despite all their gifts, they are not gods. They can't.
Well, they're demigod. They are not actual gods. All right, I'm back. Good. Actually, I do love this duo, like explaining Warhammer stuff in a very layman term, because like they basically are trying their best to explain it to a person who never really experienced Warhammer before. So it's actually quite a beginner friendly series. They have like a lot of things going on there, and obviously they are letting people learning about the stuff in a very like normie side, or like the people who never really like was like deep into Warhammer for like 50 years. And yes, this series have like a very long lifespan. Some people follow Warhammer stuff for like 40-ish years. Is still there. Like, man, it's like it was way before, like, the heck, this thing is like way before like World Warcraft. Warcraft is a thing. Like, I'm not even kidding. This thing is before Warcraft stuff. Oh, this is the Warhammer Fantasy one. It's not 40k. I just want to I see lizard people. I want to take a look at it. It's a fucking dinosaur! It's a dinosaur, fucking dinosaur, giant dinosaur.
I am labeling the note Lizzie Boys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode of Explaining Warhammer Fantasy to my girlfriend. My name is Ava, and joining me, as always, is my lovely significant other, Carrie.
Oh, it's me.
So this is technically take 3 of the fantasy video.
The secrets.
We have a bit of backstory behind that. Well, at least I do. I've been wanting to do a fantasy episode ever since we started this podcast a year ago. And I was like really excited, but I didn't know what to do because I was like, oh, what do we start with? There's so many cool factions, you know?
Yeah. And they all look cooler than the 40k factions.
It's true.
Controversial take.
Controversial take, but that's just because we're biased. We like fantasy a bit more.
Well, and they just factually look cooler.
Objectively. Get fucked, 40k
No,
fans.
40k looks rad, but like
Fantasy's cool.
look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
So I compiled like a general overview of the world, and I was like, oh, well, there's this faction, and this is how magic works, and here's like kind of the history, and blah, 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 blah. And we recorded it. It was like an hour, and we were like, okay.
And I was like hypno-toad.
Yep. And so a day or two later, I was like, I don't know. This doesn't feel right. Let me add some more detail. Let me go into a bit more depth with this overview. So we recorded it a second time, and it was even more in depth, more into the magic system, more into the factions and some of the characters and stuff. And then we ended it, and we were like, yeah, I feel a lot better about that. And a couple days passed, and I was like, no. There's something that like, I feel like I didn't get all of it down. And so I kept thinking to myself, like, why does this feel different? Why is this so hard for me to accept this is okay, this is a good episode? What made the 40k one work so well? And then it dawned on me. We started 40k technically where the story begins. With the Necrons. And so I thought to myself, well, duh, we gotta start the story at the beginning.
Yeah.
So today, we are talking about the Lizard Men.
Aw.
Welcome to the old world, my love. Before we delve straight into it, if you would like to support our show, head on over to patreon.com/numbskulls, where you can get access to a private Discord, bloopers, early episodes, submit questions to be read on the show, and much, much more. That is all over at patreon.com/numbskulls.
It's true.
We've also got new merch on the way. The Bones of Chaos are being made into high quality posters, and we're releasing Fight Like a Girl, our first objective marker based around the Custodes. You can pre-order all of these right now, but shipping won't start until September 5th. So if you're watching this after the 5th, you can just grab them over at orchidate.com. Link on screen and in the description. Check it out. They look great. Hope you guys like them.
Yeah.
Also use code numbskulls at gamersubs.com for 10% off.
And get you some energy.
Get you some energy. And if you like what we do, leave a like, subscribe. comment, praise the algorithm. Thank you all so much. I have an intro for you today. It's a bit of a long one, and it's a little confusing, but it's kind of magic-y, so I think you'll like it.
Okay. Oh, I like magic.
Oh, yeah. Cue the moody music.
What?
All right. Shh. In the moments before the beginning, there was no time, no matter, and no dimension. Only the endless potential for these things. For in the absence of absolutely everything, absolutely anything becomes possible. And so it was that this endless potential realized its own existence, thus creating the universe and all the planes of existence that run parallel to it. As time and matter and dimensions swelled in the physical womb of the realized, the potential continued to grow alongside them within the metaphysical womb of the still unrealized. Every new creation brought with it the possibility for growth and greater complexity of form and process. In time, creation realized unto itself life, and life in turn spawned perception. And following perception came consciousness, and with consciousness so followed intelligence, and from intelligence sprang conception, and from that came the words that bind all things into conception. And so the words made new conceptions, and new conceptions increased intelligence, and increased intelligence broadened consciousness, and broadened consciousness deepened perception, and this deepened perception came to know life more fully. And perception understood the form and process of all that was realized, and came to permeate the raw potential of all that was yet unrealized. Within the endless potential of the unrealized, conceptions began to take their own form, and in time the great paradigms awakened, powers of the unrealized that spoke their own words, so glorious and so terrible. Now millennia have passed, and we speak our own words, words that marry the tongues of the mundane with tongues of those whose mystical insight teaches us of the gods of the world, of the mortal and immortal. And with them, we may sculpt the world to our will and the universe to our design. So it is, and so shall it be. Teclis of Ulfwan, translated into Reichspiel by Magister Vespasian Kant, Patriarch of the Order of Light. Welcome to the world of Warhammer, my love.
That felt like a meditation. I'm like super relaxed now.
Oh, nice. So you're going to notice a couple things that are...
So God's real.
Gods in this world exist.
But like, there was a first God.
Or perhaps something like it.
Or like a non-God. This reminds me of the conversation that I've had a couple of times of like, you can very easily have science and like the idea of a God coexist.
Oh, yeah?
Well, just like...
You're going to like where this episode goes.
Just like, you know, the idea of like a big bang happening and like matter coming into being does not necessarily mean that wasn't a planned event in some way. Again, I think it's always an interesting conversation, but that's kind of what my mind went back to while you were
That's fair.
talking.
A lot of this episode is going to have echoes of familiarity.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with how we structured our first 40K video. So buckle up, relax, enjoy yourself.
I'm chilling.
A long, long time ago.
Guys, sing it with me. You know the song.
A long, long time ago.
Before men, before dwarves, before even the long-lived elves, there was a world covered in ice, where only the mightiest of beasts reigned supreme. Dragons flew across the skies. Mammoths stomped as great sky titans herded them to the mountains, where trolls made their homes in the cave systems that expanded to the very deepest parts of the world. And one day, strangers descended from the very stars above, from where no one truly knows. They came down in ships of brilliantly shining silver, humming with powerful magical energy. The old ones had come.
So they came down.
They came down.
From where?
From space.
Up. From where?
They came from space.
They came from space.
So we have the old ones again.
They are aliens.
Yes, they are not of this world, perhaps even not of this dimension. But we do know one thing. They have one goal.
Right.
Eliminate chaos.
Oh.
So all we know
Chaos.
is this planet, the old
Shit.
ones are around, they just arrived, and chaos is
Final
real.
Fantasy
It
PTSD
already
again.
exists.
Chaos!
At the dawn of time, chaos already existed. Korn, Slanesh, Nurgle, Zinch, they're all there.
Okay, so it's the chaos gods as we have seen them in 40K.
Yes. They are the same gods, despite this being a totally different universe. 40K and fantasy are not connected whatsoever. They may have been in earlier editions, but nowadays that is not the case. The old ones were excellent at both science and magic because to them they were one and the same. Some scholars say that they could have even had power over time itself. And some even say they may have been able to summon and bind ancient gods. That's how crazy we're talking.
Primals.
Yeah, we have the ability to summon a primal and trap it. Kind of like Ultimate Weapon. You know, we can like just lock it in a moon somewhere.
I was going to say, is that also like Bahamut? Or did they summon Bahamut?
The Alligans summoned Bahamut and then they put him in a moon.
Was the plan always to put him in a moon?
I think so. They wanted to use him as like a battery.
Yeah.
The old ones decided that this world had potential. And using their technology and magic fused together, they moved the planet closer to the sun, melting the ice, and the planet began to grow life from the seeds that they planted. They first created the beings known as the Slan to serve as advisors and guides to the newer races as part of the Great Plan.
So wait, sorry. It was the old ones that came from space, right?
The old ones came from space.
The old ones. Okay. What is the Great Plan?
I'd love to tell you in detail, but we don't know a lot about it.
They didn't write it down?
They kind of did, but the idea is we know it's some plan that they might have had to create the world as they believed it should be, but what that plan entailed, we don't exactly know. What exactly it means to have the planet become its full potential, also up to interpretation.
Closer to the sun.
Closer to the sun.
Which makes sense if we're calling these lizards. Well, okay, the old ones.
Yeah.
Are they lizardy?
We have no canonical idea of what they looked like. However, the things that they create are lizard-like, so we can assume that if these are beings that can create life, if they created that life, it would be somewhat in their image, right?
Potentially.
So we can assume, potentially, they are reptilian in some way, shape, or form.
Right. Well, then that would make sense with moving the planet because reptiles love a warm spot.
They love the warm spots.
We love a warm spot. It gives them energy and makes them feel cozy, which is the opposite of how I feel when I open my email. That fills me with dread and anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we both get anxiety when we open emails and get phone calls and stuff like that. It's kind of frustrating to get that kind of anxiety when you're just checking messages and that kind of thing, because those kinds of things are a requirement for life and work and can't really avoid them. And you know what makes that 10 times worse? The weird amount of spam that we all get, which makes that little inbox number get bigger and bigger. It used to be a real problem where we'd both be avoiding our emails. But since we found today's sponsor, Incogni, opening our emails doesn't seem quite as intimidating anymore.
Data brokers collect and sell your information to the highest bidder every day, and it can happen hundreds of times. Incogni searches what websites have your information and automatically requests your data to be removed. No more weird calls, no more spam mail, all at the push of a button. Incogni's dashboard even shows you where it's having your information removed from and how much time it saved you if you were to do this manually. To get your personal data off the internet and back into your own hands, go to incogni.com/numbskulls to get 60% off your purchase.
That's a
or
lot.
click the link in the description or pinned comment. That's incogni.com/numbskulls. Thank you, Incogni.
Thanks, guys. I feared the email. No more.
Let's get back to the lizards. And also, considering it's a planet of nothing but ice, it's like, ooh, that's not so good for growing, plants. So let's just move it over here.
So why would they not just choose a planet that was closer to the sun? Or was there not one?
I don't know.
I guess, but wait, who knows?
Who knows?
For some reason, this planet,
It was part of the Great Plan.
and this planet is Terra.
This planet is called Malice.
Don't land there. Everything
don't
I've
know.
learned. That's gonna. What are the planets called that are like? Don't freaking go to those planets.
Like Death World.
Death World. Don't go. Don't go to Murder. Don't go to Malice. Don't go to Dulky Prime.
Dulky Prime.
Don't go to Dulky.
Oh, don't go to there. I think Malice is a human name that is given to the planet later. Most of the time it's referred to the old world or just the world. So they created the Slan.
The Slan. Okay.
The Slan are frog priest mages.
Okay.
They are some of the most powerful mages in the setting, period. They can literally see magic.
Oh, they've got all their effects turned on.
It's true.
So they got good computers.
They've got good computers in their brain. They can see the magic, because in the episode that we attempted to record, we described how magic in this world is almost like a wind, figuratively. And so they can literally see it like drifting.
Yeah. Would you say, I understand that the descriptor that's used in world is like a wind, like the winds
Yes.
of magic.
Because they are ever flowing.
Right. Would you say that that is different than 40K magic?
I would say yes, because 40K magic, I don't think it's ever been described as a wind. That's always been a thing with fantasy.
Right. Is there anything that you feel like has it been like physically described, like as like electricity? Or I know it's very psychic, so like thoughts and things.
In 40K.
Yeah. And then we've seen Necron magic. That looks a bit electric-y.
Yeah, I'd say it's very different because fantasy magic is much more in tune with the elements of the world rather than... You are right. I am thinking about it. And a lot of 40K magic is depicted as like mostly lightning bolts and so on and so forth like that.
Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty common with magic.
It is pretty common. It's like your classic Palpatine, you know?
Yeah. Poor Windu. Out the window.
No!
Da-da-da-da.
So, to emphasize how strong these frog slan are,
Yeah.
an enemy wizard would be able to cast their most powerful spell, something that they have studied for an entire lifetime. They've got this one big powerful spell,
Zeta Flare.
and they cast it, and the slan just waves its hand, and the spell is gone. They don't care.
Right. And this magic, you said it's more to do with nature.
To a degree, yeah.
Would you say it's to do with like the actual planet? Like I guess they were created on this planet.
They were also created by the old ones to like specifically be very powerful mages.
Yeah.
And because of this, they had special treatment from the old ones. They were the only race that was spoken to directly by them, and they are the only species that can understand the language and comprehend the great plan. They're the only ones that can do it. And because of this, they're a bit different. They can see magic. Time passes for them much faster than the other races. You know how in FF14, when we talk to a dragon at one point, they talk about like events that happened thousands of years ago to us, but to them, that was like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Like,
well, when you live for such a long time.
Exactly. They have to sort of go in slow motion when they're talking to another race that might not perceive time as well as they do, you know?
Right.
They can take decades to centuries making decisions or meditating. Oftentimes, the other lizard men will have to go up to a slan to like wake them up if they really need them, because otherwise they're not going to move. They're just going to be sitting.
You taking a nap.
Well, no, they're going to be sitting in their chair, like contemplating, trying to decipher the great plan.
Oh.
Contemplating it for decades to centuries, trying to like understand it fully.
Oh, it's just 42.
That's the secret.
That's the secret.
Someone needs to tell them.
I mean,
because that slan, he hasn't moved for 46 years.
Oh, no. He's going to get bed sores.
More like chair sores. They do like their floating chairs.
Yeah. So, okay, the floating chairs are cool.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the old ones just gave them those.
Yeah, they're also powered by magic.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The old ones then began creating the more well-known species of the settings. They helped uplift humans, dwarves, elves.
Oh.
And it was part of the slan's job to guide these races when the time was right, teaching them magic and guiding them along the great plan.
Cool.
Yeah. The old ones, in their infinite wisdom and intelligence, could also foresee that other races might rise up and potentially hinder their plans, such as their ships accidentally brought around these green spores that started growing and started wawing around.
Uh-oh.
And crumping places.
Oh, no. The British are here.
They're here.
They've got footballs.
So, to combat this, they created the Saurus. These are your warriors.
That's how you look up words.
The Saurus. These are your warriors.
Okay.
They are not as smart as Slan, but they are very good in physical combat. Where Slan are your powerful mages that don't want to get hit. These are your dudes who are going to be on the battlefield fighting. They're strong, they're tough, and they are fiercely loyal.
Cool.
Yeah. They also ride dinosaurs. Lizards riding dinosaurs. that can cast magic and are from space.
Yeah, I'm into it.
I'm into it. I'm here.
It's good. It's just good.
Saurus are often born in groups that share the same markings and will have a strong, somewhat psychic bond between their siblings that make them terrifying on the battlefield. So, they all have the same, how Kita has her banana spots?
Yeah.
If she was born in a Saurus group, they would have the same banana spots in the same places. Now, these groups of Saurus will also have an alpha, and should that alpha fall in battle, another will take their place should the other survive.
Interesting.
And usually they'll be more armored to show you that they are the alpha of the group, oftentimes with like a mask or like a fancy helmet or a fancy shield, yada, yada, yada. I also need to mention lizard men. Their entire vibe with their aesthetics is not just lizards and dinosaurs and stuff. It's also Mesoamerican, gold everywhere. It's so awesome. It's so cool.
Yeah. So I'm just interested in this sibling thing.
Yeah.
They're like lizards or dinosaurs.
Yeah, so they're in eggs.
So likely they are, born from eggs. It's just interesting that they would be almost exactly the same body, because the only time you really see something like that in nature is with identical twins, where it's literally the egg splits and becomes more than one egg, because like my sister and I have different DNA. There are obvious similarities in it. We do look pretty alike, but like we're not the same body structure.
Yeah. So what's interesting is like this clutch of eggs. There's like 5 of them at a time usually.
Which would
they'll
be
all
separate.
be born.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all separate, but they'll all be born at the same time, and they're all identical, and they all share this bond.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's really interesting. And like, I kind of like that from it's not super realistic, because it really goes into the idea of like, these are not naturally occurring creatures.
Yeah, there is something purposeful about them.
Yes.
What is that?
Don't worry about that right now.
The Great Waffle Iron.
We're gonna acknowledge that in a second. I have a quote here about the Saurus and how they behave in combat.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
I have scoured the coasts of 3 continents, yet in all my years of roaming, I have never fought anything like the cold-blooded men of Lustria. Their main troops, large bipedal man lizards, are seemingly immune to pain, fighting long after foes with any sense would have fled. Time and again, I have seen them fight to the last, pausing only to tug crossbow bolts from their thick hides. Even in death, I have seen these creatures attack. In one case, a severed head continued snapping at us for 3 full days. And in another, the jaw, once clamped onto flesh, could not again be pried opened, but had to be cut away from the victim, a process none could survive. Vincenzo Corenzo, mercenary capitano out of Tilia.
Vincenzo Corenzo?
Yeah, that's a fun name, right?
That's a good name.
That's a good name.
Capitano Vincenzo Torenzo.
You have killed my father.
All right.
Yeah, so Saurus are super cool. They're like your mainline troop. Very tough. I love them.
Yeah, that sword means business.
That's a club.
That's a painy boy. That's no good time.
Yeah. Lizardmen are actually what kind of got me into Warhammer in general.
Fair.
Because a friend of mine was like, hey, try out this Warhammer game. It's called Total War Warhammer 2. And I was like, oh, that's like the Space Marine stuff. I don't like that. Whatever. I don't, whatever. And then he was like, let me buy it for you. We'll play it for a bit. If you don't like it, we can refund it, whatever. And I was like, okay. And we started up the game. And I was like, okay, there's like, people, there's men, there's an empire. What are these?
Little guys.
Lizard guys.
Little guys.
What are these lizard guys? And he was like, oh yeah, those are like lizard dudes. They're cool. And I was like, you didn't tell me about the lizard guys. These guys are sick as hell. And then I became a fan.
Cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded. The old ones then created more lizard men to create giant temple cities that served not only as a home, but as magical reservoirs that would collect the world's magical winds. These temple cities would create something called the geomantic web that keeps the planet in line. Without the geomantic web, weather patterns would change dramatically, the continents would shift and crack and move, and the orbit of the Earth itself would revert back to where it once was.
Oh.
So keeping this geomantic web stable is important.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I really like the lizard men because it's almost like their unspoken responsibility to keep the world like okay.
Right. Yeah. In a way that works for them. And obviously after a certain amount of time, whatever else develops on the planet.
Dwarves and elves and humans, all life, really.
Yeah.
The only thing that lived before this was like mammoths and dragons and giants and stuff.
Which, how are they doing with this sudden horrible change? They've caused global warming. And
They're
now
fine, mostly.
we're all stuck here.
Mostly.
Oh, Manny.
They're mostly fine. Like dragons are chilling.
Right. Well, not anymore.
Well, there are still like cold places on the planet.
Yeah.
You know, so they possibly went over there. Dragons oftentimes are like your European dragon. They live in the mountains.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Giants, trolls, all that kind of jazz. But yeah, these temple cities, super important magical reservoirs that keep the world in line.
Right.
In order to create these cities, the old ones first made the skinks.
Skinkies. Oh, look at him.
Architects and artisans that would oversee the construction of the temple cities. They're more intelligent than Source, but not quite as much as Slan, but they are very fragile. They're quick and nimble, and some can even use magic.
This is what I do when you bring home snacks and I'm trying not to look excited. He's like, oh.
It's good. Perhaps by design, the other lizard men love skinks.
Oh.
They can't get enough of them. They love these guys.
Oh.
They are diplomats, artisans, scribes. They are the general citizenry of Lizard Man society.
Okay.
And if they were to, like, let's say, you know, Thanos snap, all the skinks are gone,
Oh.
Lizard society crumbles.
Right.
The skinks are holding it all together.
I mean, actually, it makes sense. Skinks are the most common type of lizard.
Mm-hmm.
They're like also the most diverse. I think it's like 25% of all lizard species are skinks.
Come from skinks? Oh, really?
Are skink. Skink is
Oh,
a designation of a lizard. It means that they have a long body and like short legs.
Oh, I see.
But they're like hugely differentiated.
It's very diverse.
There are like skinks that don't have eyelids. There are skinks that do have eyelids. There are skinks that have like blue tongues.
Mhm.
Some skinks lay eggs. Some skinks give live birth, like anacondas.
Huh.
And like there have actually been species of skinks that they've witnessed both,
Oh, interesting.
which is crazy. There's a kind of skink that even has green blood
Oh.
because the pigment from bile gets into the blood.
Oh.
So
Huh.
I think it's like 1,500 types of skinks that we know of.
So much like real life, Warhammer skinks also are incredibly diverse, and we'll touch that in a second. Some of them are born different
Yeah.
and are deemed special. Oftentimes they're albino, and they will serve as personal assistants to the Slan. So as you can see on this mini here, there's an albino skink like holding a bowl and something for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but they're just like personal assistants. They take care of them, maybe massage them, maybe like, you know, they fan them, that kind of stuff. In combat, skinks are incredibly fast, they're sneaky, and they often use guerrilla tactics in the jungles.
Okay.
I have a quote that describes this perfectly. As soon as we were open, several men at the rear of our column were slain by arrows and javelins thrown by unseen enemies lurking among the tangled mangrove roots. Immediately gave the order to make a defensive formation. Suddenly, hundreds of the jade-colored lizards emerged from the undergrowth armed with vicious weapons. This time, luckily, their arrows fell harmlessly upon our lacquered tiger shields. We replied with our crossbows, slaying several of them before they scurried back to the trees. The jungles fell silent. Voyage of Yin Tuan to Lustria, circa 1690 Imperial Calendar. So a lot of their tactics are, as we just read, hit and run. Hit and run.
Right.
And you'll never see where they go.
Right.
Very sneaky. Usually you can also see them riding on top of Triceratops, Bastiladons.
Oh.
And oftentimes they have like these little platforms that allow them to shoot laser beams.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I love lasers.
It's not just, oh, Mesoamerican dinosaurs being ridden by lizards. They also have fucking lasers.
Orbital combat.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hey,
lasers.
Not only that, they also ride pterodactyls that drop bombs on people.
Damn.
It's awesome. So in a larger army format, the skinks will follow bigger Saurus, and the Saurus will like be in charge often. And they become much braver if led by a skink chief or a Saurus that really cares for the skinks. Or they can also just be naturally braver and tougher if they're born a red-crested skink or can be stealthier if they are born as a chameleon skink. There's all sorts of skinks out there. And let me tell you, they're very fun to color.
Well, yeah.
And this is like a thing we'll talk about a little bit more as well, but like lizard men, them being magical and also just lizards, gives you a lot of opportunities to just be like, I'm going to use the brightest colors I have.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of reptiles out there that have brilliantly vibrant tones, like tokay geckos.
Right.
Geckos in general, honestly. Yeah, super, super cool.
Interesting.
Now, skinks didn't do the building. They were the architects. They planned all the stuff. They made the blueprints. They wrote stuff down.
Okay.
The ones that did the building were the croxagores.
Oh.
Flat fucks.
Big boy.
Big boys.
Not so flat right now.
No, they very lurchy.
He learned stand up.
I imagine if they sleep, though, they're like completely flat.
Oh, they do that thing where they stick their legs right back.
Yeah.
And then you can scratch them with a toothbrush.
Oh, I love it. I love alligators. I love crocodiles. Oh, they're so cute.
They are good.
Now, croxagores. These guys are tough. They're big, they're mean, and they're strong.
Okay.
But they're not very smart.
Okay.
By design, perhaps more than even the other lizard men, they obsess over skinks.
Aww.
They love these little guys. They can't get enough of them. They're in the crowds and they're like, I've got all my skink friends here. I love these skinks.
Aww.
They will do whatever a skink says. Like a skink will be like, can you get this from the store? The croxagore will be like, yes, I will.
Aww.
And he'll drag himself over there. He'll get the thing, bring it back to the skink, and the skink will be like, thank you. You know?
Aww.
In battle, skinks will surround them and they get like hyped up. They're like, yeah, we're with the croxagore. We're hype. And they'll fight better. And the croxagore is like, I must protect the little ones. And so he'll fight harder too. And so it's just this perfect synergy.
Aww.
It's awesome. I love it.
Aww.
They're so strong they can rip a man in half.
Well, look at him.
They also do, in fact, bite people and then go into a death roll.
Well, again,
as they should.
Look at him.
Look at him. He's perfect.
He's built for it.
He's perfect. I love him.
He reminds me of, just because of his coloring, he reminds me of that shark thing. What's the shark? Battle sharks?
Street sharks?
Street sharks.
Jossum.
With fucking Vin Diesel. Look at this.
So, as I mentioned, they're not very intelligent.
Right.
So after battles, last enemy falls down.
Yeah.
And the croxagores will just drop their weapons and go back to building.
Okay.
They're very single-minded.
Right.
They're very focused.
They need to be assigned a job.
It's true, and they will do that job.
Right.
Problem.
Right.
The weapons they carry are extremely heavy.
Okay.
And the skinks can't carry them.
Oh.
So it got to a point where the skinks started making like
I have my
these
Discord
bracelets
like
that
recorded,
would
so,
chain
like,
onto their weapons. So when they dropped them, they would just drag.
No, that makes perfect sense. That's a solution.
So you don't have to go looking if there's another attack. It's like, oh no, where are the clubs? Like, they've got them.
Just give them a sheath of some kind.
Well, I don't know. They might not remember that the sheath is there.
Well, teach them. You said they'll do anything they're told. Just tell them.
Again, they're not very smart. They're your standard bruiser.
But I mean, it doesn't feel like it takes a lot of intelligence.
You would have to keep reminding them.
I mean, like, and I'm ADHD. I don't put anything back.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
they're fun though. I love the croxagores.
They're very good.
Oh, so sometimes they'll be armed with clubs and like big swords and stuff, but sometimes they get punch gauntlets that are powered again by like magic.
They get iron knuckles.
Yeah, they get like iron knuckles that are powered by like heaven magic.
Oh.
And they just start punching things.
Crazy.
It's awesome.
So you were saying that they're like alligators or crocodiles, and the one on the right there looks more like an alligator, whereas the one in the middle looks more like a crocodile to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is just interesting because they're quite different animals.
It's like a select all.
Actually, fun fact, did you know there's only one place in the world that both crocodiles and alligators exist, like in nature?
Interesting.
Can you guess where it is?
Florida.
Yep. In the Everglades.
Yep.
That is the only place on Earth that you can find both crocodiles and alligators.
Dude, I'm telling you, if the lizard men were in our world, they would love Florida. They would love that place.
They'd be having a great time. They would actually buy up the houses that are about to go underwater?
Well, no, they'd make their own. They would make their own ziggurats that would float in the sky using magic.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
And it would go along with the Mesoamerican, I can't remember what it's called, but one of the things that allowed them to actually inhabit the like marshy lands of Southern America was that they built floating structures to like hold their buildings and things.
Oh, interesting.
So that they could have crops and stuff kind of out of the actual swamp.
Huh, that's cool.
Yeah, and this was like a technology that they developed. It allowed them to settle somewhere that basically nobody else could settle.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and that's kind of why they had so much land, because they were the only ones who figured out how to use it.
Huh. So we're building temples.
We're doing it.
We're building these big cities. Everything's going great. In between all of this crafting and building and sometimes fighting, in case those green little mushrooms got a little angry, started going wah and coming by. The old ones were creating halflings and ogres. The Slan were teaching the elves magic and eventually the dwarves as well. But the dwarves, they didn't take to magic too well. They didn't like it very much. So they ended up creating something called rune magic.
Wait.
Which
Uh-oh.
they as craftsmen preferred.
Uh-oh.
Instead of I cast Thunderbolt, I have this little talisman that has a rune on it.
It does exactly
that
the
can cast
same
Thunderbolt.
thing.
It does exactly the same
But
thing.
I hate you for doing it the other way.
The elves and the dwarves don't hate each other yet. Not at this point in time. They're like fine. They're neutral with each other. Everything on the world is peaceful and fine.
Neutral?
Everything's neutral. But something was wrong. Something
This is
stirred.
Warhammer.
Okay.
To the north and south poles of the world, the old ones built two gates that transcended dimensions. They used these to traverse their vast empire that reached beyond the very stars. And one day, no one knows exactly how, the gates collapsed.
No.
And all hell broke loose. Literally.
Right.
Chaos began its invasion.
Okay. That's awkward.
First, the earth shook,
Uh-oh.
and where the gates fell, a great rift tore open the very fabric of reality.
Uh-oh. It's the second impact.
From this rift erupted solidified chaos magic, warp stone, that sailed through the skies, now lit with the fires of hell, landing in all parts of the world.
I'm imagining that, remember the shot that somebody got of the ducks looking up and seeing the meteor going over?
The earth continued to shake more violently than before, and from the north rose a second moon of pure green warp stone. As it rose, the planet screamed as beasts and man-things mutated under its foul light.
Oh.
Griffins, manticores, chimeras, all creatures of this nature were born under the light of Morsley.
Oh, shit.
Humans grew animal features, horns, hooves, and the lust to kill and corrupt.
I hope they don't get taken out of the board game.
Why are you like this? Why do you make me feel pain?
You choose me every day.
I love you so much. But you hurt me!
Flashbang!
Now intelligent Ratman began burrowing and scheming in the dark of the underworld, all while demons swarmed from the great rifts and charged towards the young races. The elves and dwarves fought for their lives, while some tribes of men gave in to their invaders, birthing the first warriors of chaos, corrupted souls who would stop at nothing to see this world burn. As the gates crumbled, the old ones vanished.
Uh-oh.
Where or what happened to them is a mystery to all, even the lizard men. The laughter of 4 chaos gods rang in the ears of all mortals, driving some to the brink of insanity.
Oh, this is not good.
Acting quickly, the Slan gathered, uniting their magical power to seal the rifts shut. But the power of chaos was overwhelming, and half the Slan race was killed. Their brains melted from the immense effort. For their sacrifice, they managed to shrink the rifts, but not enough to stop the eruption of magic coming through or the hordes of demons that came with them.
This guy, this is what I look like when I'm trying to find the word.
It's true. For the next few thousand years, the lizard men fought back against the forces of chaos with ferocious efficiency. They were made to do this. They proved to be incorruptible by the dark gods. And for every Saurus, skink, or Kroxigor that was lost, a dozen demons would fall. However, each battle brought forth more death to the Slann. Their numbers dwindling, the lizardmen fought more defensively to protect their leaders as chaos pushed towards the center of Lustria. More bodies fell each day. And after every battle, each defense was more bloody than the last. Temple City after Temple City fell, the great ziggurats falling, and the geomantic web weakening. The world became more unstable by the hour. But nothing was as important as the defense of Itza, first and greatest of temple cities, defended by Lord Croak, first of the Slann, and the mightiest raid.
I'm sorry, Lord Croak?
Lord Croak.
Lord Croak?
He's the first of the Slann and the mightiest mage in the world. He's the best mage in the setting. One of, if not the best. Lord Croak. He's a big frog. Lord Croak.
Hope he didn't croak.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, Lord Croak. Okay, I'm caught up. I'm Lord Croak.
Lord Croak.
Lord Croak.
The defense of Itza. Demons of all shapes and sizes slammed against the magical barrier that surrounded the city. Lord Croak needed more time. He needed to focus all his energy into this last spell. He exploded the barrier protecting the city, killing 100,000 demons in a single strike and wiping out the surrounding jungle. The rest of the horde charged into the streets. Saurus temple guards, skinks of all types, and sacred Kroxigor stood in defense. This was the battle that mattered the most, the final temple city. If they failed here, chaos would destroy the world. Every moment counted. The lizardmen stood firm as the demonic horde swarmed towards them. Croak recited every incantation from memory perfectly. The magic of the geomantic web surrounded him like a vortex. He just needed more time.
To all of our happy
It's the end of the world.
veins, blood runs cold.
The guard fought to their last, taking a great amount of the demons with them before being completely wiped out. But just as the enemy began advancing, the moment had come. Croak unleashed his spells, and pure light from the heavens rained down on the demons with such power that the fabric of the universe strained to stay together.
Please don't tell me he makes a spelling mistake.
No, only 12 bloodthirsters survived. Protected by the dark god Korn himself, they charged up to the temple, shrugging off each of his spells, and tore Croak apart.
What?
No! Croak has been croak!
Lord Croak croaks. Do that again with us speaking. I'm
Oh, what is fun?
sorry. However,
I hate corn. He's such a bitch.
However, Lord Croak was not finished.
He didn't
He
croak.
had taken in so much magical energy that he was now a spirit and refused death
my
to
God.
hinder his plans.
He's becoming one with the force.
A divine light that was
If you strike me now, I shall come back with a more dangerous and more powerful form. I become a ghost that haunted you. Every single time you go to bed, I will say peekaboo. Every single time you try to shit, I will distract you. Every single time you try to piss, I will appear right in front of you. Every single time you try to kiss someone, I will stand right in front of you. And I shall become your worst enemy.
was brighter than the sun itself, enveloped the entire city.
Zeta flare.
And the entire army of demons was slain. Itza was saved.
That's my fucking god.
Tactical fucking nuke.
He did not make a spelling mistake.
What's that? You killed me? Yeah, whatever. I'm still casting.
I'm sorry. Meteor on your ass.
What are you gonna do?
Get riggedy rocked.
Get wrecked, idiot. Croak's body was collected by his skink attendants,
Oh.
wrapped in resin-soaked wrappings, and then mummified.
Oh.
However, Croak's spirit still lingers, awaiting when he needs to be reawakened to enact the great plan once again. So yeah, whenever they need Lord Croak because shit's getting bad, they just, like, wake him up. Why do you look upset? What's wrong? He's still alive. He's okay.
I'm crying.
No, he's okay.
No!
He died and he was like, death is cringe. Let me just...
He gave everything!
But he's still alive. It's okay. His spirit is still with us. Like, literally, he's still alive.
Oh.
He's just, like, hanging out in space. And whenever he needs, like, to help, he goes back into his body.
Oh.
So here's his mini.
Wait. His mummified body?
Yeah.
He imhoteps?
And he's just sitting on his magical chair, and he goes into battle.
And he rehydrates.
And he tactical nukes everything. And he's like, my job here is done. And he goes and vibes in space for a while again. Croak is awesome.
Man, okay, so the Croxagores leave behind their weapons. This guy just ditches his body when he's done.
He's like, I'm out. See ya.
Interesting.
So this actually started a tradition among the Salon as well, where like the ones that get like really magically in tune with everything,
yeah,
they become these sort of mummified spirits that can come back. But none can compare to Lord Croak.
Well, that is a general statement about everything.
None can compare to Lord Croak.
None can compare to Lord Croak.
It's true.
That is simply how it is.
It's true. He's awesome. Croak?
Like I am.
That's my guy.
You know what? Screw, what's his name? Mr. Toad. I want Croak's Wild Ride. And you just leave your body.
What's really cool is in Total War Warhammer, when you get Lord Croak, because for most characters, it's like a big event. It's like, you can unlock Lord Croak, and you're like, oh shit.
Oh my gosh, Gramps.
And so when you get him, he is the best mage you could ever possibly hope for. His spells are insane because, like I said, they're like tactical nukes, but the best part about them, they don't hurt your allies. So the entire game plan, your jaw just dropped. Your entire game plan is like swarm the enemy, get them into a ball, and Lord Croak is just like, watch this.
I need this guy because I don't understand friendly fire. It's very hard for me.
Croak is awesome. He's so fucking badass. To wrap up our story. Oh, sorry. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I'm just like admiring his croaky goodness.
He's good. He's so good.
I like Lord Croak.
The battle against chaos continued with the other races of the world, but that's a story that will continue another day. Lizardmen today continue the battle against chaos, but the Slan mages can only remember fragments of the Old One's great plan. So the Lizardmen search for tablets, ancient temples, or anything that might guide them to what their ancient creators intended. So they are searching for pieces.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
These Slan, like Slanesh.
Kinda, yeah. The frog people.
The frog. Well,
Slan.
I would say toad.
Toad people.
They were created by the old ones.
Yeah.
They live a very long time.
Yeah.
Can they reproduce?
I don't think so.
Or is it just a case of we have what we have?
I think it's we have what we have.
Yeah. And it's like, well, the old ones were around. They might make more.
Yeah.
But since they're gone, it's like...
Yeah. The way it was, and the way it kind of is with Lizardmen, is they have spawnings. They are born in like groups, like massive groups.
Yeah, like clusters of eggs and stuff.
Yeah. But like on a wide scale, like it's not just the Saurus, it's like all of them.
Right.
Yeah. But the Slan, as far as I know, and I could totally be wrong on this, the Slan cannot be reproduced because they were directly influenced by the old ones. So the idea is that they're slowly dwindling, and so we have to protect them.
Yeah, they're very important.
Yeah, and so Lizardmen will fight fiercely to keep them around.
Yeah. The idea of this, what did you say it was called? The spawnings?
Yeah.
That reminds me of in Dinotopia.
Yeah.
Remember there was the place where like all the eggs were hatched?
It's kind of like that. They keep them like safe in the temple cities.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a similar aesthetic.
And then if they're born like albino or like special or something, then they're like blessed.
Or leucistic.
Like Kita. Then they will like be deemed blessed or special.
Okay, so it's like a good thing to be of a different morph.
Oh, it's very good. The way that they reason is that you've like literally been touched by the blessing of the old ones.
Kissed by fire.
Yeah. Kissed by leucistic.
Kissed by no color.
So their modern day society is we hate chaos. We want to get rid of chaos.
Right.
We have to remember the great plan. And the Slann are like, it's been like a billion years. I can't remember it.
Oh no.
And then the skink will like bring up a tablet one day that says like, here's a hint. And the Slann will contemplate it for a couple decades. And then another skink will bring up a different tablet. And they both say completely different things. One says, hey, we should take over the North. And then another one will say, actually, we should take over the South. And so they have to like contemplate like, what's the right path? Oh no.
Could they have like a congregation?
Even if.
And all get together and compare their little tablets?
Even if that were the case, it still would be almost nonsensical. Oftentimes the tablets and the great plan itself is contradictory. And not only that, chaos does mess with them.
I was gonna say, I bet Zinch is out there making other tablets.
Oh, they fuck with them so much. Because they can't corrupt them. They can't make like a chaos champion Croxagore. Like that, they can't.
But they can put like a little arrow into the note and write, don't go to the north. Like they're just doing that thing that you see in cartoons where there's like an arrow sign and they just
literally.
turn it
It's Kronk going like, by all accounts, it doesn't make any sense.
Wrong lever.
So sometimes they'll like declare war on a human faction and they'll be at war with them for years. And then a Slann will like go out of meditation and be like, actually, this isn't part of the great plan. And the lizard men will be fighting it and they'll be like, nah, you're chill. And then they'll just go back to where they came from. It's like kind of scary.
Oh no.
Because one day they'll be super chill and the next day they'll be like, oh, my frog mage friend told me that you're not required for the great plan. We got to get rid of you, friendo. Oh!
Didn't this happen in Overlord?
The anime? Oh.
Yeah. Isn't there an arc where there's like a village of lizard people?
Yeah.
I didn't get that far.
No, it's cool. I like the lizard men in Overlord. I like them a lot. Another note about lizard men is you should never invade their lands.
I mean, if you go to Florida,
don't go into the jungle.
Yeah.
Because the jungle doesn't want you here. Get out.
Right. They made a whole movie about that with Daniel Radcliffe.
Shall we talk about some notable lizard man characters?
Yeah. Although we already did.
Yeah, we already did Lord Croak.
And I'm like super. Oh, more Croak.
It's just
dying is cringe. This guy's got it.
We've definitely talked enough about Lord Croak. He's super cool. By far one of the best lizard man characters ever.
Love him.
But we have another Slann mage to talk about.
Okay.
Mazdamundi.
Oh, I've seen this guy before.
Yeah, he's sort of the leader of the lizard men.
Wait, I can't spell that on my own. Mazdamundi. So far, my notes are like old ones came from space, created Slann, toad people, can they mate, and then Lord Croak with a bunch of hearts around it.
Awesome. Mazdamundi is the current leader of the Lizardmen. He was named the direct successor by Lord Croak himself.
The direct successor of Lord Croak?
Yeah.
So Lord Croak was like top dog.
He was the leader.
Okay.
That's why he was in the final city. He was in the first city, and he was the first Slann.
Right.
It's his city.
Yeah, he was Archmage.
Yes. Because Lord Croak was the first Slann ever, I think Mazdamundi was technically like a different spawning. So Lord Croak kind of raised him and like taught him everything he knows about magic.
Aww.
Weirdly, Mazdamundi is different from the other Slann because he's very active. He doesn't meditate. He doesn't contemplate all that much. Most of the other Slann are pretty sleepy, like to the point where they have like moss and stuff growing on them, like vines and stuff, because they haven't moved in like a century.
Right.
But even then, like the skinks are taking care of them. Like they're like making sure they're okay, making sure they're alive.
Yeah.
It would really suck to be a skink and like check up on your Slann one day and be like, ah, he's sleeping. And then you check up on him, he's like, he's not breathing. No!
My lord.
They're poking him with a stick. No!
My lord.
Mazdamundi's cool because he rides on a giant triceratops named Zlok.
Cool.
Zlok also has an orbital laser.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing.
One time, a human settlement was built on the coast of Lustria.
Okay.
And Mazdamundi was disturbed from his contemplations of the Great Plan. He ordered it destroyed and went back to contemplating. And again, a couple years later, the settlement was built. Mazdamundi woke up and ordered it destroyed. Once again, the settlement was built, disturbing the mighty Slum, and once again, he ordered it destroyed. And on the 4th attempt of the settlement being built, he caused an earthquake in the area, and eventually that was the hint the humans took of like, maybe we shouldn't settle here anymore.
That's like billionaire energy. He's like, you're blocking my view, guys.
Please.
Move your civilization. It also reminds me of that story of the Navy guy who, rather than moving slightly to get out of the sun, like changed the course of his Navy ship so that it wasn't in his face.
Mazdamundi has an interesting belief.
Okay.
He believes the Lizardmen cannot complete the Great Plan because they have failed to even do the first step, and it will not progress until this first step is accomplished.
Okay.
The eradication of all races that are not part of the Great Plan.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's kind of a psycho.
This isn't my Lord Croak.
No, Croak would never. Croak is vibing in space. He's vibing.
Who is this guy?
This is Mazdamundi.
This is nepotism incarnate. This is why you gotta have like a democracy.
Mazdamundi, the Nepo baby.
Oh.
When you start as Mazdamundi in Total War, he starts with a negative relation with every faction.
Well, obviously.
No one fucking likes him because he's like, you should die. And it's like, Mazda, shut up! Shut up!
He comes in, he's like, my people.
Like,
but you're only like a 14th of a person. You don't even matter.
Whatever, Mazdamundi. Get out of here. No one likes you. Go back to riding your Triceratops. Our next character to talk about is Gorok, the Great White Lizard.
Oh, not the Great White Orc.
No, the Great White Lizard.
With the orc and that was a whole thing.
No, that was a weird decision that they did.
Hated that.
Why?
Why?
Peter?
He's like the same shade though.
Yeah, Gorok is an unkillable Saurus who doesn't seem to feel pain.
Wait, okay. Unkillable.
He is an albino, which, as we talked about in Lizard Society, means you have been blessed by the old ones.
Aw.
And he has never lost a battle. So what's so funny about Gorok is he doesn't feel pain. So he'll like go out by himself to destroy an army, and he'll come back and he's looking like Boromir. He's got like 40 arrows in his back, and they're like,
no.
Gorok, are you good, bro? And he's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm good.
He's like,
dude,
I can't
I'm
not
fine.
be.
I'm great. I'm good to go. And they're like, are you sure? Don't you want to rest? He's like, no, man, I'm good. What's the next job? Let's go, man. Because of this,
right,
he's treated very nicely.
Wow.
And he has like a bunch of skinks whenever he's not in battle, like taking care of his every need. He's got like his own house, and he's just like chilling, living like a king. He is a one lizard army. He's awesome. I love Gorok. To be as lore accurate as possible in Total War, if you just select him by himself, send him into an army, he won't kill a whole lot. It takes him a while to kill like a bunch of things because he's just got a club and a shield.
Yeah.
He won't die though.
Right.
He'll just like, I have at points told him to go destroy an entire army and then left to go make and eat lunch and have come back and like he's at 99% health and he's just still going. I'm like, oh yeah, Gorok, you get it.
He's working on it.
It's awesome.
So do we know if he actually is like immortal, like unkillable, or like if you chopped his head off, would he die?
He would die if you chopped his head off, but good luck doing that.
Right.
He is unkillable in that is his status. That's his legendary feat of like he's never lost ever. He's unkillable.
Right. He hasn't died yet.
Exactly.
I could be unkillable.
I love Gorok. He's so cool. I love that he's like vaguely Triceratops looking. Very cool. I love him.
But like if he gets injured, he does get injured, right? Because there are like arrows sticking out of him.
Oh yeah, he gets injured. He gets scarred all the time, but like he heals. He just tanks it.
Yeah, but like I guess does he heal to the point of like what if somebody cut off his leg?
Well, that's never happened.
I guess that's exactly it. It's like we don't know.
But like if I went up to Gorok and then I cut him and like, across his chest, he'd be like, that's cute, and then hit me with his club and I would die.
Yeah, right.
Like he just doesn't seem to feel pain. And so he'll just come back and just be like, what's up? I'm ready to go. And they're like, you should rest, Gorok.
He's a warrior of light.
He is a warrior of light.
He's got the blessing of Hydaelyn or something.
Our next Saurus character is Krokgar, the last defender of Xotl. Zodal.
Lotl?
Lotl.
Like axolotl?
Something. Xhotl. I don't know how to pronounce it. But the point is, during the Chaos Wars, the Great Catastrophe, as it's sometimes called, The war with chaos has many names. He defended his temple city, defeating hundreds upon thousands of demons. It's just him and his like brothers, siblings, right?
Right.
It's just him and them. And they're just like going to town. And eventually, the Slan who was in charge of this city, the barrier protecting the city, it goes down.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the demons manifested inside of the room and managed to kill the Slan before Krokgar could save them.
No.
So he and his lizard siblings fought their way out of the city. And for the next 100 years or so, continued the fight. Just this little squad until only he and his beloved Carnosaur named Grimlock were left.
Aw.
I really like the naming scheme of lizard men.
They're grim locked in battle.
Do you know the reference?
They have to croc guard the city.
Yeah. Do you know the reference of the Grimlock?
It sounds familiar.
It's a transformer. It's a transformer that turns into a dinosaur.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
Grimlock, the T-Rex. It's awesome.
Yeah. Fair. Good.
Mazdamundi
Oh, that guy.
eventually got wind that Krokgar was alive.
Right.
And so he summoned him once the great catastrophe was over and the world was saved. And for his service, gifted him a gauntlet called the Hand of the Gods that shoots laser beams out of it.
Love lasers.
Love lasers. So Krokgar has this like magic spear and a magic hand that shoots light. And it's awesome, and he rides a dinosaur, and it's so fucking cool.
This guy's doing everything I want to be doing.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Why do you get to do cool things?
This Harry Dresden over here.
Also, as part of this, Mazdamundi made Krokgar head of the army. So he's like the general, lord commander, that kind of thing.
Cool.
It's also rumored that the spear that he wields was once held by an old one named Tlansla.
Oh.
Tlansla. I'm sorry. I'm probably butchering this, and someone's yelling at me in the comments right now. Tlansla.
Slash.
Anyway, it was an old one.
Are you sure it wasn't a Primarch?
It's funny you say that because we talked about Leman Russ last time.
Yeah.
The Spear of Russ. We talked about how much he hated it. And the reason why is because it gave him bad vibes.
Bad vibes.
Bad vibes. And anyone who is hit by it sees their future.
Right.
This spear does the exact same thing. It's not the same spear, but as we go through this series, you're looking real suspicious. As we go through this series, you're going to notice that names and events, especially names, are very familiar. For example, there is a Magnus in Warhammer 40k. There is also a Magnus in Warhammer Fantasy. That kind of stuff, right? It's all familiar.
There's also a Magnus in the City of Bones.
Oh, interesting.
Random book.
Our next character is a skink.
Oh, you can see him?
Oxyotl, he who is unseen.
Oh, but he's right there.
Oxyotl is a chameleon skink who, in a freak accident while defending his temple city, was accidentally sent into the realm of chaos.
Oh, no.
This accident was caused because the Slan that he was protecting was trying to cast a spell, and I'm guessing Zinch came by and was like, it would be really, really funny if I miscast this. And so he did.
Right.
Oxyotl then ended up in the realm of chaos along with whoever else was in the room, and immediately demons set about them. Now, because he's a chameleon skink, he was able to hide.
Okay.
And so he began surviving in these chaos wastes, relying on stealth, and eventually began hunting demons that pursued him. The vibe I get with Oxyotl is like, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me.
I see.
He absolutely went to town on these demons. Like, he became really good at hunting them. So a lot of people call him like the lizard man doom guy.
Oh.
So he's just like all around, you know, killing demons left and right. And they're like, how do we stop him? He won't. Oh no, he won't go down.
Right.
While in these chaos wastes, Oxyotl saw a lot of dark visions of the future. What could be, what might happen, and what would happen if the world was taken over by chaos.
No, you got to do it. You gotta pour water and be like, what has been,
What will be.
what is, and what might yet come to pass.
Yes. Eventually, while traversing the realms of chaos, he found a way back to Lustria.
Oh.
And wanting to go home, he took it in an instant. And much to his dismay, 7,000 years had passed. Much like the warp, in the realm of chaos, time is real wibbly wobbly.
Right. Well, that's going to be disorienting.
He tried his best to integrate himself back into Lizardman society, but the other Lizardmen got a real bad vibe from him. And whenever they asked, like, hey, you were in the Chaos Waste, what happened with that? He was like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to remember it. And some Slan were like, oh, maybe I should read his mind to like see what he did. And the other Slan would be like, no, what if he's tainted by chaos? No, you're right. So Oxyotl kind of became isolated. But since then, he decided, okay, I can't go back to society.
Right.
I'm going back to the realm of chaos.
Uh-oh.
And so he has gone back to the Chaos Wastes and now just hunts demons.
Wait, how to get back in?
Let me rephrase this. Sorry, you stun locked me.
Sorry. I'm assuming it's like the Barbie world where you just take the same route that you took, but the opposite direction.
So important distinction. Sorry, I should have clarified this. The realm of chaos and the Chaos Wastes are not the same thing.
Oh, okay.
The realm of chaos is like where the chaos gods live. It's the warp, it's, whatever. The Chaos Wastes are the north and south poles. It's where on a map you would write, here be demons.
Oh, that's the only place that you can't find skink.
Well, you can find Oxyotl there.
At least the South Pole.
Do you want to know something really great about Oxyotl?
Okay.
He uses like blowpipes that he like infuses with like fire and like anti-demon magic and shit like that. It's awesome.
Oh, cool.
And he uses a weapon called the Golden Blowpipe of Patui.
Hawk Patui!
It's fucking awesome. I love lizard men. I love them so much.
Good.
We have one more character to talk about, my love.
Okay.
We have gone through Slan. We've gone through Saurus. We have gone through Skinks. It's time
Now
for
let's talk about
Croxigores.
Croak again.
Croak
Oh,
again. No, Croak once more. We're back, baby. We're so back. Nakai the Wanderer, an ancient, extremely tough Croxigore that was present during the defense of Itza in the final days of the Chaos Wars. Nakai's really weird because whenever he's needed, let's say demons are invading, maybe some humans are tearing down the forests of Lustria, the jungles, and, generally being annoying, he just seems to appear out of the jungle. And as quickly as he arrives, the moment the battle is done, he's gone again. Because of this, he has been literally all over the world. He can like forest walk.
Okay.
Whenever there's like a threat, he just arrives. And so this has gained him the title, the Wanderer.
Why he's called the Wanderer? Maybe he just got lost every single time. There'll be like every single time he just walk into a zone, he'd be like, oh shit, there's something happened, I should help. And then after finish, all right, my job is done. And you did everything. Yes, sort of about it. And then he'd be like, well, where was I going in?
Once upon a time, he got splashed with a bunch of Skaven diseases. Skaven are the rat men.
Yeah.
And they had a bunch of diseases and they like threw it onto him and he was like, eh! And he fell into a coma. And so for a couple months, a bunch of skinks like took care of him and like tried to bring down his fever. And they were like, oh no, Nakai, no. And the moment the fever broke, his like eyes opened and he just pieced out. He like walked into the woods and the skinks like tried to follow him, but there was nothing. It was like he was never there.
Interesting.
He has a really unique club, and some say that that weapon has the spirit of an old one in it. And Nakai has become the instrument of their will. Because Nakai is like crazy strong. Croxigores, we talked about how they're not very smart. Nakai is weirdly smart.
Right.
So maybe that has some credence to it. Who knows?
Who knows?
But where there is danger to the world or to the lizard men in general, Nakai will appear and then he's just gone again.
Where was he when Croak was getting torn apart?
He was probably fighting like a billion demons by himself. Dude is tough as hell.
Well, he should have reprioritized. I'm just kidding.
Listen, Croak had this.
Right. So he almost kind of exists as like a guardian spirit.
Yeah, he's like the guardian of the jungle.
Yeah.
It's really cool. I love him.
Very cool. Very cool. This one guy down here is like, look at him.
I'm your biggest fan. I can't believe he's here. Is the guy. Can I get your autograph after?
But my love, that closes our first chapter into the lizard men. How do you like them?
Oh, they seem cool.
They're awesome, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's not like any books or novels that are like focused around lizard men. A lot of information comes from like their army books, but there's not like a book that you'll read that's like, I woke up and I am a skink and I I went to the market today, and blah, you're not really going to get that. They're very mysterious in how they're treated.
Right.
A note, if you're listening to this and you're like, wow, lizardmen sound awesome. I want some models of lizardmen. Number one, they are some of the most gorgeous models Games Workshop has ever created, but they are not called lizardmen anymore. It's the same faction, but they are called Seraphon now. Seraphon. Seraphon. So if you want to look that up, take a look at their minis. I'm sure I'm going to have them on screen now. They are gorgeous.
Yeah.
And you can paint them in so many different ways. Like, I want to get a bunch of Seraphon and paint them after Monster Hunter monsters. You, what's the blue Jurassic Park, right?
Yeah, Jurassic World, but yeah.
Jurassic World. Like, use that as inspiration, you know? Just look up colorful reptiles and you'll see like a plethora of inspirations. Like even something as simple as like a leopard gecko. Like that's gorgeous. That would look amazing on one of these minis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're super cool. God, I love them. I love them so much.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. But how did you like them?
I think they're cool. I mean, I love
these ords.
Reptiles and amphibians and all those funny little guys.
Yeah.
I think they're super cool. And I think a lot of the time they're very misunderstood.
Yeah, I would say Seraphon, Lizardmen, they're pretty simple and just, we don't like evil chaos. And stay the hell out of my jungle.
Yeah.
Don't tread on my land, bro.
They're territorial. No, they seem cool.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Obviously very fun to paint and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I guess they do have like magic and stuff depending on the unit.
Oh, yeah. So if you have like, there's skink priests and there's like Slan. Those are your magic casters.
Right.
And the rest of your forces are like Croxigors, who you usually, as we've learned today, want to pair up with skinks.
Yeah.
And you've got your Saurus, and your Saurus are really good at being like everything, really.
Right.
You've got your Saurus riding on dinosaurs, so on and so forth. You could do a lot with a lizard man army.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
You can have oops all dinos, oops all big dinos, you know? Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
You got pterodactyls, Spinosaurus even, but they're not called Spinosaurus. They're called like a troglodyte, and they don't have eyes, weirdly enough. They like rely on their sense of smell.
Oh.
Let me show you a troglodyte.
Interesting. Whoa.
Yeah, this model's cool, right?
Wow. Weird. Yeah.
They also like spit acid. They're cool. I like them.
Cool.
Yeah. Lizardmen are so awesome.
Yeah.
I want them. I want them all. Oh, man. But yeah, that's pretty much all the lore stuff I really have with you. They're not like super complicated in their motivations. They're pretty cool unit wise, and they're pretty strong on the tabletop as well. Like you've got a lot going for you. One thing I should mention, they do revere the old ones as their gods, and like they have a bunch of names for them as well. And they'll like, as you might imagine with the Mesoamerican theme, they do sacrifice people in the name of their gods.
Right.
As you might imagine. Usually it's trespassers.
Fair enough.
You came into my woods. Well, get his ass to the ziggurat.
To Shibalba.
Put him up there now!
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions, my love?
So the old one.
Yes.
Is this like the same kind of thing as the Necron old one?
It's the same vibe. It's unclear whether they are like the same people.
Beings.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I mentioned, Warhammer Fantasy and 40K. In earlier editions, it was somewhat implied that they were the same setting. Nowadays, that's not the case. They're very separate. It used to either be the idea was Warhammer Fantasy is a planet that's locked off by the warp.
Yeah.
And so Space Marines can't go there or anything. Or a more fun idea is that Warhammer 40K takes place entirely inside of a snow globe in a wizard's tower somewhere in the world of Warhammer. That's funny. I think that's cute. But yeah, no, it's very separate. So whether or not they're the same beings, I don't know. We do know the Chaos Gods are the same. But not exactly, because like we're not going to get Slaaneish's birth, right?
Right.
Slaanesh already exists. She existed at the dawn of time, along with Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, and however other many chaos gods there are, or chaos-aligned demons, you know? But what's cool is that the demons do exist in both settings, because like one day Scarbrand could be hanging around in Warhammer Fantasy fighting a bunch of knights on horses and stuff, and he gets defeated, and then someone in 40K foolishly summons Scarbrand, and he's like, and that's how you get a lot of cool interactions of like things that don't or shouldn't exist in the same world.
Right.
So you could have a demon that has like a chainsword running around in fantasy, you know?
Yeah.
Cool ideas. I love that demons feel like they are otherworldly because it's just the same thing. And that's really cool to me.
Yeah. It's just like a dimension difference.
Yeah, they're just hopping.
Yeah.
And whenever they're not hopping, they're just like chilling in the immaterium.
Chilling in non-existence.
They're hanging with Croak, and Croak is like, I don't want to hang out with you. Get away from me.
Croak
be
is
gone.
like, please get out of my
Be
room.
gone.
Get out of my void.
Ugh, this is mine.
I'm contemplating. That's Croak. He's contemplating. I noticed that, and this isn't very much a surprise, not all that accurate to like actual living reptile things.
No.
Pretty different.
No. They are very clearly like fantasy creatures.
Yeah.
They're very clearly like.
It's kind of like comparing Tyranids to bugs.
Exactly. You could paint them to be like their real world counterparts. I guess Tyranids don't really have a real world counter, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If I painted a chameleon skink like a real chameleon, you would be like, oh, that's a chameleon.
How is it changing colors?
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh!
There are like nail polishes that change color under like UV light or like when they get heated. So like when you wash your hands under like warm water, your nails change
so
color and
cool.
stuff. Yeah, that would be really cool.
I really want a Seraphon Force. I think they're so cool. Like I already
A Seraphorce.
A Seraphorce. I already have a bunch of Chaos Space Marines, and those are fun. Don't get me wrong. And I do want a big force. Like, I think what I'm really going to collect is Chaos Warriors for Age of Sigmar.
Right.
But I also really want to collect the lizard guys. Like, they're so cool.
Yeah.
And again, this is like really what got me like hooked on fantasy. It's just like, what do you mean there's lizards that are magical and have laser beams and ride dinosaurs? Are you kidding me? Why was this not the fucking elevator pitch?
Yeah, no,
Straight men are so bad at explaining this.
They don't know what they're. Why can't they just start with the cool stuff?
You think I give a shit about Fuckface McGee and his like human army? I don't care. And if you do care about that,
I have to talk about men in my real life.
and if you do care about that, that's totally valid. That's fine. That can be your thing. But me,
But look at these
look at the
guys. Think
lizard.
about Croak.
think
guys.
about Croak. You got Croak. He's got to be in the pitch.
Oh.
You got to be like, this is a frog who said dying is cringe and then came back.
It's true.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a frog. What a
Imagine.
toad. Oh my God.
Not a frog. Definitely not a frog. Do you know the difference between toads and frogs?
Toads are typically bigger.
Typically.
They have lots of warts.
No.
Oh, they don't?
They don't have warts. No, they're like bumpy. They do have like bumps.
That might be what I'm
And
thinking of.
oftentimes those bumps are like filled with like a substance that makes them very like bitter. So if you were to chomp down on one, it would taste bad.
Oh.
And it causes irritation to human skin a lot of the time, which is why you get that idea that they give people warts, because you would get irritated skin.
I see. Okay.
So frogs live in the water, toads live on land.
Oh.
Toads have short legs. Frogs have long legs for swimming. Frogs have webbed feet.
Oh.
Toads don't.
Huh. I guess I just never really looked at like a difference between them. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're cute. They're all very cute.
Like frogs lay their eggs in like big clusters, and toads lay them in like, it almost looks like a pearl necklace. It's like a big line of eggs.
Huh.
They are like similar. Like they're both Anora, which means that they don't have tails, even though they both start as tadpoles where they have tails, but then they lose the tail. And they do this weird thing. If you actually watch them eat, they actually use their eyes to swallow their food.
Oh, I did know about that.
Yeah, they like literally push their eyeballs back, and it helps push the food down their throat. It's super weird.
I wonder if you got a Slan model before you base coated it, like primer and stuff like that. I wonder if to simulate the bumpy skin of a toad, you might use like a texture paste.
Yeah.
And like put it in selected areas. That would look really cool, I think.
You totally
If you wanted
could.
it to look a little more realistic. I'm using air quotes there because it's literally a frog sitting on a chair that casts magic. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, so in the Warhammer Fantasy takes that we're not going to upload, we did talk about how the winds of magic exist.
Yeah, I'm locked in, guys.
A lot of that magic became very unstable when demons arrived. Like literally magic erupted out of both poles.
Right.
And so winds of magic are all crazy and stuff. But this is all to say, in modern fantasy, there are 8 winds of magic, generally.
Right.
The Slan, yeah, who fucking cares? I can cast whatever I want.
It's their own thing.
I can use all the winds of magic. It doesn't matter. I know everything.
Right.
Meanwhile, a skink priest who can also cast magic might be able to only cast like 1 or 2 spells.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Look at
Look
them.
at them.
Look at them. They're just a vibe.
The Slan.
They're just me struggling with life,
Yeah, fair enough.
trying desperately to think.
They do have the vibe of what we talked about in another episode of you have failed to wake up. Would you like to try again? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm good, man. I'm all right.
So we know, okay, so they were like well, they weren't the first life forms on, what did you say the world was called?
Malice.
Oh, yeah, right. Why do we keep doing this?
I'm pretty sure the planet name came from humans. That's the human name for the planet.
Right. If my theory of naming things and manifestation is correct, this isn't going to go well.
Technically, no, because, you know, dragons and giants and trolls and stuff existed before the old ones came. And those are like, you know, dragons are pretty...
Would the dragons not get along with the skinks because they're also like scaly, maybe? Or dragons are
if it was a chaos dragon, they would do everything to like get rid of it and kill it. But if it was like a normal dragon, they'd probably be like, what's up, man? You want to like chill?
You could maybe fit in here.
Well, in Age of Sigmar, which happens after the whole end times and the ending of fantasy, which that's a whole episode, and it's going to have me getting very upset, but that's okay. In Age of Sigmar, the way the lizardmen get over to the new realms is because a giant star dragon like brings them over. It's a whole thing.
Like a lobster?
No, like a giant noodle, like Kita in the sky, and it really likes shiny things.
By the way, I see a nice graphic, but you guys can't see it. So look at the channel name. Go to find them. They do a lot of very good like normie dive for like it's like you know, like the Warhammer for dummy Warhammer for normie versions. It's actually really nice. Especially you just got into like Warhammer stuff just because of Space Marine 2. This is a very nice series they made. This one is at first this one is the fantasy series one. So yeah.
And the lizard men came by and was like, "What's up? Hey, who are you?" And the lizard men were like, "Our world blew up." And he was like, "Oh, I feel really bad. Here, come with me. I'll bring you to a new place." And it brought them over to the new realms.
That's nice of him.
It's very nice of the dragon, frankly.
It's very kind.
It's very kind, this star dragon. It just likes shiny things.
No, I mean, you're a star dragon. What else?
But to talk about it is that in Age of Sigmar, they do have a very good relationship with the dragons.
Okay.
In fantasy,
So-
dragons are kind of doing their own thing.
We're talking here,
Yeah.
what we've talked about today.
Yes.
It's pre-Age of Sigmar.
Yes, we are at the birth of this planet, of the old world.
Right.
Yes. Age of Sigmar, you could say, is the sequel to fantasy.
Okay.
We're in part 1, Age of Sigmar's part 2.
So this has been axed.
Yes. Warhammer Fantasy did not make a lot of money, especially after the Lord of the Rings films happened.
People didn't go around just buying
Lord Croak.
Lord Croak.
40K was selling gangbusters. It always has sold gangbusters.
Right.
Middle Earth, the strategy game, was selling like gangbusters.
Right.
And the Warhammer Fantasy was not selling all that well. So when Middle Earth started to not do very well, Games Workshop was like, well, we got to act something. Paint was selling better than Warhammer Fantasy.
Right.
And so they decided, well, end it. And I kind of get frustrated when Games Workshop acts like it was this grand plan and that was always the intention, because it wasn't. It really, really wasn't. And I feel really bad for the authors who had to wrap up this entire setting in like a couple books, because already Games Workshop authors are on like a hella time crunch.
Right.
Because these things have to come out.
Yeah.
So some factions in the end times, yeah, you get 3 sentences and then you're dead.
Well, I mean, at least it kind of got worked into the lore.
Yes, but
So it's not like if this didn't happen. It's just that.
yeah, the problem was either a lot of factions weren't mentioned.
Yeah.
Or it was just, oh yeah, that faction, your favorite faction? Yeah, they all died off screen.
My favorite faction.
Yeah, they're all dead.
But I mean, that also, like, when you are telling a story, if you are, as a storytelling mechanism, telling a history, that's going to happen.
It was not satisfying.
But sometimes history isn't satisfying. I hear what you're saying. I just mean like good stories have unsatisfying moments.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't outright disagree. However, the end times is Game of Thrones season 8.
There was no budget.
There was no time. All the emotions you had watching Game of Thrones season 8, that's the end times. Where you're like, sometimes, wow, that's a really cool moment. But the rest of it is like, what the fuck? How did you get from there to here? You're teleporting. What the fuck? How? Wait, this guy is actually that guy? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why are you two working together? You hate each other. What the fuck is happening?
No, I understand what you're saying. But I guess it's nice that they didn't just go, that didn't happen, it's this now, like they did with Star Wars.
Oh, I totally agree.
Because like Star Wars, it's like they could have just taken the old canon and like worked with it.
Yes.
But no.
I need to be very clear. I really like Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
And I like that it's a sequel to fantasy because I think that's really interesting. How do you tell a story where there's a bunch of characters walking around that lost? Their world is gone.
Yeah.
So having them like interact with this new place and trying to like not have that happen again, I think is really interesting. But I think the way it happened wasn't super well handled.
Right.
And I think a lot of that was the very sudden nature of, hey, this thing's dead. Get it out the door.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another example of
Business versus
capitalism ruins art.
Like there were people working on the next army book. This isn't verbatim, obviously. I'm exaggerating, but like it's essentially people are in a room working on an army book going like, wow, this would be really cool. And like, what if we wrote this in to like develop the plot? Oh, wow, that's so great. Knock, knock. Hi, I'm Paul Marketing. The thing you're working on, it's fucking dead. Burn it. Burn it. It's over. We're on to a different thing. It's not making any money. Move on.
Yeah.
Hey, author, you have a month to write the end of this entire setting. Go.
Right.
Have fun. It's like, whoa, what's happening?
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
This kind of thing happens all over the place in the industry, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but it happened. I like fantasy. I still really like Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
And they've even brought back the fantasy rules and stuff. Like they ended fantasy, like the game, you couldn't play it. It wasn't getting updated at all.
Right.
But they have brought back fantasy and like they're calling it the old world now. And it takes place like a couple hundred or maybe even a couple thousand years before where most of fantasy takes place. Those kind of years. It takes place like before that.
The Sigmar year.
Before where most of the books take place.
Okay.
It's hard to describe. It's like they chose a time frame far enough back to where if they write anything, it's not going to interfere with the stuff that already exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
My eyes keep going down to the script and I keep seeing the word croak as Korok. And I'm like, yeah,
Lord
haha.
Korok. You could paint him like a Korok.
You could.
Yeah, he's got like the big
Or you could
mask.
just do the Ent people as like big fuck you Koroks.
So, would you like to know the sort of faction timeline we're going to have?
Sure.
And viewers, don't hold me to this because plans can change. Our next fantasy episode will be delving into the character Valkia the Bloody.
Ah.
It was an episode voted on by our patrons. We're very excited for it. I can't wait. She is by far one of, if not my favorite character in Warhammer, period. Across 40K, across fantasy. I love her. Oh my God, I can't wait. Our next faction we will be talking about in the next step of this grand story that we are exploring. We will be talking about the High Elves.
Oh, not the low elves. The little like design here on the top with the two dragons is very much giving me Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh my God, an entire Tears of the Kingdom vibe. Dude, Zonai Lizardmen,
Yeah.
abso-fucking-lutely.
That would
yes.
be very, very cool.
Yes, girl, yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch something else. Let's go back to some of the older stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, we can watch this one.
What's your thing, Bugs? Everybody's gotta have a thing.
Bugs.
Wow, that's a lot of them.
Hey everybody, and welcome to a very special episode of Explaining Warhammer to My Girlfriend. I am your host Ava, and joining me as always is my lovely significant other Carrie. Welcome to Bugvania.
Ah, flashback.
Welcome.
My love.
Many bugs, yes.
They're getting closer.
Oh, that's fine.
Are you sure?
They just have a little nibble. It's okay. Just a little nibble.
Of
They
what?
hunt you. They hunt you. It's okay.
I
don't
don't
worry.
wanna
Let
be
them.
snacks.
Let them have a little bit of you as a snack, as a treat. It's fine. It's okay.
What if I want me? All of it.
What if I want eat me? What?
Oh no.
Today we are talking about Tyranids.
Tyranids.
Yay! The cutest little
tears
babies of the galaxy.
Of the nids.
Oh, I love Tyranids. They're so cute. And everybody's gonna be like, Ava, why do you think the Tyranids are cute? That's weird. Wrong. Terrible. They're babies.
They're little
little tiny
guys.
guys. Oh, I love them. I love them so much. They're so cute.
I have a
And I love them
Tyranid.
so much. She do have a Tyranid. That was actually one of the first models that we ever got. I went and
Yeah.
visited Carrie and Alex up in Canada.
Yeah.
And we had a
Hey.
whole bunch of kissy time, and it was very gay.
You told them.
And then,
Now they know.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ah!
And Alex was very kind and took us over to the Warhammer store,
Yeah.
where the mini of the month at the time, the Leviathan box had just dropped. And so we all got like a free little Termagant, a little push fit Termagant. And I painted mine, and I had a great time, and I loved it so much. Have you painted yours yet, love?
No.
Oh, that'll be fun.
I sometimes struggle to start projects.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, today we are going to have a very special episode where we talk about nothing but bugs. But before we get into it, if you would like to support our show and send us some love, head on over to patreon.com/numbskulls, where you can get access to a private Discord, bloopers, early episodes, submitted questions to be read on the show, and much, much more. That is over at patreon.com/numbskulls if you want to send some support and love our way. Thank you. Also, if you would like some cool merch, head on over to orchidate.com. We've got a great selection of items like Nurgling sweatpants, sleeping.
You know what? If you want me to survive as a starving artist, you guys can support me too.
Background hoodies, and much, much more very exciting things over in the future.
It also helps out our friend Bricky over there.
Also helps out our friend Bricky. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's a real nice guy. You should check him
We
out.
love Bricky. That's all over at orchidate.com. Link in the description.
Yeah.
My love.
Yeah.
What do you know about Tyranids?
I know they're buggos.
Bugs.
Every time you've described them to me, I've come to the conclusion that they are obviously alien and like
Munchy munch.
munchy munch. But like they feel to me similar to the little robot eat everything dogs from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, in so much as like that is what makes them scary, is that they are like a wall of mouths.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, what you gonna do?
Yeah. So obviously the inspiration for Tyranids, as you can see just from looking at them.
Yeah, obviously, is it Kabuto,
Well,
the Pokemon?
no.
Oh.
Necrons, it's Terminator. Imperium has a lot of things from Dune, etc., etc. The main inspiration, I believe, for Tyranids is Alien, Xenomorphs,
Yeah, I could see that.
which, now that I've actually seen Alien, that was one of the movies that like weirdly just did not catch my radar. Carrie showed it to me, and I was like, wow, that was a really cool movie. We have yet to watch Aliens, plural.
Yes, but a lot of people like would consider that one the like peak.
I really liked Alien. I really, really liked it.
Oh, I liked Alien too. And those people are not saying that Alien is not standalone one of the best movies of all time.
Right.
They're just saying Aliens tops it.
Right. Fair enough. That makes sense.
And I'm sure many people also disagree with that. That's just the consensus I've heard.
Tyranids have an excellent case when it comes to starting to collect an army in terms of, man, you can get real creative with what you do to your buggos.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have seen some of the most vibrant, colorful models that come from Tyranids. Their carapaces, their little like fleshy bits, their tongues and everything. Like the possibilities are quite endless. Like you can pretty reliably make an army scheme and just kind of be throwing colors everywhere and make something that looks really decent without trying very hard. They're really, really cool if you can like get yourself into a creative, colorful brain area. I've seen a lot of really cool Tyranid stuff. Now, much like Alien, the vibe of Tyranids is horror and spooky unknown stuff.
Yeah.
So get ready for that. Just a forewarning. Our story begins in the middle of the Horus Heresy.
I didn't know we were actually going to have a story. I was just expecting like,
yeah, I know, right?
Here it is.
here they are.
That's one. That's another one. Yeah, I guess so. But I guess I didn't expect it. I feel like when I think of Warhammer, maybe I see it as, maybe I don't know why I think this, considering our whole chaos adventure. I guess my brain, there's somewhere in it that thinks that it is like a record, but I think that that's just because it's a story, and sometimes my brain does that. Like a record, as if like someone has written it down, and like, are the bugs right? Like
the bug. No. So a lot of this is sort of like, we know this because a codex talked about it, or Games Workshop confirmed it, or so on and so forth. This story begins in the middle of the Horus Heresy,
right
at the Battle of Sotha. Basically, there was a planet that had a Necron device on it called the Pharos Beacon. This was a very, very important artifact to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. But the main reason is it was technology. It was this giant, like, mountain-sized thing just coming out of the planet. And it was this technology that could allow the user to teleport without using the warp.
Damn.
Which is insanely crazy.
Yeah, that's like Exodia.
Yeah. Also, if you wanted to still use the warp, it would be like a beacon, like a lighthouse.
Oh.
So you could traverse the warp like more easily.
Oh, okay.
When you go into hell, there's not a lot of directions.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of directions while the demons are trying to like eat you.
There's one of those little like posts with the arrows and different. Sisyphus is over there.
Yeah.
With his boulder.
Oh, he's making the best of it.
Yeah. That's the river of wailing souls.
So the weirdest part about the Pharos Beacon is that rather than like warp power or like any sort of power source, its power came from empathic waves.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what that means, but it just makes me think, man, Necron technology is nuts.
Yeah, no kidding. This is why I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm interested in like whatever the heck the Necrons have, and also Psychers.
Yeah, fair enough. Necron's got some crazy technology. At one point in one game, I can't remember which one it is. Obviously, it's not canon, but the plot revolves around this giant Necron MacGuffin that just closes the Eye of Terror casually. That giant gaping wound in the middle of the galaxy that is just a straight portal to hell. Yeah, they just close it. So during the Battle of Sotha, it was like Loyalist versus traitor Space Marines, right?
Right.
And the Loyalist Space Marines decided the only way that we are going to win this is by overloading the device.
Right.
And so they overloaded it. Big wave of energy. Bam. And the thing turned off for some time. Now, because it's Necron technology, eventually it started to come back. So it was just basically on a respawn timer. I'm pretty sure most of the Loyalist and the Traitor Legions died in that fight, but that's par for the course when it comes to Horus Heresy. Lots of casualties, right?
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, overloading the system caused an energy wave that went through the planet and then went through the system and then expanded past the galaxy and went over the universe.
Oh, no.
Unknown to everyone, this signal alerted forces beyond our galaxy.
Oh, no.
And a couple little bug boys over way yonder, way over in some other galaxy went, what was that? Guys, there's food over there. And so for the next 10,000 years, the Tyranids moseying along toward our galaxy.
They just hungry.
Just floating along. Here they come. And yeah.
Okay. And that's just happening. And we have no idea how many of them could be on their way.
Yeah, we had no idea. There could be endless numbers of them. There could be...
Yeah, because we don't even know like what amount of space is behind them.
No.
Right. This is a problem.
So, speaking of Necrons,
okay.
You remember the Silent King, Zarek?
Yeah, I do.
You remember how he exiled himself and he's like at the edge of the galaxy, like just completely isolated.
Yeah.
And he's just sitting there feeling sad about himself, going like, man, I really messed up. He looks up into the endless void.
Yeah.
And he sees something and it's getting closer and there's a lot of them.
Oh no.
And so he goes, oh no. And he turns around and he's like, we gotta go. Guys, wake up. Everyone wake up. It's bad.
Okay.
It's bad, man.
Okay, now I want to tell you the best part.
Yeah.
Is that I'm gonna read you what happened there, but I'm gonna show you how he actually did it.
Mm-hmm. She's just miming it. Yeah. Yeah, he wouldn't actually say anything.
Exactly. Like he's
No,
got to
that's
text
fair
that really fast.
So he's texting it to everybody. It's just like, guys, wake up, guys, wake up.
He's like patting the guys on the shoulder that he like get it like transcribed for him, and he's like, "What are you saying?" But like,
guys, it's bad. So you might be wondering, what's the deal with Tyranids? What they doing?
like, okay, yeah, sure.
Guess what? It's even easier to understand than orcs.
I was gonna say my mind doesn't really question it
Munch, munch.
as much as my mind doesn't question why does mold grow. You know,
Munch, munch, reproduce, keep going. Munch, munch, hungry.
life finds a way. That's why.
Life find way, we hungry. Let's go.
Life find way. We hungry.
Life find way, we hungry. So let's talk about some of the quirks when it comes to the Tyranids themselves. Let's talk about what exactly is going on in their little heads. The hive mind.
The hive mind.
So lots of bugs.
Okay.
They have the hive mind. So Tyranids operate via this hive mind, and every single Tyranid is connected to it in sort of a web system,
Right.
with the strongest of the species being the closest in connection to the hive mind. So it's like hive mind, leader / commander or whatever, then like the lieutenants, and then like the underlings, right?
Wow.
And it's just this web that
One of the
extends
hard
down.
part.
The species that are closer
Why
to the
should
hive
so
mind are
many
usually known as like
necessary?
synapse creatures. You might hear me say the word synapse creature a few times.
Right.
It just means that it has like a really close connection to the hive mind. It's not like a normal buggo that you might see, right?
Interesting. It's interesting that they call it. Do you know what a synapse is?
No, I do not.
It is the space between neurons. So they're literally calling it a part of the brain.
Ooh, interesting.
So how a neuron works
Ooh.
is
Yeah.
that you have an individual neuron, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of look like, okay, so you've got like the nucleus, right? Remember basic cells. The nucleus.
Yeah.
It's got
I
all its
remember.
little fingies, right? Woo.
Yeah.
Now the fingies
Yeah,
are
yeah.
for receiving signals, right?
Mhm.
Now it's got a little like body here.
Yeah.
When it receives a signal,
Mhm.
it receives a signal that is a chemical, which fits into a slot on one of these little fingies. And that tells the
Okay.
neuron, I'm hungry. The hungry slot has been filled, right? And so your neuron sends the electric signal for I am hungry down
Yeah.
the body of the neuron to like the
Yeah.
bud of the neuron. And then the bud of the neuron produces the chemical that then is shot across the synapse to the next neuron.
I'm hungry. Now all the bugs are hungry.
Yeah, that's how.
We're hungry.
So a synapse is technically where the message goes
Yeah.
from one cell to another. So it's interesting that a synaptic beast is like specified.
Yeah.
Psych with Carrie.
So what's also cool about this is because these synapse creatures, when the stronger Tyranids show up, the bigger ones,
Right.
the rest of the Tyranids around them, the smaller ones, will fight with more tactics and more lethal measures.
So literally, it's like
Yeah.
a brain. Like the more of them cluster,
Yes.
the smarter they are as a group.
And that's what makes them so scary. The more there are, the stronger they are.
Okay, yeah. So there could very well be the most omniscient being in the world or in the universe, like just off there made up of an unimaginable number of these things. Like it could just be essentially a giant brain pulsating in nothingness.
Exactly. We have no idea what the hive mind looks like.
It's Andros.
We have no idea what it looks like.
No, Alex, you're not Alex, you're Ava, the other. Sorry,
The other
this
one.
happens sometimes.
The other partner.
It's Andros. Okay.
Sure.
Did you ever beat?
No.
Okay, so in Star Fox 64.
I know Star Fox. I know what Andros is.
If you beat the game, you fight Andros. Now, if you play the game again, you can't save, so you have to play it again right away. If you do that and you beat it again, you fight the actual secret boss that's the secret real boss, and it's not Andros. It's just Andros's brain.
Oh, ew.
I know, it's gross. It's got eyeballs. They like come at you. It's fucked
ew,
up.
icky.
It's weird.
Icky.
But there's just this image of this just brain floating. But
Yeah, pretty much.
anyway, obviously not exactly like that. And I'm playing with a more literal version of the brain metaphor. But
Well, I mean, that could very well be what is actually happening because, like, again, we have no idea what the hive mind looks like.
this is much more fun than I expected.
The hive mind itself, no idea. We have no pictures to depict it. We have no, like, reference to what it could look like. We just know that they have a hive mind mentality.
We just have observed that it seems like when they cluster,
Yes.
the intelligence intelligence goes up. And we have no other information. That's fascinating.
So this is why when fighting Tyranids, it is so important to target the bigger ones.
Right.
Because let's say you have a commander unit in the middle of a swarm of like little tiny ones, right?
Yeah.
If the commander dies, Space Marine kills it, right?
Right.
The connection to the hive mind is severed. And the Tyranids around it, that link breaks and they go back to animal instincts. They no longer have tactics.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
They're on pure survival instincts, so they're much easier to take care of. But the problem is, again, there's just so many. there's just so many bugs.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's almost like one of them, acts as like a receiver.
Yes, it's a signal. Yeah, it's and they're amplifying it, and so they're fighting intelligently, and it's terrifying.
Yes.
I love Tyranids. They're so cool.
One of the interesting things that's coming to mind, this is, I mean, I just kind of interrupted you and said, like, this is funny because this is way more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, right?
Because I thought it was just going to be like some cool bug designs and like some funny stories that basically comes down to like...
No, they're really cool.
Super Earth or Starship Trooper kind of idea. Like, I was expecting something like that. But this is way more fun.
Are you feeling democratic?
No, not really.
A good bug's a dead bug. I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all.
Do you, like, insects?
I'm doing my part.
What do you gotta define a bug.
I'm doing my part.
Okay. Could you do it over there? Because this is my podcast.
You're bothering me. Go away.
Obviously, like, the idea that they're, like, almost neurons themselves is cool and interesting to play with.
Yeah,
But it is also, there is an observable phenomenon that we have seen in at least human psychology. I'm sure this has been seen in some other species, but I don't have citations. But this has been observed in humans. Generally, we are technically more intelligent as a group than as individuals, pretty much regardless of like exceptions, like a super genius even. For instance, if you have people guess how many jelly beans are in the jar, if you take everybody's different answers, like apart from ones that like obviously are meant to obscure the data.
Right. Some kid says 1.
Yeah, because they're just being a dick. You take out anything that is like, for whatever reason, you can't actually use it as data. If you take the like mathematical average, the entire group will almost have chosen the exact right number to the bean.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. Like people are literally like just smart enough.
You see, the difference is the Tyranid would just eat the entire jar and be like, there was 140 in there.
I am taking this wee little like video game tabletop thing and going, this is interesting because of this obscure psychology fact.
No, it's really cool. Yeah, no, you've described it perfectly of like, it's not just that they're bugs, it's that they are brain. They are synapses.
It is,
they are.
What is more powerful, 5 or 1? 5, 1. But tactics are part of power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the Rob. We'll show the clip of him.
Yeah.
You know, because you think about it and like you hear that example all the time. And like it really comes down to how you react as you say the answer. Because if I take 5 sticks and try to break them, that's stronger than just one of those sticks.
Apes together strong.
Yeah, it just depends. But like using that visual, you are correct. To take a thing that can go together, oftentimes that thing is going to do better with more. Like pack mentality or, you know, it's why we group up.
Well, that goes into a lot of Tyranid tactics where when you get a Space Marine army, when you buy a start collecting box, you and your partner or your friend or whoever, you go into a store and you go, we're going to both buy like a start collecting combat patrol, whatever. And your friend goes, I'm going to pick Space Marines. And you go, okay.
Cool.
And then you are like, I'm going to pick Tyranids. They're going to have like 10 minis.
Yeah.
You're going to have like 50.
Yeah.
You are the swarm.
Yes.
You are the weight.
Numbers is part of the game.
Numbers is the game.
Yeah.
So it's time to talk about another crazy thing about them. They have this little quirk that has been deemed the shadow in the warp.
Okay. What?
Which is the coolest shit ever, right? What does that mean?
That's what I get when I hit level 80 as a Dark Knight.
The shadow in the warp.
Right? I get that move, right?
Kind of. So Tyranids seem to have blocked out the warp entirely, making them like almost invincible to magic, period.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So basically, the more Tyranids there are,
Yes.
and the closer like their hive, their swarm is,
It like suppresses it.
it is a big no magic field around them or around the planet that they're invading that completely fucks with psychers, warp travel, and communications off-world.
Yeah.
So basically, side effects of this for like the average person, if there's a bunch of Tyranids,
Your phone's fucked up.
you'll have like some headaches, you'll have some nightmares.
Yeah.
Psychers, on the other hand, unfortunately suffer from screaming,
Okay.
bleeding from the eyes, and worse, and messages
worse?
off-world. So, hey, we're being invaded by bugs. The text message is not going through.
Yeah.
And not only that, but warp travel is real fucky-wucky. So traveling through hell is a dangerous thing. There's demons trying to get you. You got to make sure that your demon shield is up.
It's really complicated.
It's really complicated.
Everything's got a toll, and nobody knows who you're paying.
So it seems that when Tyranids are invading a planet, it literally like obscures that planet from the warp.
Right.
Like it is harder to find. Because when you go into the warp, it's like almost going into the ocean.
Yeah.
It's almost like diving in a submarine, kind of. I'm very much oversimplifying.
Yeah.
But you then have to navigate through it in order to find your destination. Now, a lot of things can go wrong. Some people have gone into the warp and they've come out of the warp, and what do you mean it's been 40 years? We were gone 40 minutes. Some people have gone into the warp and then they come back out and they're like, what do you mean I'm on the other side of the galaxy? I was supposed to come out here. It's kind of inconsistent. Now, it seems even more difficult when the Tyranids are there because of this shadow in the warp. It is literally, the planet is like obscured. You cannot find it. We can't teleport there. Why? You have not unlocked the Aetherite.
Yeah, I was gonna say its Aether is all fucked up.
It's all messed up.
Now we gotta like invoke a primal and kill it, and then the other one and kill it. I can't remember what the fuck they look like.
I want to read to you this timeline of a planet invasion, of a planet's consumption. There was a planet called Dalkey Prime that the Tyranids
Hang on, can we just
invaded.
sit with that for 1 second?
Dalkey Prime.
Dalkey Prime? Holy moly.
Dalkey Prime.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, here we are with Dalkey Prime. That sounds like a knockoff Donkey Kong.
So this will kind of go into the how exactly Tyranids like spread so fast, and like how do we get from point A to point Z, right? How do we go from planet's fine to planet's gone?
How do we go from Netflix to Dalkey Prime?
Dalkey Prime. Day 0. Spores are dropped on world, usually containing a lictor or a gene stealer. Reproduction begins immediately.
Okay, makes sense.
Day 9. Tyranids expand 200 kilometers from drop point and will present a threat to planetary defenses and any infantry force. By day 13, they have expanded 700 kilometers from the initial drop point. Infestation of local water sources begin.
Right.
Day 37, the control area has reached 2,000 kilometers from the drop point.
Okay.
Day 48, the population skyrockets, doubling every 2.5 days. By day 50, the hive fleet arrives.
Oh, good.
Psychic contact is cut off by the shadow in the warp. They cannot get a message out.
Yeah.
No more communication. The next day, day 51, consumption of biomass begins.
Excuse me.
All organic material on the planet is consumed and brought to reclamation pools. Capillary towers send the biomass into orbit. Day 80, hive ships collect biomass from orbit. The oceans boil away. Volcanic activity increases. Once complete, the hive fleet moves out of system to search for prey. 20 days later, day 100, the Imperial Navy arrives to find the world lifeless.
Shit.
20 days late.
I mean, 20 days late to a pretty bad sitch.
Exactly. The latest the message could have gone out was before day 50. So they're actually closer to 50 days late. Tyranids are all about collecting the biomass.
It feels like if you just got this without the like understanding of they look like and are bugs kind of in a way, they're almost like ants in the sense that they like kind of, you know, go in teams.
They swarm.
Yeah.
They eat. They go.
I feel like zombies come to mind.
Yeah.
In the sense of they like reproduce, obviously not through like, you know, but they reproduce by like just causing more of themselves because it's just, again, it's that it consumes and that becomes it and it just can't, and who knows
So not only is this terrifying,
Yeah, of course.
it's all about consuming biomass, which means any biomass.
So they literally like strip planet.
They are stripping the planet.
Yeah.
The oceans are boiling away.
Yeah, it's just like rocks left.
The planet is dead.
It's like if you looked at our planet and then the moon
Yeah.
and thought it was a before and after picture.
Yeah. And like what's interesting is that when they collect this biomass, they collect it all into these pools. And then there's like these organic spires that reach into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And they shoot out the spores so that the hive fleet can like yum, 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 yum. And then they just move on.
Yeah.
So
That's interesting.
not only is that terrifying,
Yeah.
let's say they arrive to a planet. Let's say it's a planet that has like lava instead of water.
Sure.
Okay, Tyranids come down.
Shinji.
Oh no, they burned alive.
Okay, they can't survive this.
Okay, the next ones come down. They have evolved to swim in lava.
Now, when you say evolved, do you mean that
They have adapted.
something about them seems to sense what hurt more of them? That connection we've established.
The hive mind is aware of what just happened.
Yeah, and it is also able to consciously change its body
Yes.
into whatever it wants.
At a rapid pace.
That is not good.
That is terrifying.
Motherfuckers like flubber and like trillions.
They rapidly adapt, they rapidly evolve.
Right.
Hey, that nuke worked really well. It won't work as well the next time.
Yeah.
They'll evolve to just tank it.
Yeah.
Like the problem with Tyranids is that eventually it's almost like Shin Godzilla.
I was just thinking.
Where eventually you're not gonna be able to kill it.
Yeah. You are limited in a way that it is not.
You need to find a different solution.
And you either break your own limitations somehow, like go to space and start making
Yes.
whatever, or it's an inevitability and make yourself comfortable, I guess.
Yeah, like it is scary, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Tyranids. They're very, very, very cool. Now, with this rapid evolution, this is where the creativeness of like having the models comes in.
Yeah, totally. You can be so creative.
Yeah.
You can make them female. You go wild with these things.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, calm down. We can't get that creative. Whoa,
Sorry.
hey, calm down.
I got excited. You know me, women.
So what I've seen some people do is they take like texture paste, like what you're supposed to put on the base to replicate like ground.
Oh.
Fun fact. Not sure it's like a fan made or what, but there is a human female hybrid Tyranid. At the end, she got killed, but it existed. It existed. We should later on take a look at that.
Okay.
But they'll take like lava,
Oh,
like it's supposed to
cool.
crack like lava. They'll paint the carapace of a Tyranid. So they'll paint it like orange, but then they'll paint like the lava texture on it so it'll crack and it'll look like their carapace is lava.
It's like how there are choo-choos, but there are fire choo-choos and
Yeah.
like water choo-choos.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can make armor out of Tyranids by just killing one and then taking its friend.
My love, one of my favorite Space Marine models, period, and I hope to fucking God they lean into this aesthetic. It is from the Leviathan box. It is like a Space Marine lieutenant that is wearing Tyranid carapace as like his fucking shoulder armor and like on his arm. It looks like Monster Hunter shit, and it is so fucking good. It's so good.
There's a creature in Maiden Abyss
Okay.
that cannot die.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it seems that no matter what the hell you do to it, it survives. It certainly doesn't feel well. It feels pain, we can tell.
Yeah.
But it survives whatever you throw at it.
It's not gonna die.
And it is impacted, but its body immediately shifts to like get over it, like fix the wound immediately. So basically what happens is some of the characters use it by like feeding it poisons, and then its body produces an antidote.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah.
Obviously in this situation,
It's a little different.
ethically, but I'm just thinking like if I was in this universe, I go to science mode.
Well, I think the problem with that is it seems that this rapid adaptation, this rapid evolution comes from the fact that the hive mind is adjusting. So the only thing that is stopping you from that is if you were to capture a Tyranid and put it in a jar or like in a cage or something. Not only is it still incredibly incredibly dangerous, it is now cut off from that hive mind.
Right.
So it will not rapidly evolve. It's now an animal.
You would have to set up the situation for it to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But also, how many people are going to die doing that?
Well, and also, like, who's to say this is even a repeatable...
Yeah, if that's even possible.
This is just my mind going, is this a cool new element of Warhammer that I could have, like, an apothecary character who they have, like, a Tyranid farm that they just, like, kill their Tyranids in whatever way the guy orders next?
Oh, no.
Like something that is, like, Warhammery fucked up, but fun for me.
Tyrannid
and very, very fictional.
Game.
Tyrannid breeding game. Like, you always see those ones that's like breed the dragons.
Yeah, sure.
And like, I could totally see that.
Why not Tyrannids? Games Workshop, get on it. Stardew Valley, but with Tyrannids.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the hive fleets, like the main hive fleets, because there's more than one. You have the hive mind, which is like encompassing all Tyranids. It seems. But then you have the hive fleets, which are like more independent. These are like sort of your sub factions. But each hive fleet is made up of tendrils. They're called tendrils, but it's basically like. She's pointing at the drawing of the
of the little
neuron
squiggles of the little arms.
Of the little squiggles.
The little arms
yes,
that receive
they are made up of tendrils.
The data from the Sendy boys.
Yes, it's very much that. So
after the synapse,
these tendrils are reaching out, and so instead of like the swarm has come, it's this tendril of hive fleet behemoth has found us.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, that's an intense fucking thing, right? So let's talk about how Tyranids met the Imperium of Man. Now, this was definitely into 40k. First, it was Hive Fleet Behemoth. First contact with the Tyranid menace.
Okay.
Hive Fleet Behemoth have red flesh with a bluish, grayish, sometimes black carapace.
Yeah, I've seen this.
They are very simple. They are upfront. They are blunt, and they mow their way through the galaxy. They munch. Very much like your Khorne melee adjacent kind of deal. Hive Fleet Behemoth.
Cool.
Eventually, they were fought to a standstill.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with that is that when you fight the Tyranids to a standstill, well, they have to eat something.
Right. They're backed into a corner and they're going to go somewhere.
So what are they going to eat if there's no humans or biomass? Well, time to cannibalize.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't care. They need the biomass.
I mean, that's not so bad from the human perspective.
No, from the human perspective, it's like, oh my God, they're eating themselves. Good.
And my brain had just been like, this might be the actual unstoppable thing, but now I've realized there's a weakness.
There is a weakness.
They are mortal.
Funny enough, Trazyn the Infinite was chilling on his world, his full museum planet of Solemnes.
In the Barbie Dream House.
And he looks outside and he sees all these bugs avoiding his planet.
Right.
They're not interacting with his planet whatsoever.
Okay. Something about his planet is like, they don't want it.
There's no biomass there. It's a Necron planet.
Yeah, but he does have some trapped beings. But I guess that's not quite enough.
Yeah, but they're all in like stasis.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It is not a living planet.
No.
Yeah.
And so when these bugs went by Trazyn's planet, they kind of were so far away from other biomassy planets that they just kind of went into hibernation.
They were doing a big commute.
So I imagine in that moment, Trazyn was like, oh, what is this? And he like comes over and he like grabs a couple of them and he's like, what the? I've never seen this one.
Oh.
Second contact was with Hive Fleet Kraken. Hive Fleet Kraken has a tannish skin tone with a red carapace, like a dark red carapace. They look awesome. I love Hive Fleet Kraken.
Yeah, they're very cool.
Now, the difference with them is that the Imperium was prepared this time, because after they came over, Behemoth really messed up a lot of the Imperium, because it was just like, how do we stop this? They're not stopping.
Right.
Even our Space Marines, they're just like they've got like acid vomit. They're gonna like completely melt through the Space Marine armor and then eat the spaceman. We can't. Oh no. Oh no.
The spaceman, my brain just has this image of like the Vashta Narada menacingly.
So the Imperium, after Hive Fleet Behemoth, set up a defense for the preparation of potentially another Tyranid invasion.
Okay.
However, the problem with this is that 250 fucking years went by.
That's a bit.
And eventually the High Lords of Terra were just like, oh, why do we even need a defense? We've killed all the bugs. There is no more bugs. We defeated them. It was just some sort of random thing that we found in the galaxy. It's all gone now.
Uh-huh.
And then immediately Kraken showed up.
Oh.
Now, Kraken showed up, munch.
Right.
Mostly were defeated after taking a couple worlds, but they're still around. All of these Tyrannid, no matter how many they defeat, they may have defeated like a tendril.
Yeah, who knows?
But the main fleet isn't here yet.
It's seeing them, it's like bed bugs. If you see one, move.
It's the same exact thing with orcs. If an orc is on a planet, you've got orcs.
Yeah.
You see a Tyrannid, you've got Tyrannids, man. You need to get out.
If you have black mold, you've had a problem for a while.
You've had a problem for a while. So, not long after Kraken's defeat, High Fleet Leviathan arrived.
Okay.
High Fleet Leviathan is the main threat in current Warhammer 10th edition. They have a very iconic magenta skin tone with a purple carapace. They look great. I love Leviathan's look. They are so iconic.
This one in particular looks a little bit like, who's that character from Dragon Ball Z?
Frieza.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got sort of Frieza-ish colors.
Frieza/Mewtwo.
Is that Frieza?
Is that the Digimon Mewtwo?
So what's really cool about Leviathan, the reason why the Imperium was caught off guard, so the galactic map of 40K is like horizontal, right? All the planets are like on a line.
Yeah.
We don't really constitute the y-axis, mostly the x-axis.
It's like when you look at our galaxy, it's horizontal.
So the planet is here, right?
Being Terra.
Yeah, so Terra's here.
Yeah.
Leviathan attacks from below.
Oh, that's really scary. Wait, how big is
Yes, it is.
No, that's like that weird video where they tried to convince people that megalodons were real by showing them a video of one eating a mermaid. And by real, I mean like right now. Like,
so, in terms of how big is it, it is the biggest
oh, I hate that.
Tyrannid force that we have seen thus far.
Oh, that gave me the
It is
chills.
the largest force. Yeah, them coming up through the galaxy.
I don't like that.
Yeah, they're awesome. I love it.
Oh, that's so scary.
I should mention the Ultramarines have a bit of a grudge when it comes to the Tyrannids.
Okay.
Because when the first Tyranids showed up and the first Tyrannid War, or what is more commonly known as the first Tyrannic War.
Tyrannosaurus
Nope.
Rex.
The first Tyrannic War, High Fleet Behemoth came from like what would be considered on the galactic map the southeast of the galaxy, which is where the Ultramarines' homeworld is.
Okay.
Now, they almost died, like all of them.
And so I'm gonna do my best blonde American hero voice.
Yes.
You do it better than me afterwards.
Yes.
Now it's personal.
No, it's personal. Thank you, girly man.
Now it's personal.
Like literally the Ultramarines were on their last leg when the first Tyrannic War was beaten. Like they barely won. And the reason why they won is because they self-destructed what is considered an Emperor class battleship, which they don't make those anymore.
Right. It involved significant sacrifice.
Yes. It was a catastrophic loss.
Yes.
So the Ultramarines are now in 10th edition fighting Leviathan, and they're like, they've got a chip on their soldiers because they're like, fucking bugs.
It's like the dragoons against the
Dragons,
yeah,
yeah.
like they're not just at war. They fucking hate them.
Yeah, last time you almost got rid of my entire Space Marine chapter. I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Inquisitor Cryptman and the big fucky wucky.
That is how our Baldur's Gate 3 campaign started.
It's true.
That was when I attacked you because I didn't know.
Carrie didn't understand what was going on.
And then we met the old guy in the crypt, and that was about how far we got because then my
true.
computer imploded.
It's true. Cryptman is an Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. Basically, he's an Inquisitor whose specialty is to investigate and research aliens.
He's a biologist, a zoologist, an insectologist.
Nah,
He's a
insane
fanatic
guy.
who really likes killing aliens, probably.
Oh, he's a
More
fanatic.
likely.
He's not like a.
So
He's
the
an
Inquisitors
insane
are part
guy.
of the Imperium. They are usually like what could be
Remember-
considered the cops of the setting.
Okay.
Typically,
Remember, if the Templar chapters also fucking hate you, you are the scumbag of the world. Nobody would like you. Templar like most of the criminal. You're a criminal, fine. I give you this. Help me do some suicide missions. They love those kind of people. And then if the Black Templars are like, oh fuck this guy, you're fucked.
Inquisitors and Space Marines often get into little tiffs, especially with factions like the Space Wolves, who are like, at one point there was a situation where a bunch of humans were being invaded by demons and the Space Wolves came by and helped, and the Inquisition was like, well, no one can know about chaos, so let's kill all the civilians. And Space Wolves were like, over our dead bodies, we'll fucking kill you. This caused a civil war.
Fair.
Basically, they're very much like your witch hunter kind of thing.
Yeah, very much so.
But instead of witch hunting, alien hunting. So he's supposed to be this expert in aliens.
All right.
Now, during the first Tyrannic War, he was actually the one to discover the Tyranid invasion and managed to warn the Ultramarines in time of the coming threat, which did allow them to at least try to prepare and defend against the Hive Fleet. If he had not done that, the Ultramarines probably would have died, like completely gone. That chapter's done.
Right.
Now, the chapter did take heavy losses, including the entire first company of veterans. So like the oldest dudes, gone.
Ouch.
Ouch. Much of the system where their homeworld was completely devastated, and victory was only achieved by, as I mentioned earlier, detonating an extremely large and very rare battleship in the heart of the Tyranid fleet. And it took about 100 years for the Ultramarines to recover. Like, it was a destructive blow.
Right.
Now, Cryptman had a bright idea when he saw signs that Hive Fleet Leviathan was coming this way. He had a great idea. I know the path that they're gonna come. Let's blow up every single planet in their way so that they won't have any food and it'll buy us time to respond.
Okay, all unoccupied planets, right?
This action killed billions in the biggest genocide since the Horus Heresy.
All unoccupied planets, right?
This action was so fucking unhinged.
Holy
that
shit!
The Inquisition kicked him out!
This guy said the fucking trolley problem? Are you kidding me?
Bro, you mean multi-track drifting?
He took a piss on the trolley problem.
This action was
Oh my
so
god.
awful that the motherfucking Inquisition kicked him out.
Yeah. I'm not for the death penalty, but put him in a pod and launch it.
And now the Inquisitors are like, it's on sight. If we see him, it's done. It's over.
Me too.
Kill him on sight.
I mean, I'll report him. I'm not gonna.
So Cryptman was a wanted criminal for killing billions in the biggest genocide since the Horus fucking Heresy.
Right. That whole thing.
But Cryptman had another bright idea. Hey, why not make orcs who get stronger as they fight against the Tyranids who get stronger as they fight? Nothing bad's gonna happen. They'll fight to a standstill, right?
Yeah, that's
And then everything went wrong.
Yeah, obviously. It's basically an infinite food source for the Tyranids.
Not only did the Tyranids win the battle,
Yeah.
they were now even more numerous than before, not only buffing them significantly, but also rendering the previous genocide of multiple planets completely worthless.
It's kind of like
You did that for nothing.
if you dug a moat and like killed a bunch of species in digging that moat in order to like siege someone's house or something, and then
Someone's castle.
you were like, if we throw chicken wings at them, they'll die. Or like chickens, if we just throw chickens at the island. It's like you're providing a resource.
You're providing resources.
Yeah.
Now, this was going to end badly either way, because if Tyranids
Yeah, this fucker is so stupid, but I don't even know how he is an expert or quote unquote like scientist. He's like, what if, and just do it, and then he didn't think about it.
won, which they did. Now they have even more numbers than they did before. Good job, Cryptman. If the orcs won, well, now the orcs are buff as hell.
Right.
And they're gonna want to fight still. So lose all around.
Yeah.
So Cryptman, as far as I know, oops.
Yeah.
Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Oh no. Last I checked, that's where we are at in terms of the fourth Tyrannic War in 10th edition.
This not sounding great.
Not great.
Yeah.
No. Leviathan, they are stronger than ever. Ultramarines are like, oh shit. Hey, one of the Space Marine planets, one of the homeworlds of a chapter called the Blood Angels,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Oh my goodness.
Their homeworld is gone. The devastation of Baal is their home planet, it's gone.
Such devastation. Well, that's not good.
That's not good.
Okay.
You know what is good?
What's that?
Bugs.
No, we love bugs.
They're just cute
Look at
little
these little guys. Oh, little
So
friends.
it's time to talk about tyrannid species. Now, obviously, I can't cover every single subspecies or like evolution
Is it like squigs?
when it comes to tyrannids. They're kind of like squigs.
Are there hair tyrannids?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Now, the thing is, I cannot cover all of them, but I will try to cover the basic ideas.
Yeah.
And basically what we're going to look at is we're going to look at like a base, and then we're going to be like, but they can also turn into this.
It's Digimon.
And we're also going to try to go from smallest to largest.
Yes.
With also that going from least intelligent to most intelligent.
Tyrannids. Tyrannids.
Let's begin with the swarm species. We are beginning with rippers, a ripper swarm.
Oh no.
Also known by the Imperium Guardsmen as ankle biters.
Right, fair. Little guys.
They're basically piranhas that eat everything in the final stage of the harvest.
Little nippy guys.
They often become too bloated to fight, and they go into the pools that like shoot the biomass up in the capillary towers to be like fed upon, because it's all part of the circle of life, you see. Now, that said, sometimes they do evolve into other species dependent on the biomass that they consume.
Sure.
So again, they eat something, they evolve, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they can evolve wings, in which case they are designated as sky slashers.
Makes sense.
There is also a subspecies of rippers known as cortex leeches that have giant needles that go into people's brains and control them.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, not great.
Based on the name.
Not great. Don't like that one. So these are the smallest ones.
They like on the nose names.
Yes, they do.
We love calling things what they are.
Our next species is the gaunt species. We begin with the Hormagaunt / Termagaunt, also known by the Imperial Guardsmen as critters.
Okay.
Now, these are your main infantry forces.
Really?
When you buy a box of Tyranids, it's mostly going to be these guys.
Right.
The Hormagaunt being the
Too bad I didn't
melee
think Krieg
version
can
with the
actually
little
win
spiky
this-
spikes.
Oh, they're
With the
kind of
fight.
cute.
And the Termagaunt being the ones with like guns. Now, as you might imagine, everything that you see in terms of like guns, I'm using that term very loosely, or ships or swords or whatever that a Tyranid might have, they are all usually another bug or some sort of biological evolution or symbiotic or parasitic relationship.
Right.
Yeah, they have no technology. It's all biology.
It's like the squigs.
Yeah.
The Tyranid gun is like a squig gun. It's like how cats become the shape
If it sits, it fits.
of the thing that's containing them.
Yes.
They become what the need is.
Yeah.
Which is evolution. That is actually how it works. It fills the needs. But like this is like to the point of convenience as opposed to like
Right.
if you're not killed off, then I guess you had some good genes.
So their usual purpose is just to swarm, call the planet before the main fleet gets there.
Right.
Now, their other main purpose is when the Hive Fleet gets there, they are to protect the larger, more powerful synapse creatures of the army, and they will scatter like animals if the connection to the hive mind is severed. So if you kill a commander, these are the ones that are going to like scatter like little cockroaches. They will be
They're
a
gonna
problem.
be
on the-
like
Yeah, this is why when you play like Space Marine 2, you see the big guys, you kill the big elite guy, and then the guy that the small one just beside them just died. Actually, they shouldn't die. They just become feral. But due to game purpose, they just like died. Yeah, this is why the reason why you always have to like target the big guys when you play the Space Marine 2. If you fight this, the Tyranid.
leftover.
Yeah, they will not be
and
organized.
still a problem on their own.
Next, we have
By the way, this is a very good biology reading. If you want to like plan to play like Space Marine 2, this is how you learn how to deal with the Tyranid. Like they actually follow not quite. It's like almost identically close to the law accurate like Tyranid. So if you see them now, if you watch this, you might more or less know how to deal with Tyranid.
another subspecies of the gaunt called the neurogaunt. So it's like a little carapace Tyranid thing,
like a
and it's
crab?
got another bug on top of its back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, the shape is it doesn't really have a silhouette that is easy to identify
So
at
like
first glance.
head, body, arms,
But I think I'm seeing what
and then
you're
bug.
describing. Yeah.
So these are also called node beasts, depending.
Right. Okay. Oh, they're like us.
In what way?
Because they're like attached.
No,
they
you're
like
cute.
Each other.
No, you're cute.
They could put on a little trench coat. That'd be cute.
I do think it's parasitic,
Oh.
but I don't know. but that is cute. They are cute. I love them. I love them so much.
But if
the little Neurogaunt,
you could,
they're very cute. I love them so much.
I want to put them in a trench coat. And then like somebody would be saying something and I'd be like, one more thing.
So the purpose of a Neurogaunt is to buff the range of a Synapse creature, like a extension of the signal.
It's like a dish.
So they're just little helpers. They just hang around the bigger ones and they protect them if they need to, but they're just little helpers.
They're like an antenna.
Yeah, they're like little antennas running around. Our next in the Gaunt subspecies is the Barb Gaunt.
Oh, cool. He's doing a little walkie, little lean.
Now, the Barb Gaunt is a artillery infantry hybrid that has fused with a parasite on its shoulder that acts as its gun. Unfortunately, the gun part does completely take over the Tyrannid's body. So it's basically just a husk that a gun is controlling. Very creepy if you think about it for too long.
This
My camera's running out.
It's very
battery.
Godzilla.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like just this big spiky back thing.
We're going to be moving fast through these.
We're going.
Next in the Gaunt subspecies, we have the Gargoyle, also classified as the Hellbat. They fly now.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see how we came to that name.
This subspecies of Gaunt are usually more fragile than the rest, and most often go for enemies' eyes with venom that fires from their guns.
So what I do is I attach an eye to the arrow, and then
it zooms in. If there is, say, an enemy gunship that is in range, they will hurl themselves into the enemy vents or engines or etc. to bring down a ship or clog the ventilation of a fortress or something. They are expendable. All of these bugs so far, they're expendable. They're drones. You're all drones.
Yeah.
Now, let's go into the next type of subspecies. Are you ready? The Thrope species. Zone Thrope, Neurothrope, also classified by Imperial Guardsmen.
My most hated enemy in Space Marine 2. Because here's the thing, I play all the melee characters except the one that hold the shield one. So I played generally I would play the what again? I suddenly forgot the jetpack one. I suddenly forgot all the class name. Yeah, the one that with jetpack. So the issues is I don't have the gun for to fight that shit, and every single time I meet that guy, usually I ran out of bullets. And that guy is like flying on top of the air. I'll be like, get down! Get down! Fight me like a man! Happens so many times. And then every single time, because like all my friends also like play like very melee, and sometimes we ran out of bullets, there's always like that one guy, just like have that one guy with bullet left. And then be like, oh, you have fun. we'll be doing some other stuff. Or firing bullets. You have fun.
As the brain
He
bugs.
looks like the fetus of Satan.
Little bit.
Or a dragon.
So these are your wizards, or like your psychers of the Tyrannid forces.
He's just like me for real.
He's just like
That's
me.
how I sit on the couch.
So these species display intense psychic abilities, allowing for a sort of barrier to passively be around them or to shoot out devastating attacks. However, this ability can be quite cumbersome and can cause self-destruction in some circumstances. Some Imperial Guards have reported that in trying to cast a spell, for lack of a better term, a Zoanthrope or a Neurothrope has like literally exploded its own brain because it's just overloaded and will just kill itself. Like other large species of Tyrannid, it will prioritize its own survival above the smaller species that serve to protect it. They can evolve in numerous ways, often into psychic power specifically designed to destroy the species that it has consumed. So say it is eating a bunch of humans, it'll have a bunch of anti-human magic or a bunch of anti-Eldar magic or orc or whatever, right? It's all about much.
Yeah.
Evolve.
Yeah.
Now, with these Thrope species, we have the next subspecies called the Venom Thropes. Venom Thropes is a subspecies of Thropes that uses venom and poison attacks to protect itself. Using a cloud of spores that contain a lethal gas to non-Tyrannid species, it creates an area of effect, just a little mist around itself. And it uses its tentacles, that are also, unsurprisingly, covered in poison and venom, to grab enemies and drag them into the smoke. Its venom and poison is so potent that it kills the soil and destroys the atmosphere. It's poison on steroids.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Also real
one.
uggo.
Oh.
I like the zoanthropes a lot. They're cute.
Yeah, they're good. I don't like.
Yeah, venomthropes are a little spooky.
Yeah.
Next, we get into the more of the classic Tyranid, standard kinda species, the warrior species.
Oh, dude.
We begin with the typical Tyranid warrior / Tyranid prime species.
Yeah.
These are deadly creatures that stand taller than even space marines. Capable of evolving rapidly to suit the needs of battle, these warriors can be equipped with a number of evolutionary weapons from guns, swords, whips, wings, and even more. Being synaptic creatures, they share a strong connection to the hive mind, and thus, if defeated and killed, the connection will be snapped, leaving the smaller soldiers accompanying it scattered and confused.
Are you saying they would be synaptic?
They would be synaptic. Yeah. With enough time, warriors may evolve into a Tyranid prime. These advanced warriors are more intelligent, faster, stronger, and far more deadly than their other counterparts. As long as a Tyranid prime is alive, the swarm surrounding it will be a unified and terrifying force. So these are like your sergeants, you could say.
Yeah.
Next, in the warrior subspecies, Raveners, also known to Imperial Guards as snakes or slither slashers. This species utilizes speed and burrowing to ambush and outrun their prey. Their senses are so sharp that they can even detect energy from various forms of technology, allowing them to find even the most well-hidden fortification. So hey, is your radio giving off a signal? Great, they found you.
Right.
The large variant of Ravengers is known as a Trigon or a Moloch that are able to dig through material. They have been seen to be up to 23 feet high, or 7.1 meters. These Tyranids are able to find their prey through rhythmic sounds on the surface, such as a beating heart.
Yeah.
Now, where have I heard that before? The rhythm, huh? You gotta walk without rhythm, man. Don't detect that worm. A subspecies of Trigon is known as a Harpy, terrorizing the sky and bombing the ground with thousands of gargoyles flying by it.
I like that this one specifically is going.
Yeah. So a cool thing about Tyranids is that typically a lot of their hive fleets or species within them are named after like mythological beasts.
Yeah.
I talked about like the main 3 hive minds, but like there's Hive Fleet, Kraken,
Right.
Jabberwocky,
Yeah.
like monsters, Manticore, blah, 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 blah. It's really cool, the naming scheme of the Tyranids, because it's truly like it is a monster.
Yes.
It is evolved specifically to fuck up your day. Now we move on to the more advanced species. Here we have a gene stealer,
Okay.
known by many species as Nightmare, Clawed Changeling, the Snatcher Devil, Ghost,
What?
and much,
What
much
the hell?
more. Oh yeah, these guys are freaky.
It's just like when you're like happily going through the Pokedex and then suddenly you come to like Drowsy's little write-in and you're like,
it's like,
what do you mean he eats kids?
What do you mean? Gene stealers are scouts for the Hive Fleet that find planets to harvest. These are typically like the first Tyranid that lands
Scout
on the
unit.
planet.
Yeah.
They're there to infiltrate. This species of Tyranid will infiltrate a planet's society and, over the course of possibly hundreds of years, infect and indoctrinate its genes into the population, remaining unseen the entire time. This method of reproduction and influence is spread through a gene stealer's kiss, in which the victim takes on a tiny parasitic organism that controls the host, bending it to the gene stealer's will. It's alien. It's alien.
But
Facehugger. But also mind control.
Parasite. Have you ever read Parasite?
Oh no, I have not read Parasite.
Oh, okay.
Basically, imagine if Alien, but instead of the chest burster like coming out, it like controlled
That's what
John
Parasite
Hurt.
is.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's exactly that. So
Yeah.
over the course of generations, slowly some planets, it's like, wow, a lot of this population has like developed a lot of 3
We
arms.
checked the
Weird.
chemical
It's
makeup in
fine.
the food
No,
anytime.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Is everybody getting enough sulfates?
It's fine. This influence can be seen physically on organisms via extreme mutations, often the growing of multiple limbs and enlarged skulls.
So Stewie was a sign on Family Guy.
In the Family Guy universe, the gene stealers have already infiltrated. Should a gene stealer be found and killed, those affected by its influence will still remain somewhat under the control of the hive mind until the arrival of the fleet. Gene stealers are a whole thing. We don't have time to talk about all of them today because there's a faction called the Gene Stealer Cults that we should dedicate an entire video on.
No, this is cool. I'm very interested. I did
All
not
hail the
this is fascinating.
3-armed emperor.
Wait, what?
All hail the 3-armed emperor of mankind.
When we're talking about MP, why does he have 3 arms?
Well,
oh, he's infected.
It's basically like they have seen things.
There's a premonition that that's going to happen. Or that he will be replaced.
We should talk about it in the episode, folks.
You brought it up.
I know. I want to get you more interested.
No, I know. You succeeded.
Our next member of advanced species.
I saw that.
Is the Lictor, Neurolictor, Death Leper, also known by the Imperial Guard as Mantis Stalkers. This subspecies of warriors are specialist scouts and masters of stealth. Like octopus, chameleons, or cuttlefish, lictors can change the color of their skin to perfectly match their surroundings, making them practically invisible. Unlike other warrior variants, the lictor is an opportunistic hunter and will stalk prey for days, if not weeks, until the time is right to strike. In this state, they remain completely motionless for extended periods of time, and when striking, the lictor, rather than attacking out in the open, will pick off its prey one by one. You haven't seen Predator.
No, but I've been thinking about it this whole time.
It's very much like Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just this species of Tyranid has its own variant of subspecies, which we will mention in 1 second. Once the prey is in its grasp, the lictor will devour the victim's brain, absorbing their memories in order to learn of possible enemy weaknesses. Lictors also secrete a pheromone that attract nearby Tyranid forces to its position, so even in the event that the lictor is killed, the swarm will soon be upon its prey.
It's like wasps.
It's like wasps. The psychic variant of a lictor is known as a neurolictor, utilizing psychic attacks to drive its prey into a paranoid frenzy, like Cthulhu shit. I'm going nuts. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? And meanwhile, the neurolictor's just in the background, just completely cloaked, going like,
yeah. Like Zinch would probably.
Oh, demons, chaos, they don't fuck with Tyranids.
Well, I just meant like, were they to fuck?
Wait a minute.
It would work out. I think they would get along.
Unlike most Tyranid species, the lictor is a single entity that is reproduced. Each inherits the memories of all the slain members of its species and are directly influenced by the hive mind. When a lictor dies, they don't like, oh, another one is made. They're practically reincarnated.
It's like a phoenix.
Yes. Not only that, this makes them fucking scary to fight.
Absolutely.
Now,
you have to contain it.
yeah. The apex form of a lictor is known as a death leper that is known to use sheer terror to strike fear into its prey by quickly disposing them. So it's basically like the normal lictor and the neurolictor combined into one perfect being.
Yeah.
It is.
I do wonder why this guy is not in, in Space Marine 2. I do want to fight it. Sounds horrible to fight.
The perfect hunter.
Right.
It also has like a cool like flesh waistcloth
Like cape
thing.
thing?
It's awesome. I fucking love the death leper.
Hi there, Bricky here. Ava, you dumb shit. It's Death Leaper. Leap as in jumping, like you should do off a bridge. Thank you. Goodbye.
I love it.
It kind of looks like it's sitting on a little chair.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know why that's cute to me, but
Yeah,
that's
kinda.
what's going
I
on
see
in
it.
my brain right now.
Our next type of advanced subspecies. I did say earlier that as we get bigger, they're going to get smarter. That's not necessarily true with this next one.
Okay.
A Carnifex is a walking tank.
Oh, okay.
This Tyranid species is incredibly versatile in its ability to destroy.
Yeah.
With very little intelligence, they think of little else than the destruction of whatever is directly in front of them. Extremely tough and capable of supporting a variety of bioweapons that it uses to terrifying efficiency and can regenerate their wounds very quickly. They are forces to be reckoned with. There is a subspecies known as Screamer Killers, which was featured in the Leviathan box, that uses a form of energy to scream out psychic bolts at the enemy. It's like that Mortal Kombat character. Just make them explode.
I feel like I can see how this lends itself very well to something like a video game as somebody who enjoys like Left 4 Dead.
Oh yeah, this fits so well.
Because like there are infinite possibilities, and it seems like one of the cool things about Tyranid is exactly that there are infinite possibilities. Anything can happen.
Do you want to know my hot take for that Dark Tide game?
Yes.
My hot take is that we should not have been fighting Nurgle. We should have been fighting Tyranids. And we should have been Space Marines.
Yeah, I mean, as we were talking about this and I was forming that thought in my mind of how to communicate it to you, I thought, oh, are these the guys they fought in that game?
Yeah.
No, that was Nurgle, which they came to mind.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been better if we were just fighting Tyranids. But Space Marine 2.
They lend themselves well.
It seems like we're going to be fighting Tyranids, so that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, man.
I've seen some Tyranid fighting games before.
The cool thing about Tyranid books, there has never been a Tyranid book that is told from a Tyranid's perspective.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be the horror.
For an entire book.
For a whole book. So what's really cool about that, though, is the fact that like you have the horror with it, because it's just they're in the vents, they're getting through, I can hear them, you know, like it's coming and it's not good.
Okay, so obviously their intelligence and abilities can go up and down or change. Has there ever been some kind of actual communication with them?
They seem to be able to communicate with each other via the hive mind. They don't talk.
Nobody has ever been able to like signal to one.
No.
Or like
hold that thought.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
As we get into the more advanced species. We're getting more advanced now.
Okay.
Here we have what could be considered the generals of the armies. Hive tyrants, also known as overfiends.
Right.
Created as commanders of the army, this species of Tyranid are self-aware, very intelligent, and capable of using psychic powers to buff or debuff the enemy. Like lictors, this species is practically immortal, wherein each entity is defeated, another will be produced with the previous memories of the species. These commander units have a variety of evolutions, from weapons to wings, and can even remember and adjust strategies based on mistakes it's made in the past. I punched that guy and didn't do anything. I'm not going to punch him again.
I could see that being a very advantageous buff or something. So they freaking learn. It's not just that they adapt, they learn.
But only some of them learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, only some of them.
But the ones that learn fast.
These are considered like the commanders.
Yeah.
Let's get into what's considered like the Primarch.
Okay.
The Norn Emissary.
Ooh.
The final species of Tyranid we will be talking about today is perhaps the most horrifying from a combat point of view. Incredibly large, powerful, and agile, these Tyranids act as the will of a Norn queen, with the emissaries performing as assassins and assimilators as masters of raw power. Before deployment, they are given special orders directly from the Norn queens and are sent to eliminate enemy commanders or abduct knowledgeable prey. They are able to compress their size into impossible spaces and move faster than they should, given how large they are. In a short story in which a Norn emissary was introduced, a single emissary killed like 6 custodies, no problem.
God.
That's a problem.
Damn.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's not good.
So, in terms of the tree of the hive mind, very top is hive mind, and it seems that below that is what are called the Norns.
It's almost like queens.
Yes. We don't know what the Norns technically look like. We just know that there's like a group in the Hive Fleet that seem to be like giving the shots from the hive mind. Below them, Norn emissaries, and then everything else beneath that we've talked about. So they're really cool. I like them. Their model is enormous.
Yeah, I like them. It's also kind of funny. He's like,
who sorted the mass this way? Who sorted the human flesh like this?
So you might think with a species like Tyranids, there would not be any unique named ones. There's no Gazkul Thraka of Tyranids. Right. You would be wrong to
Is there
assume such a
clicky,
thing.
clicky, clack, click?
Our unique Tyranids we will be talking about today starts with possibly the most classic.
Oh, I've seen
Old One Eye.
Oh, look at him.
A Carnifex from Hive Fleet Behemoth with a unique ability to regenerate rapidly, surviving many encounters that should have killed the beast. However, since then, this ability seems to have been common. So what's weird is that this Carnifex was unique in that it could regenerate like instantly and it could always come back.
Yeah.
But since Hive Fleet Leviathan has come up from like the, you know, the bottom of the galaxy.
Oh god.
This seems to be common in Carnifexes. So the Hive Fleet seems to have been like, that was a good evolution.
Yeah, taking it.
His namesake comes from the first time the beast was brought down, when an unknown hero fired a plasma pistol into its eye, giving the iconic scar. The monster fell into a canyon and froze. However, decades later, a group of smugglers came across a body frozen in the ice, and thinking if they could make a fortune, they thawed out the monster, and it woke up.
Who the
Now
fuck
cut
thought
off
about
from the
that?
hive mind and rampaging throughout the galaxy, the fate of Old One Eye is a mystery, and every so often a report comes in matching the description of the beast. However, these reports are most likely incorrect, as they keep appearing. But one thing is for sure, where Old One Eye does appear, there is little hope of escape from its rampage.
He's really lost.
So instead of characters, we have like monster legends.
Like stories of beasts.
Yeah, we have Old One Eye. And it's almost like a boogeyman, like a bedtime story of like,
it's cryptids.
Old One Eye will come get you. Yeah, it's very similar to cryptids. Like, gotta be careful of Old One Eye. I love it. I love it so much. Our next unique Tyranid, the Doom of Malantai.
Oh no. What the?
On the Eldar craft world Malantai, you remember craft worlds, right? They're the big ships that are like the size of continents that the Eldar ride on. They don't got homes no more. So they're on these ships, and there was craft world Malantai. Now, they were fighting against a hive fleet known as Hive Fleet Naga.
Oh.
And once it was destroyed, right before the final blow was struck, it launched spores directly at the craft world. The Eldar hunted down the Tyranids that posed the most immediate threat, letting a single zoanthrope consume the infinity circuit of the craft world. Now, to remind you, my love, the infinity circuit, the ship is powered by ghosts.
Love that.
The Tyranid ate the ghosts.
Yeah, that's not great. Oops.
It somehow very quickly evolved to eat ghosts.
Okay, well.
The craft world was destroyed along with all the Eldar within. Since then, the Doom of Malantai has not been seen by any witnesses. But what we do know is its body is massive, and its psychic force is so great that it can absorb the life from any living thing around it.
I want to see Shanty about this guy.
This feels very sea shanty-ish, right? Like, these are sea monsters.
Yeah.
Old One Eye's out there. Oh, you gotta be careful. The Doom of Malantai will get you. Like, it's very much that vibe. It's very cool. I don't exactly know what to really make of the Doom of Malantai, because a Tyranid that ate the entire infinity circuit of a craft world and then has never been mentioned again is a shame, frankly. That seems cool.
Yeah.
That seems like it would be a problem.
Yeah.
But space is big.
Yes.
Could be sleeping. Who knows?
Maybe it's taking the souls back.
I gotta get back.
What if the souls like went into the beast and now it's like made up of all of those consciousnesses?
Oh, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be weird. Oh, whoa.
And so now it's just acting completely differently because it's changed.
That would be cool. Oh, you can make like your own army based around this idea.
That's my idea. No stealing.
Oh, no stealing. Our last unique Tyranid.
So look at him. He looks like he's just one of Korn's guys.
Is known as the Swarm Lord. The Swarm Lord is a hive tyrant that is so old it is as ancient as the Tyranid race itself.
Oh, I don't like his little mouth.
Not only is it a tactical genius, it is arguably the most dangerous Tyranid, period. It is specifically designed to outthink and outmaneuver the enemy. It can fucking trick people. At one point, the chapter master of the Ultramarines was fighting on a planet. They're fighting the bugs, right?
Ooh,
and he sees the Swarm Lord, and he's like, I gotta fight that thing. If I kill it, all these other ones will start scattering. And then he noticed something. All the little ones started surrounding him, and he was like, oh fuck, they're gonna jump me. And then he realized they had formed an arena that just left him and the Swarm Lord in the middle.
Oh my god.
And the Swarm Lord lifted its sword up to it fucking challenged him. That's fucking metal.
Okay, that's cool. So I would consider that communication.
Yeah, fair enough. This is why I said hold that in your head for later.
Yeah.
So the chapter master was like, I guess I'll fight it. And as he's fighting this Tyranid, he couldn't get a hit in on it. And it's just like, it's got 4 fucking swords and like a tail that's like a bunch of mouths and stuff like that.
It's like Grievous.
It's Grievous. It's literally General Grievous. And it's fucking like doing all this like crazy shit.
Yeah.
It fucking parried him. So this thing's scary.
Yes.
And not only that, it is like almost impossible to kill it.
Yeah.
And if you do kill it, because it is a hive tyrant, it will remember the mistake it made and will not make it again.
Yeah.
This creature has killed planets, destroyed civilizations, consumed entire species, orc was, and has fought some of the galaxy's greatest fighters and won, and has such a strong connection to the hive mind, it can reincarnate into any hive fleet at will.
Wow.
This creature is the closest that you will ever have to like a main character when it comes to Tyranids.
Yeah.
This is the guy, the man, the myth, the legend.
This guy's playing Blue Mage.
Yeah.
And everything's unsynced.
If Hive Fleet Behemoth, you know, somehow the forces are like cold,
Yeah.
it'll just die.
Yeah,
and
just
then
to like shoot somewhere else.
off on another planet. Hive Fleet Leviathan is over on the other side of the galaxy galaxy fighting, and the Swarm Lord just gets up, and he's like, I'm here.
Hi, guys.
I'm here now. Hey, guys, what's up?
I want to see this guy fight one of the bird things from Zinch.
Oh, the Lords of Change.
That I can just see the future.
Just barely, yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
So, my love, that is pretty much all I have with buggos today. Now, obviously, I didn't go into every single species. There are like even bigger Tyranids out there that are essentially like world annihilating huge. But for the most part, we have covered the basics when it comes to the bugs. How do you like the Tyranids, my
I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, right?
No, they're a lot more like
in depth than you
fleshed
initially
out
would
than
think.
I actually thought. Yeah. I underestimated them.
Well, it's because you see them and people just go, haha, bug hungry.
Straight men are bad at selling these things. Is that just what it is?
Could you provide an example?
This is how the professionals at Games Workshop tried to get me to get into Tyranids.
Okay. They just gave you the box.
It's like a bug.
They gave you the model of the month. Oh, okay. I like bugs.
And
thanks.
I'm not saying that I asked questions about it and like all this stuff. But what I mean is like the Tyranids have been presented to me as like a swarm. And
that is what they
and
are.
like bugs.
Yeah.
And that is what they are. And I feel like I've heard kind of the idea of that like shared hive mind kind of thing before. And I mean, you can absolutely just boil it down to I've sat here and like actually taken it in details of individual different ones. But just I feel like
the pitch does not do them justice.
yeah, absolutely. Like they're coming at me telling me it's like Starship Troopers, but it's actually like
it's brains. And as you've noticed, as we've gone through these images, they have a very strong brain motif. They're brain bugs.
Yes, they are all very like neural looking.
That's why I was really happy you made that connection of the synapses, because I never knew that. That's a really cool factoid. And suddenly everything makes sense of like, oh, it's literally a brain. Not only is it the swarm, it's the brain.
Yeah, it's this is kind of going to be a funny example. You know that one opening of The Simpsons where they all get on the couch like normal, and then it starts backing up, and it just keeps going, and then eventually you come out of Homer's eye, and then they're like sitting there again, and you're like, what is the universe? Are we all just a piece of a bigger organism?
For Tyranids, yes.
That kind of comes to mind.
Yeah, for Tyranids, yes, that's correct.
Dude, that time I saw that on The Simpsons at like 9 years old changed my whole life.
Changed a lot. It
like,
changed the course. Yeah, no, I feel like Tyranids are really, really cool. And I'm glad 10th edition has really given them a spotlight, because I think Tyranids are cool. I'm glad that more people are getting into Tyranids as a result of them being part of like the box. Obviously, people are going to get into Space Marines because they're on the box. They're the poster child, whatever.
Yes.
But I'm glad buggos are getting some focus. They're really cool. I like the bugs.
Absolutely. They feel like actual aliens.
Yeah, they do feel like out of this world. Yeah.
In a much more traditional sense. Whereas a lot of the like warp things are more like monster. And by monster, I mean like demon. Like,
yeah, demon.
Again, yeah, like but this feels organic.
Yeah, and that's why I made a point to mention all of the guns and stuff that you'll see on them, all of the little things that look like it could be technology. No, it's all just like other creatures or like an evolutionary thing, a symbiotic relationship, a parasitic relationship. There is no like metal. There is no blacksmithing. There is no inventing or technology. There is only evolution. There's only adaptation. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And not only that, aren't they just adorable?
Yeah.
They're really funny looking.
I don't know what I want to do with them. I want to give that guy a Nerf gun.
Oh, the barb gun?
He like doesn't quite look sure of himself. He's like, I'm gonna do it. And the other one's just do it. We only have this area booked for 2 hours.
Yeah.
But I think that they're very cool. I think that their designs skirt a really cool place of like alien kaiju bug.
Yes. That's what I think I am drawn to them the most of, is just, it's not just an alien ripoff.
Yes.
Like obviously you can see the xenomorph in there. You can see the HR gear. You can see...
But xenomorph is inspired by real biological organisms.
Exactly. They have taken the inspiration and have ascended past it.
Yes.
It is now its own thing. And that's why I quite like them, is because they feel truly unique.
Yeah. They feel like something... I'm not questioning it.
No, it's just, it's an alien.
And normally when we go through something, I'm like, why would he do that?
Why would it do that? And the answer is, it's an alien.
Yeah, it's just
doing his thing. It doesn't come from our galaxy. Where does it come from? We don't know.
He's just a little guy.
How many societies or galaxies has it eaten since it's been like on the way here? No idea.
The term gene stealer's kiss, that is my new gene seed, as in I'm going to think about that tonight, whatever that means.
So does this mean I should start up a gene stealer cult? Notes?
No.
Well, I mean like you seem interested in the concept of like
I thought
a
you
society.
were saying like, okay, so
No.
let's give in to the gene stealers.
No.
And then like take our pension and go. Yes, I would be interested to learn. Obviously, I have an interest, which we've probably seen the patterns.
Strange creatures.
Or magic, psychicness, or manipulation of energies. I find I'm attracted to those kinds of world building elements.
And I find Tyranids also so fascinating because they're not using the warp. The psychic stuff that they're using is like...
Yeah, exactly.
That's them. That's like... It's a different thing. And I find that so interesting.
All of Warhammer is happening. And there's this whole warp shit going on. And everybody's like, oh my God, look at all the stuff that's coming out of the warp. It's horrible. And it's like, have you guys even considered what could be in this dimension?
Have you even considered what it's like 2 neighborhoods over? It's bad. So can you understand when the Silent King was like seeing the swarm come and he was like, it's bad. We gotta go. Like, But again, completely silent. He's just like gesturing aggressively. Tyranids are not only really cool looking, speaking from experience, they're very fun to paint. Like I said at the beginning of the episode, like the colors that you can do, the techniques you could do, it is almost as creatively freeing as like a blank canvas.
Yeah.
It is like, hey, do you want to make your own hive fleet? What's a monster that you can name at the top of your head? Some sort of cryptid.
Chimera.
Hive fleet chimera. There you go. And it sounds cool and you can like make it all like unique.
And then it can be like,
Edward. Hey, if I've sold you on Tyranids, awesome, great. I want to see them. Send them to me on social media, or if you're in the Patreon Discord.
Oh yeah, guys, send us your bugs.
Send us your bugs. I need to see them.
At us. I gotta see your bugs.
I need to see them.
Send us your bugs.
Now, if I've sold you on the idea of getting like a box of Tyranids, I need to warn you. I mentioned this at the beginning. You're gonna have a lot of models. And that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. When you go buy that start collecting box with your friend or whatever, or just by yourself, don't matter. Just know there's going to be a lot of little guys that look identical, but that's sort of the appeal. So just take it slow, find a process that works with you, and don't be afraid to like try some speed painting techniques. Experiment, see what works, see what doesn't. I'm just trying to let you know there's going to be a lot of models, but that's okay.
It's funny because we're comparing them to a brain. And my therapist says to me, you're going to have a lot of feelings, and that's okay.
And that's okay.
You're going to feel like it's too many feelings.
And that's okay.
And it's all coming from bigger feelings that are actually deeper.
It's coming from the hive mind.
And it's okay that you don't know what to do about it.
That's okay. It's all right.
It's okay. So what I'm saying is I think this sounds very therapeutic to paint.
Yay!
Meditative, maybe?
Well, luckily, Alex has a whole box.
Because, like, how do you make a mistake, really, right?
You accidentally dunk it in Nuln oil. Oops.
So then he's an oil
He's
Tyranid.
an oil one. Yeah.
I could see this being a great, so long as obviously you're keeping track of the pieces, option for kids. Because like as much as it is horrifying, because we understand like death and stuff.
Yeah.
And like doom.
Yeah, death like exists. What?
Like I've seen the Meg, so like I know what that looks like even.
I hate that movie.
Going to a kid and explaining that they're like if the kid likes Predator or something, because some kids are into that, right? I mean, obviously keeping the conversation age appropriate.
Yeah, it's like Predator. It's like Alien. Have you seen those?
A kid would love to paint this.
Oh my god, yeah. Like, oh my goodness.
Marines too, but like...
Dude, if I was a kid and I grew up with Alien, well, I did kind of grow up with Predator, but like, if you described to me what a lictor was, or a death leper, fuck yeah, I want to paint it. That looks awesome. That thing looks sick. And you're telling me it acts like the Predator? It's like hunting its targets, and it's like just completely invisible, and it's picking them off one by one.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Are you kidding me?
It's almost like a scarier Pokemon in like a, obviously like a different kind of way. There is this sense of like you can collect them, and like, I guess that kind of applies to minis in general.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There is something about them that feels cohesive and separate enough that they can be their own enjoyment without having to do all the human stuff. Which the human and demon stuff is obviously really cool. I'm enjoying the heck out of that. But this feels like if this is all you wanted to do, you could just do
yeah, that's how a lot lot of orc players feel as well, where it's just like, I don't really care about the whole human space marine thing. I just want orcs. Orcs are fun. I like the orcs.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Tyranids. It's just like, I just like the bugs.
It's like people who go into Final Fantasy and all they do is crafting.
Yeah.
Like, cool. They're having fun.
My love.
Yeah.
What would you say your favorite Tyranid is?
Oh, okay. Design-wise, I like the one that's like the really red one. No. You were going to the right one. No. The other one. The one who I said was sitting like me. No, you've gone past it now. Sorry. That one. The more red one with the darker blue. Go up. Go slower. Stop. There.
This one.
Yes. I just like, I don't know. I think this is just an appealing image of it even. Like I would get this as a tattoo. Like I just think this looks cool as fuck.
I think Death Leper really sold me on Tyranids as I was looking through all the subspecies because like it really is like the wing flesh waistcoat cape thing.
Yeah.
It's just so cool looking. It's really awesome.
Yeah. I like the scary ninja destroy the planet slowly golem guys. That's very interesting to me, although I'm also like, and then I also quite like the scary boss guy who seems somewhat intelligent. I think that's
the Swarm
cool.
Lord.
Yeah. And I also like Bismarck down there. Keep going. Bismarck.
Oh, the Doom of Montai. Yeah, no, I think Tyranids are definitely one of the more fascinating. Like, it's by far one of the most requested things that we've gotten ever since, like, orcs and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Because guess what? Tyranids are really, really cool.
Yeah, thanks for recommending it, guy. I mean...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's fun to see people be excited for you to find something out or learn about something, and then you learn about it, and you're like, that was cool!
That was really cool.
And everybody's like, yeah.
Not only that, but, like, it's so nice to have a faction that it's like, hey, what's your deal? And when it comes to, like, Space Marines, it's like, well, here's a 65-book series. And it's like, I don't want to read that. You know what you need to know about Tyranids? Hey, they're bugs, they're hungry. My love, do you have any questions about the buggos?
I have quite a few.
Really? Hit me.
But I don't want to bug you.
Oh, you're not bugging me. In fact, they're bugging me. They're all over me. They're eating me. They're...
Oh, no. This is what I said was going to happen.
What you got?
The squigs used to be these guys, right? Right?
So back in the old days of Warhammer, 40K specifically, squigs were classified not as an orc thing, but as a species of Tyranid. Yes,
okay,
that is no longer canon. They are they're an orc thing.
Are you saying
that lore changes?
That
yes.
the lore
can be changed at the drop of a hat. What do you think your color scheme for like a Tyranid thing would be?
I don't know. I feel like I would need to look at a bunch of bugs for inspo.
Ooh, yeah.
But I feel like I would be wanting to like base it off of some kind of real bug that's like cool, like scarabs.
So what's cool about the carapace that I have not seen a ton of people do. A lot of people go for like really matte colors. So, you know, I quite like behemoths where it's like the red skin and like the blackish blue carapace. I really like how behemoth looks. But if I wanted to do something that looks a little more like an actual bug, I would use and mix like a bunch of metallic paints with like contrast paints. And like, so you have colored metals. And so you get that like exactly what you're saying, like a scarab or a beetle, where depending on how you look at it, like the color is literally changing.
There's like a holographic shift.
Yeah, that would be really cool. And I don't see a ton of people do that.
This is one of the reasons why I think it would be so interesting to play with nail art techniques, because I know techniques that I could make your nails look like they're actually just sheets of polished silver.
Really?
Easily.
I guess it's the exact same thing as like, it's the same techniques. It's just a different medium.
It's just having the medium at your disposal and knowing how to apply it.
You're not using the same paints, but nothing's really different.
Yeah, you just want to take a look at maybe some ingredients to make sure, like, I don't know how well nail polish, it could slightly melt plastic or something, right?
Right.
I don't think it does, but I'm just saying, before I put it on my very expensive figure, I would quickly Google this.
Yes, absolutely.
That saying, if I had like 3 or 4 of these guys, which I'm just holding up the
Termagant, yeah.
Absolutely, I'd mess around and see what stuff looked like, because I think that there are tools that I don't often see used that would be interesting to play with, basically. And that's art, right? So that's what's fun about it.
I need to mention that a lot of reasons why we don't see a lot of really complicated techniques with Tyranids, it goes back to what I was saying of like, you're going to have to paint like 200 of these. Yeah. And that's a lot to ask for if you have a really complicated color scheme. So people tend to keep it very, very simple. For example, hey, all the high fleets I mentioned in this video, how many colors did they have? They had two main colors, like magenta, purple, maybe some blue in there, red, black, maybe some blue. It's just, you typically start with color of the skin, color of the carapace, and then like complementary colors along with that. But when it comes to painting 200 little guys, you want to keep it really simple.
Yeah, you're gonna kind of get down to your like, what's it called when you have like a system where you're
your
like,
conveyor belt,
a factory system.
Your conveyor belt, yeah.
Which I have seen like pictures of people doing a Tyranid army, and it's like 5 friends like sitting around a table, and one's doing the tail and he passes it over. I could totally see that. That would be quite fun to do if you were doing like one of those challenges where it's like, how many can you do in 24 hours?
Oh yeah, like no limit on like the box or like the amount of minis, but just like how many can you do in this amount of time? Any other questions about Tyranids, my darling?
So in your current knowledge of the lore, has there been anything else along the lines of that communication moment?
As far as I know, the only Tyranid that has straight up communicated would be the Swarm Lord. The most you might get from another type of Tyranid species would probably be Gene Stealers, but even then that's a little iffy because that's more of like human hybrid Tyranid mind influence. So yes-ish, no-ish.
There's no talking to him.
There is no talk. A Tyranid will not walk up and go,
This is not where I'm gonna strive in that. I like to calm down the situation and let's figure it out.
No, they want to munch. They want to eat.
I do usually make extra.
Munch. Yeah. Oh, fair. There is a video game where you play as Space Marine Terminators called Deathwings. Where you fight in a spaceship that's like abandoned because it's been taken over by a bunch of Tyranids.
Oh, that's just dead space.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I really wish we had a more Left 4 Dead style Tyranid.
Don't worry, we did have that.
It just makes sense. I don't know why
this was
they
like
didn't go with
before
that.
It feels
Space
kind of
Marine
like if
this
you did a
video.
quiet place but didn't have the whole like sound thing.
A little bit, yeah.
Them showing up kind of would be a similar event.
Another thing too, which is really neat, is like when you read a Tyranid book or a book that has Tyranids in it, most of the time you know what you're getting into. Like it is going to be a horror story. It's going to be like your characters are probably not going to make it out of this. They're probably going to get munched up by bugs, but let's buckle up for the ride. Let's see what happens.
It's like going into a shark movie. You know someone's
going to get munched by the shark. You know most of the people on the ship, on the Nostromo, are not going to make it out when the xenomorph is on board. And that's one.
That's about time. What if you get a really big can of Raid and just point it in that direction? The bug spray!
Smash Bros. Main.
Zelda/Sheik.
Cloud, Ganondorf, Link, depending. Favorite IRL bug. I like mantis and ants. They're cool.
I like bumblebees. They're cute.
I like bees the most, I think.
Bees are very cute. Isopods. I have isopods.
Well, I do want to play another video, but the thing is, my camera is running out of battery. The fact that it's like the camera haven't ran out of battery yet is a miracle. It's been like how many hours? Oh, it had 5% left. And yeah, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Like, and normally I can't do this long drawing sessions because my eyes actually going extremely blur even at now. Yeah, watching video while doing this is actually keep me distracted enough because, like, if you guys don't know, I have a disability. My ears is basically a little bit fucked up, but not in the organ way. It's more like the how would you say, like the nervous systems is a little bit getting interrupted by my blood vessel. It's like they're tangling up together. So my brain is like keep bombarded by like simulations, even in like complete silent areas. So having stuff to keep receiving like a lot of like sound and word, and my brain start to like process and stuff. It actually helped me a lot to, tune out the ringing in my head. Because the ringing I hear in my head is not like most people having tinnitus. that is like, you know, they can physically hear the ringing, so like loud noise can like drown out. So it's not like I just play music, I can drown out those ringing. I need to play some things that my brain need to read and recognize it as words, so like it's like enough to keep it busy to the point that it won't kind of like keep ringing in my head. And yeah, this is a very good way to do it, because like long as I manage to keep my brain busy, the hearing department busy, I won't get as dizzy, and the ringing is not that hard. Because usually I have to fight the dizziness in the same time while drawing, because like I'm basically either drawing in silence or just drawing in some very like much lo-fi music. This is actually a very good way to kind of like draw, and like, you know, it's a good drawing session and a, you know, YouTube watching session at the same time. Why I'm saying this is because if you play any form of music, even it's copyrighted free, even the author made the music himself, you will get copyright claim. The more copyright claim you get, actually the smaller chance that you will get, it's like repeat offender stuff. You can keep getting copyright claim, it's fine. It won't it always said that it won't really affect your channel, but it essentially is like the karma point you keep having. The more like things that you keep getting slammed on, the more like the more stuff that you keep slammed on of like the copyright claim, actually it will still at the end affect your channels, that you are a repeat offenders, and your channel just keeps slowly, I won't really say died down, it's more like slowly like weathered down. It won't get like that much view anymore. A little bit this, a little bit that, those kind of things. And yeah. Aside from this, yeah, this group Numbskull actually doing lots of things that is like really good. And also at the same time, right now, it's really hard to show. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit more. You can see them right now. They are streaming, talking about is it talking about Yakuza or like playing Yakuza? I think they're playing Yakuza. Yakuza 0. So if you guys want to support them, go to find them. They are live right now. Drop by, say hi. I send you guys because I can't really redirect anyone at the moment. Because I'm not like an official channel. If you guys really want me to become an official channel, visit me more when I stream, and yeah, have a little bit chat with me. I love chatting and teaching art. Yeah, if anyone got any art questions, I will try my best to help you guys too. Aside from that, yeah, there's generally like a lot more stuff that I can do and want to do. And also like subscribe to our channel. For Twitch, follow my channel. So it will help me a lot more than you think. So yeah. Again, thank you very much everyone for being here. And as always, everyone, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Because you guys, I don't think you guys can watch like long stream from me anymore, because I'm not really earning any money from like drawing or any money from like doing voice acting at the moment, and my channel is not monetized, so I can't really earn any money from it. So I have to sadly I have to find a job. So yeah. I will get an interview like this Saturday. If they like me, maybe I'll get a job. It's funny that I have a background educations of engineering and 3D animations, and I decided to be like, nah. Not going to take any job about that. It's too taxing for my brain because of my medical issues. And then I'll be like, because I can't travel. Here's the thing, I cannot travel due to my brain issues. It going to disorient me like really, really badly. But here's the thing. I can just go to my closest area that's like any shop maybe like baking ingredient selling shop, or like the one I'm applying at the moment is a baby product selling shop. Maybe basically they just sell baby stuff, and I decided to apply as a sales advisor. Like the name is so cool. The name is called sales advisor. At first I thought like, am I qualified? Like I'm just a guy that doing streaming and doing remote work. Am I qualified to do such a kick-ass name job? And then I go check the internet, what is sales advisor? And then they're just retail worker. Just a retail worker with a cooler name. You're just a shop clerk with a cooler name. But yeah. But again, like my resume is like really hilarious to the point that let's say again, it's like I have like education of engineering and like 3D animation background. It feels like overqualifications. I even have like what do you call it? I even have a background of being a voice actor too. So I won't really say that I have a very good voice. It's more like my voice is trained. So I can be like very booming in my voice. But I don't really think that I would just every single time see a customer, I'll be like, hi there. Welcome to the baby product place. Here's you can find this is the baby product on the sections on baby clothing, and that will be on the sections on the baby formulas, and here's the section for the baby stroller, and this will be the like I'm not going to immediately switch my voice every single time I see like a customer. That would be hilarious though. It's gonna scare crap out of people. Like if they, especially when they know me, and then they'll be like, come in, want to buy stuff for their babies, and they'll be like, oh, there. They'll be like, holy shit, what happened to your voice? I woke up in a bad day, I guess. I'm sick. Yes, I'm sick. And you're working in a baby shop right now? Should I? Yeah, I do think so. Like, if people are selling baby product stuff, if that's sick, I think they cannot, like, legitly, they have to take a leave. They cannot be in there contaminating the place. I mean, like, really, you really should. Now think about it. Yeah, like, sanitary-wise, you should not. You should not. And yeah, my camera is running out of battery. I do love to do a lot more chatting with everyone. But again, camera. So, thank you very much for watching, and as always, everyone, stay healthy and stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.